everyone, and the day has arrived. Here at Battle of Malta 2022 April's edition. Some lucky guy today will take home this beautiful trophy.
Yes, Patricia, it's the final day the day that everyone has been waiting for. One winner is going to take the trophy and over up there 200,000 in cash. after all these entries, we have more than 2,000 entries, and with a pot with more than 1.2 million, someone is going to take the 200,000 cash. We are ready, the table is ready, the dealer is there, the chips are there. Very in a few seconds, our tournament director will tell you the chip counts. The chip counts are already. We had a very great event. Once again, we thank all the staff, all the people who participated, all the players that decided to come to Battle of Malta. We'd like to remind you, prepare yourself, October, 1 million guarantee, the dates are out, and I will leave it to our beautiful, thank you very much.
Allora, io vi ringrazio di cuore della splendida accoglienza, è un piacere essere su questo palco per questa edizione del 2022 veramente da record. La mia non è una tradizione, la mia è un suggellare di parole, di termini per risse, perché l'ho veramente parlato con il cuore. Sono stati giorni intensissimi, il torneo della ripartenza, un torneo che è ricordato in grandissimo stile. 500.000 euro ripartiti di Monteprego, abbiamo superato il 2.500 adesso i 9 protagonisti in caccia del trionfo, con la prima moneta da oltre 200.000 euro. Adesso non voglio essere io a introdurre come tradizione l'aumento ai giocatori, dicendo il loro posto al tavolo e il loro stake, voglio che sia proprio il turno diretto, perché l'ho visto lavorare nel corso dei vari Battle of Malta e per lui quest'anno è stata una vera consacrazione. Questa è la dimostrazione che questa è una meravigliosa realtà nella quale gli elementi di qualità vengono fatti crescere in maniera esponenziale. E allora fatemi fare un applauso a lui, che è il direttore diretto, Nino Forte, e a tutto il grandissimo staff del Battle of Malta, e dico tutto perché ci sono i floro, il direttore diretto, il leader, gli organizzatori. Abbiamo avuto un grandissimo lavoro da parte del Presidente Massimo Francesco Lugnaro, gli amici di Globus, Diana, di Poker Star, tutti coloro che hanno portato il singolo tavolo, che hanno lavorato alacremente per fare sì che questo torneo fosse veramente meraviglioso. E adesso io vi affido alla voce di Nino Forte, che darà tutte le indicazioni tecniche, la posizione di ogni singolo giocatore, la provenienza, lo stake. Noi siamo qui per raccontarvi un grande pomeriggio e una grande notte di Texas Hold'em, e ovviamente dopo per presentare altri giocatori. Grazie a te, grazie a Diana Femi, grazie all'incantevole Patrizia, la voce di Nino Forte, semplicemente posso dirvi good luck, buon futuro!
Thank you everybody, for all the players, and cheers. Okay, from France, Mr. Jeremy Sor, seat 1 with the 9,675 cheers. From Poland, Mr. Koraszkowski with 2,650 seat 2. Bravo, Krzysztof, everybody. From Holland, Mr. Van de Stem with 5,863. Is Jesus in seat 4 with 7,825. From Israel, Mr. Garama Bennett, 1,450 in seat 5. One more player from Israel, Mr. Conan Joseph, with 4,275 in seat 6. Okay, from Italy, Mr. Marky Walter in position 7 with 3,900. We have another player from Italy, Mr. Rosa Giuseppe, chief leader at the table with 15,875 in seat 8. Last but not least, Federico Felizzelli from Italy with 7,700. 45 and C9. Okay, let's we just start to open the bags.
Hello everybody, this is Jason Glatzer and we are live at the Battle of Malta main event. I couldn't be any more excited. We have waited 3 long years for the Battle of Malta to return and it has been a fantastic week. Now we are down to just 9 hopefuls looking to get that massive trophy and of course the €200,000 top prize. Nino just did all the introductions of the players. I'm sure that several of you are rooting for specific players. I'll be paying attention to the Facebook chat all night long. And the action is about to begin. You could see the players unbagging their chips. Some of the players were very excited to start things off, particularly Stan van Dijk. He has quite the rail going. Yesterday he had probably about 30 Dutch players and fans on his rail just for the end of day 3. And today a lot of them have returned. They already have their beers in hand and ready to cheer him on. And I am looking forward to seeing the action. There's a lot of talented players at the table. There's some that are probably going to do some unorthodox moves as well. You are sure to be entertained and looking forward to seeing how this plays out. And feel free to say hello at any time in the Facebook chat. I will do my best to be reading the comments as we go along. Unfortunately, for those watching from Italy, my Italian is a little sketchy at best, so it's going to be mostly the English comments that I will be responding to. But as you can see right now, the dynamic is as follows, where we have Giuseppe Rosa with nearly 16 million in chips. That's about 80 big blinds, but it's going to be effectively less in about 8 minutes because there's only 8 minutes left on the 100,000, 200,000 level due to where play ended yesterday. And to give you an idea of what happened yesterday, it was quite a long hand for hand on the final table bubble. It took 27 hands before the final table was reached. And behind Giuseppe Rosa is Jeremy Soro from France with nearly 10 million in chips. And then there are 3 players grouped in together with Pepe Kvistic, Noam Karama, and Federico Petruzzelli, all with between 7 and 8 million in chips. And rounding off the final table is the person I mentioned, Stan van Dijk, and alongside Joseph Cohen from Israel and Walter Marchi. But it might be another minute or two before we start the action. Once again, I am Jason Glatzer. I've been the commentator at the Battle of Malta now for 3 straight years. Was reporting as well during the early parts of the event, so I may have some information about some hands that these guys have played, especially on day 3, where things were getting very serious and the rails were building. You could see the final table dealer here. That is Marcello. Fantastic dealer. He was also the dealer coordinator for this event, so I want to give special thanks to him for all the hard work he's put in. You see Nino there, the tournament director in the background, also working very long hours, but providing a very smooth Battle of Malta experience for all the players. And also a special thanks to Telly and Diane and the Win TV crew, who is here providing all the technical services and camera work that you see at the final table. You would not have the stream without these guys, and they're quite entertaining in themselves as well, so you should be checking them out. Not today, but you should be checking them out as well. And also special thanks to Patricia Rimfire, who is sitting next to me at the moment. Maybe we can get her in the booth. She has been the presenter, and to my fellow blogger, Juhani, and of course my Italian colleagues, Jack and Cesar, who have been providing some exciting moments to the Italian community. And we hope to get Jack in the booth at some point today as well, and maybe Cesar as well, if he's not too busy providing the updates. And don't have that much information in terms of who has qualified, but I can tell you Pepe Kvistic, he did qualify over an Alibet for 55 euros. So regardless of how things turn out today, he's in for a massive payday. And I know from Stan's rail that already this is his biggest live tournament cash, but that he studies quite hard with poker. And you can see he's wearing the GG poker patch. meaning that he obviously understands online poker as well. And it looks like the first hand is about to begin. So I will quiet myself down a little bit while waiting to see what happens. We will have guests throughout the day. Right now, I will handle things, me, myself, and I, until that happens. And we could see Carol has got a little bit of energy today. He's over in C2. Yesterday, he was very animated, but a very friendly guy as well, he appeared to be. A lot of these guys were very friendly with each other throughout the day. You may see some excess celebratory actions by some of the players, but you have to realize that they are playing for 200,000 euros. There are going to be tons of emotions involved. Right now, it seems like the video feed is a little bit frozen, but we could see that there is literally a card in the air. But here we go. We got Carol with the Jack-8 suited under the gun. We're going to find out right away how he plays. Is he going to try to make a move right away? It wouldn't be necessarily wise, ICM-wise, but he is the short stack, so you never know. With him, ICM is lesser of a consideration, but I'm sure he would like to find a more timely spot than that. And we have Pape with the Jack-6. We know that is going away. And Noam with the mystery cards in the muck, his fellow Israeli compadre. Yosef with the 10 deuce. And right now it is frozen, but the technical guys are working on the issue. But it did fold around to Giuseppe on the button. And we do see a raise to 500K. So Giuseppe with the chip lead already applying the pressure. He is the one player for sure that can be even opening a lot wider than this, and everybody has to fold and picks up a nice easy early pot. So based on the amount that he won, it may have already moved up to 100,000, 250,000. Because he won 600,000 chips, and if we do the math a little bit, and there you can see on the graphics, it's 100K, 250K, so the blind level has already been pushed up. There wasn't that much time left at the end of the night. And here's a look at their effective big blinds. You can see Carol is kind of in a push-fold mode, but everybody else has a little bit of playability. You may see Walter and Yosef also jamming, depending on what they have as well. But the stacks will likely change around as the day goes on. And stand with the Queen 3 in the muck. You'll see a lot of players taking a little bit of time, not excessively, on some hands that they're typically going to be folding right away. They want to make sure that they're not giving away, let's say, any timing tells as well. There could be other factors making sure you read the cards right. It's always good when there's this much money on the line to take a moment to breathe. But I think certainly we're going to see Noam do something here with this ace-queen suited. Noam I've seen around quite a lot. A very strong player. And Yosef I got to see a little bit yesterday. He's a very emotional player. When he wins a pot, you will see him celebrate. But let's see what he does here now with the king-queen. It is middle position, and he's facing an open from Noam. And possibly these two know each other from the past, being they're both from Israel. But also from this event as well. They likely have already played at the same table together. But Noam opting to fold. And if we're being results oriented for sure, it was the right play. And Federico now with ace-8 offsuit. He is in position and does decide to get rid of it. There's a lot of ICM considerations. Once again, the payout structure is rather steep. We will see the graphics on the payouts, I'm sure, fairly shortly as well. And Jeremy Soro, the one French player that has made it to the final table, he does have a healthy stack. Does opt to fold here, and Carol could be in a difficult spot here because he is the short stack and did wake up with ace-10 here. Carol representing the country of Poland. He is thinking things over. He does say he's all in. I'm going to turn up the table so we can hear if there's any table talk. I think he's going to be snapped off by Noam. And we do on the third hand, the second hand it says, of play, already have an all-in and a call. Will Carroll get lucky, or is there already a player sent to the rail this early into the action? I was expecting Carroll to have to make a move early. Ace-10 is a decent spot normally, but it would be better to open jam than 3-bet jam because you're usually going to get called off by most of the players at the table. A king out of the window, and an ace on the flop. So if an 8 pairs the board, it's a chop pot. If a 10 comes out, the players are going to be, the pot will go over to Carroll. And look at that, it's an 8. So look at the dancing by Carroll. As I said, he's a very funny guy, very emotional. And a trees on the river. And a chop pot. Carroll's happy. The whole table's laughing. It does lighten up the mood. Anybody that had some nerves going on now should feel a little bit more relaxed. And hello to Antoine. I see Antoine is watching. Hopefully Antoine will join us later in the commentating booth as well. And Donna, if you're still there, I saw your name pop up on the Facebook as well. And I'm looking forward to seeing Donna later in the week. Dark Angel 709 for those of you that watch a lot of Twitch streams. Donna is often helping me out with moderation, but she's also a friend of mine that I love quite a lot. And it's an interesting shirt choice there by Noam. But he kind of has that carefree attitude, so it fits him quite well. And we have Donna in the chat now. 2 Italians, 2 Israelis, and the one making noise is the Polish dude. Oh, Elena, wait till you see Stan win a hand. It's not him necessarily going to be making his noise, but the rail is rather sick there, and I'll make sure to have the table talk up for whenever he wins a big hand or even a small hand. Yesterday, the rail was really sick for him on day 3, and it wasn't a televised day 3. But I was reporting day 3 with my compadre, Juhani, who has taken over the reins. So those of you that want to follow in written version, you can head to the live reporting on battleofmalta.com website. Or for those of you that miss a little bit of the action but want to know what's going on, he will be taking care of that. There will be photos loaded later in the day, and there will be videos on social media. So Walter raising it up from middle position with the ace-10. He kind of has that awkward stack where this is more than fine to open with, but it is one of those awkward stacks. He would have been very happy to see Carroll hit the rail. But maybe he'll be able to pick up a cheapie. Well, we don't know what Carroll has yet. And Carroll gets rid of his mystery hand as well. But Stan waking up with the pocket nines. I have a feeling the table talk is going to come on right away if he plays this hand. And there's an all-in and a call at some point during this hand. But let's see how Stan chooses to play it. He's either flatting or raising. Either is okay depending on what he decides to do. Stan probably knows a lot more than me because he is studying nonstop according to his rail and according to his friends outside of the casino. I haven't had the chance to have an in-depth conversation with Stan, but I did speak quite a bit with his friends who are also some of my friends before the day began. But it looks like Stan opting to call and seeing how to approach this post-flop. And Walter can't be too sad about seeing this flop, an ace-7-7. There are some sevens in Stan's range. He could really have any two, more or less. You know, he could have a lot of hands, but you have to be happy seeing this. But it does go check-check. Stan is probably not going to try to take this away because he still has showdown value. But let's see. Maybe with the check-check, he'll take a stab. I don't think so, though. It's a question whether Walter will be able to get more value here or not. Even if he doesn't, this 1.4 million chip pot as it stands now would add 50% nearly to his stack. Stan does indeed check again, and the action's over to Walter, and he is reaching for his chips. Let us see the bet amount. The graphics were blocking that. It is 400,000. So a little bet. Maybe Stan still thinks he's good. Once again, the only two moves I foresee Stan doing are calling or folding. He could try to turn his hand into a bluff, though, and put Walter in a difficult spot. It depends on whether he feels Walter has that ace. He could probably get Walter to fold the jack, for example, if he had the jack in his hand. But I don't think Walter is folding at any point during this hand any longer. But Stan thinking over his options. We may not hear his rail erupt this hand unless a 9 comes on the river, but it may not even get that far. He does lay it down. And Walter with an early pot up to 4.8 million in chips, near Stan's 5.1 million. So they're both around 20 bigs, give or take, which still means they can have some post-flop play. And here's a look at the payouts. We were just talking about the payouts. So all 9 returning players are each guaranteed 10,580 euros. But look at these jumps, especially as you get higher and higher. You go from 9th to 4th, and the difference is 10,580 to 72,000, and then 100,000 for a podium finish of 3rd place, 140 for 2nd, and 200,340 for 1st place. So considering that this tournament initially had a 500,000 euro guarantee, this is quite a massive payday for all the players, but especially for the winner. The prize pool did reach 1,244,000 euros, so it got quite large. And Noam now. He is certainly going to play the big slick from any position. He is under the gun. Let's see what he decides to do, what his sizing is going to be. He is taking his time. Behaving composed here. Raising it up for a min raise to 500,000, and the action's over to Yusuf. We know where that hand is going, the 9-4 suited. Walter with the 8-6 suited also into the muck, and Giuseppe with the Jack-Deuce into the muck as well. Federico with a bit of a bigger stack, but this would be maybe too bit of an aggressive play with King-4 suited also gone. And Jeremy likely to do nothing here with the Jack-5. It could sometimes be frustrating when you first start off with a final table, though, and you're really not getting cards to start. But we are only on hand 4, so I don't expect to see people behave too far out of line. There are some dynamics with the players playing with each other for hours and hours all week long, especially yesterday. But so far, it looks like it's going to get all the way around with just a min raise, especially with Pape here with the 4 deuce off. Pape once again qualified through Alibet through a 55 euro satellite. So regardless of his payday, he may have the highest ROI. We're going to try to get the information about anybody else that qualified. But imagine just investing 55 euros and now you have a chance to win 200,000 euros in the lovely island of Malta at Casino Malta. The weather is absolutely beautiful today. It keeps getting better and better as the spring is becoming summer. I'm sure none of the players at the final table want to enjoy the weather today because that means it was an early exit for them, but maybe they'll stay for a few more days and get to enjoy the loveliness. And hello, Ilana. I miss you, Ilana. I'm looking forward to seeing you soon. And maybe we'll see you tonight. We shall see. A little birdie told me you are in Malta as well. So Yosef here with the ace-7 off. So he is not getting out of line at all. It was very hard for me to get a read on Yosef yesterday when I was doing the live reporting. At one point he was not playing a lot of hands, but then he was playing a few hands in a row. He was always getting excited whenever he won a hand. It's nice to see the emotion of several of the players here, whether it's by the players themselves or the rail. He had a little bit of a rail too. He was with the IPC crew, who also had a side event here. So there were quite a lot of Israelis here, so it should not be that much of a surprise that two of them advanced to the final table. Carroll with the ace-3 has a decision to make. He has 10 big blinds in his stack, but decides this is not the time and goes into the muck from the cutoff. Now Stan is going to fold one of the worst hands in poker, and this may be a walk. I mean, I don't see Pape doing too much here with the 5-deuce off. He's just not getting the cards early on, but once again, it is early. But he could also complete and see a flop and see what happens. But this is the safer move. And no, I'm happy to get a walk, I'm sure, with the Jack-8. And he may have raised anyway if Pape limped in, because he does have position post-flop from the big blind and can rep a large range, not just hands like Jack-8 suited. And although I don't understand Italian salvo, yes, Federico Petruzzelli is on yet another final table. A few weeks ago, he was on a final table too in an event I was covering, so he's quite a familiar face. I have yet to have a really good conversation with him, but seems like a nice guy as well. And the final table here is lovely. I mean, we went from actually a very full room to just the final table in this massive room, along with plenty of spots for people to see the action live on the rail. The rail has already a few dozen people, but if you want to see the action live, just come on down to Casino Malta. There's more than enough room for you, especially if you want to cheer on someone in particular. If not, I'm more than happy to entertain you here and provide as good coverage as possible. We hope to have Matthias Mulhausen in, Jack, who has been providing Italian commentating throughout the week, and a few other guests. Sean DeCesare will probably join. Maybe Antoine will come in as well. But we have Carroll. We know Carroll with 10 big blinds with the aces. It's just a matter of whether he's going to jam, whether he's going to raise. Maybe he's going to limp as well, but I don't think that's the likely of scenarios. He does just get the lot in. I think that's the right play, because if you're just going to be raising, you look way too strong. But did he get called? He's standing up. He's standing up and going away from the table. And already celebrating. I'm not sure what he's celebrating quite yet. I mean, I guess a steal is worth a celebration, but maybe he's just happy that he caught some cards. It's good to see the enthusiasm anyway. And Noam is going to fold this King Jack, and it doesn't look like Carroll's going to get any action off his aces. And sometimes you're better off. I mean, we saw aces get cracked in between. He shows the 7-deuce here. So to tell a story of a hand, there was a big hand last night between the chip leader, Giuseppe Rosa, and Pape Kavistik, where Pape had aces. He was in the small blind and called a raise from the cutoff by Giuseppe Rosa, who had queens. And it was a queen high flop, and there was a small bet, there was a check bet call, and both players checked the turn. And it was a blank on the river, and Pape led out for 1 million in chips, and then had to tank for quite a while when it was raised at 3.6 million. And very easily, all his stack, if this hand played out differently, he wouldn't be at the final table. And Giuseppe Rosa could have had a bigger stack. So there was a lot of pot control done over by Pip with the aces just by not 3-betting that preflop. I'm always getting that bumped up whenever I have aces, but for him, he avoided a bad beat. So maybe the same thing just happened right now with Carroll, who will know because we never get to rabbit hole that flop, turn, and river. So Giuseppe folding his 10-8 off. We don't know what Mr. Petruzzelli has. Now we do, and we can see why that went into the muck. Folding around to Carroll, though. Carroll now has a little bit more. I mean, he did fold ace rag earlier. He's in middle position with the 10-8 suited. This is a nice hand to potentially play when you have more chips, and he does make the fold. Stan, though, in the hijack with a ace-7. It's one of those hands where you can get you in trouble, but he does have 20 big blinds. Let's see what Stan decides to do here. He is thinking over his options. He does look like a very focused individual, but was smiling quite a lot with his rail earlier before the action began. And is opting to play this one. Raises it up to 525, so a little more than a min raise. And Pip deciding what to do with his ace-5, facing a raise. We know things he doesn't know. Obviously, if he 3-bets there, it's going to put Stan in a ridiculous spot, but the fold is the more common move there. Maybe if it's ace-5 suited, we would see something different. And it looks like it's going to be another steal, this time for Stan. And you could hear his rail even clapping for a steal. The Dutch poker community is one of the best in the world. They're always rooting each other on, very friendly group. Whether it's the O&K crowd or different crowds, it's quite amazing. There's a gentleman here from Poker City also, I believe, reporting the final table, so shout out to you guys. You weren't here all week long, but it's nice to see when there's a Dutch player at the final table that you're picking things up. You have somebody on site ready to see things firsthand. We got some Stan fans in here in the chat. So Stan's rail is not only live, but it's also here with us in the Facebook stream. And for those of you tuning in on YouTube, I'm sorry that I can't have comments open on multiple platforms. It just gets way too confusing while you're trying to keep up with the action. So anybody that wants to interact with me personally, I am looking every 30 seconds or so at what's coming in through the Facebook chat. It folds around to Carol with the king deuce suited. So far, we've seen him play ace-10 and aces. King deuce is not in his range now that he's built his stack up to 12 bigs. Stan tossing away his queen deuce, and Pip, who has been a little bit quiet. It says Peep if we're just going to translate in English, so we could maybe figure out some jokes with that, but it is Pip. An Estonian person, one of the few Estonians probably in the poker world I have yet to really have a good conversation with. I'm always in Estonia for all their events at Olympic Park Casino, very often working with the tech crew here if I'm doing commentating, also doing reporting, also occasionally playing in some of the tournaments, but more often you'll find me in the Super Dealer Choice cash games. But it's folded around now to Josef with the 6-4 off. And does toss that away, just took a little time to do so. And a walk. What did Giuseppe have? More than happy to get a walk with the Jack-3. Gets his chips back that he put in for the big blind ante and the big blind along with another 100,000 to boot. You could see in the background there's that Poker Stars Summer Festival in Malta. So that is going to be running June 18th to 26th. Casino Malta is also going to be hosting a Unibet Open in the near future. And they have announced the dates for the next Battle of Malta. So that is going to be a €1 million guaranteed event. And it's going to be 2 days longer than this one. It's going to take place October 4th to 12th. It's never too early to plan ahead. I know I plan to be here. And hope that you will consider being here as well. It's a fantastically run event. It gets better and better every single year. The floor here is absolutely amazing. And just the experience and the fun that the players have while being able to compete for life-changing sums of money is second to none. Fold around to Noam here with the ace-jack suited in the hijack. Noam will soon be reaching for chips. Let's see if he's just a min-raise or something a little bit higher. And there we go. We will see. It's either 500 or 600, I believe. It is just a min-click. And Walter with the 10-8 suited, King-8 suited. We have yet to see Walter play a hand today, but when you have this stack size, it's very difficult if you're not getting the cards. But he is reaching for chips. So maybe he's getting a little feisty now, but does make the fold. Giuseppe Rosa now thinking things over with the 6-3. And the pocket sevens for Federico. So we are going to see something happen here. Petrozelli does like to mix it up from what I've seen, but this is certainly a hand from the big blind that you can either call or raise, but you shouldn't really be folding with this stack depth, and Petrozelli is well aware of that as a very experienced player. He impressed me quite a lot watching him a few weeks ago and during the current Battle of Malta as well. So it does opt to call to see a flop. With ICM considerations, that is the safest move. And we see the 8-6-5 flop with two clubs. So this is a very interesting flop. Noam with a flush draw and two overcards. Federico with what is now the best hand, but also with an open-ended straight draw to boot. I don't think either player is going anywhere. It's just a matter of whether more chips get in now or not. Federico opting to check is Noam going to continue. This is a hand that typically players would continue on. You flopped quite well, but he is playing it safe. It's more than fine. Once again, you don't want to be spewing chips. But now Noam also has top pair, is dominating Federico. All Federico can get to win the hand is the 7 of spades or a 9 or a 4 to complete the straight that is not a club. He may not know how bad he's drawing as well. He may still think those clubs are live, but even so, he would be drawing rather thin. But Federico deciding what to do here. It did go check on the flop, but that ace is often going to hit your opponent's raising range, especially since it's been a fairly tight beginning. We know more than they know. We've seen all the hands, but still, it's not that there's been Noam opening every single hand where an ace isn't in his range, but does bet 375. It could be to see where he stands as well. Is Noam going to raise or call? We know he is not folding here. If he folds, I promise to do a lap around the room. It looks like he is once again playing it safe with a call, maybe thinking even if he's ahead, I'm going to get more value this way. And the Queen of Hearts in the river, the check mark goes over to Noam. Federico unable to complete his draws or improve the trips with that 7 of spades. Let's see if Federico is trying to rep something like the 7-9, the 8-6, ace-8 kinds of hands. His level of showdown value now has gone down as well with that queen. And he should be a little bit concerned that his bet was called. And you'll see a bit of this. It's always good when you're not sure to think things over. And he does actually check. And Noam now deciding what to do as well. Is he going to try to get value? I don't think he'd be able to get that much value, if any. But maybe against some players you can, or maybe somebody has an image of him that's different than what we are portraying right here. He is going to try for some value. With a bet of 450, so not a large bet, we may see a call by Federico. We may see him try to turn his hand into a bluff as well, but I think we're going to see him lay down his hand. He's very focused, Federico. From what I've seen, he's a very smart player. He's probably just running through some things in his head. It was a rather small bet. He is getting pretty good odds to call if he thinks that his opponent is bluffing at least some of the time. But typically, a lot of times, the smaller the bet, the more likely they are to have something you're beating as well, and it would be very difficult off his stack size anyway to raise here with ICM considerations. But then, if he did, he'd be putting Noam in a ridiculous spot as well. He is reaching chips for the call. It does decide that his opponent could be bluffing some of the time. Wakes up to the bad news that Noam did win the hand with top pair, up to nearly 10 million in chips. Federico down to 5.7 million, still has about 23 big blinds, which is plenty at the moment with a few players having shorter stacks. And now it looks like Noam has a rail too. We heard some clapping there in the background. So here's a look at the stacks. Once again, Carol came in with the bottom stack. He still has the bottom stack, but a little bit more than what he started the day with. Josef has nearly the Josef and Walter are also kind of in that same zone where, you know, they have something they can go an orbit or two without too much stress, but they need to get something going at some point. But they also have ICM to worry about. They're probably all want each other to hit the rail before they hit the rail. And Carol with the king-queen off, if this was in later position, we would see him doing something. I'm not sure what he's going to do under the gun. He does fold. And another awkward hand when you're at a final table is ace-jack in early position. But I do believe we're going to see Stan do something here. It looks like a little more than a min raise to 525,000. Indeed it is. And Pip with the king-9 suited. Into the muck. And Noam, who just lost the last hand, who just won the last hand, will get some time off with the trade deuce. Josef with a pair of suited rags, and Walter with the 9-8 from the cutoff. Walter has yet to play a hand, but he hasn't really received any hands that he could possibly play yet. And sometimes you just have to be patient at a final table, especially when they're hour-long blind levels, big payout jumps, and stacks that are shorter than you. So a steal from Stan. I mean, when you have ace-jack in early position, you don't mind having a steal there. But Carroll seems the most relaxed. I guess he has the least to lose as well because he came in as a short stack. So, you know, anything from here is just gravy. If he can ladder up a few spots or even double up twice, you know, he's right in the mix of everybody. Just with a single double. Another double, he's approaching chip lead situation, depending on who he doubles through. And he's rocking along to something there. Pip with the 10. Something is going to happen here with Pip. Pip Kvitstik from the country of Estonia, a lovely poker community over there. There were probably around 100 Estonians here this past week. And it looks like to 525, indeed it is. Let's see if anybody else wakes up with a hand to play against him. Nothing doing quite yet. Everybody with the rags. Federico has at least an ace in his hand, but that other card's not too pretty to go along with it. Does go into the muck. And these ace-5 suited hands, they're very interesting. A lot of like the people setting solvers say this is a good 3-bet situation. I'm not sure it's a good 3-bet situation on a final table. I play more intuitively than solver. So we will have some solver type of guys in here, I hope, later on today. And we can ask him about these kinds of spots. But being that nobody's also busted yet from the final table, you don't want to really be spewing chips unnecessarily just to be picking up. The chips that you have are probably more valuable to you than the chips you can gain, if that makes any sense. There's a big difference, let's say, from going up to 9.6 million. Let's say he 3-bets to, let's say 1.4, so, down to about 7 million, where now he can just be content at 8.5 if he folds. He can also opt to do something else and just call and play post flop. But let's see what Jeremy Soreau from France opts to do here. Does lay it down, and Carol. We saw Carol 3-bet jam early on with a similar stack size with ace-10 from the big blind, and wound up getting a save with the chop against ace-queen. He would be flipping in this situation if he tries to do the same. I don't see Pape ever really folding his 10s, even though it is quite a bit of his stack. It's only a 10 big blind shove, maybe 11 or 12. I believe it's about 11 with the big blind already in there. But we shall never know because Carol is opting to call here. You could see the equity is rather even pip with a small advantage in the hand with the 10s. That could all change here on the flop though. A queen out of the window, ace, 4, queen, and even though Pip still has the best hand, this is going to not the board that he exactly wanted to see with 2 premium cards above his 10 coming out on the board. And Pip deciding what he wants to do, or once again, maybe it's a timing tell. We don't know what goes through the players' minds. And it does opt to check back, the safest move. We did already discuss that hand that Pip displayed tremendous pot control yesterday on day 3 with those aces against queens. So I won't be surprised if he tries to minimize the pot now. He may think that he's good, but doesn't want to jack up the pot and put himself in an awkward spot. But now we'll find out. Carol with the small bet. Does Pape believe Carol's story? Carol could have a lot of aces and queens, but I think if Carol had any ace in his hand that he's calling with, he's shoving with. And I think Pape is smart enough to see that through. But now Pape can get rid of his hand because there's 3 overcards if Carol bet, but Carol decides to check back now that he has showdown value. And let's see if Pape now tries to turn his hand into a bluff, or whether he thinks he has enough showdown value. If he does bet, it puts Carol in a bad spot because Carol has 8 big blinds and may have to fold even though he has the best hand. But it's very difficult to pull the trigger in this situation. But Pape is pulling the trigger. Look at that move. Look at that. Pape turning his hand into a bluff at the right place, right time, getting Carol to fold despite improving to a better hand on the river. Tremendous display by the Estonian Pape Kvitstik. And here's an update of the chick counts. We have Giuseppe Rosa, who came in the day with about the same stack, still with the chip lead. Carol also came in with the lowest stack. It went up a little bit, but now after folding there is down to just 8 big blinds. You can see the movements in the chips, nothing big other than Noam winning a nice hand a little while ago. But when the blinds are 100,000, 250,000, winning 2.5 million equates to just 10 big blinds. And Pape folding the ace-2 suited after collecting that last pot. That's the first time we've seen a player with the worst hand taking it down with some post-flop aggression. It is so hard initially before players bust to really kind of make those kind of moves. So it's nice to see Pape with a lot of heart. And Noam with the queen-jack suited. This is such a pretty hand, but it is an early position, and he may find himself into some difficulty if he's played back at. But queen-jack suited, and it turns out one of his queens and one of his jacks are in Josef's hands. And Walter with the king-10 suited with the better hearts. So I don't see Walter necessarily doing anything here. Maybe he will, but that's 2 less hearts if other players get involved. Walter does indeed lay down his hand. And we have Giuseppe, the chip leader from Italy, with the jack deuce going into the muck. And Federico Petrozelli with the 8-6. It looks like people are respecting also Noam's early position raise, but I think in general, nobody's really had a hand to play back at or to get involved with. Jeremy laying down his hand, and there's 2 more hearts, so I think all the hearts are almost out. I mean, we had at least 6 of them with 2 players having 2 hearts in their hands. I was not necessarily looking for that in the other players' hands. And Stan Van Dijk here with the giant rail with the King 8 offsuit. Is he going to opt to defend here? Really, all options are on the table for Stan. We did learn he does study quite a lot about poker, opts to wait for another spot. And Noam is not complaining. You could see even the smile on his face there for just taking down the blinds. Up to 11 million, so he's growing his stack already. He was in the middle of the pack with 37 big blinds with about 7.5 million to start the day, but is now in second place, only behind Giuseppe Rosa with about 16 million in chips. And we could see Joseph Cohen with the, I would say that's a very fashionable mask. You know, it's not like one of those normal ones where it's really fashionable, but for a disposable mask, it's quite fashionable. What's funny is, and I've done this, I've been guilty of this too, sometimes players will wear masks when they're optional because it hides some of their facial tics, and now people are more accepting of you wearing masks. So I'm not saying that's the case with Josef, but you never know. You never know. Because if people can't see certain parts of your face, they can't get reads you might think that you're giving away. It's similar to how you see players wearing sunglasses. In this case, the sunglasses might not be reads-oriented, but might be because there's some lights on at the TV table to, you know, not have the light shining in your eyes. But Walter able to play his first hand with the ace-queen off. He's been quiet all day. We're not too far deep. We're still in the first blind level of the day, but still it's the first hand he has played today. More than standard to raise here with the ace-queen. And Jeremy Soreau in the cutoff with the king-10. Carol's stack is getting shorter and shorter, but there's not much you can do here, Carol. This is not your spot. You have no fold equity. And Carol recognizes that and tosses it away. But Stan here, waking up with the ace-king. We could see some fireworks. I think I'm going to have to turn up the table just a little bit. Is Stan just going to ship it in? It's a little bit too much to be just shipping in, especially with Pip next to him, having him covered. But maybe that's the case. I do not think we're going to see him flatting, but that's also possible. The one thing that should be impossible is him folding here. And then we'll see how Walter reacts as well. All in, then you have nothing to think about. Stan jamming the lot in for 5.7 million. Pip is going to have to fold his jack 3, and now it's a question whether Walter thinks that his ace-queen has any equity. It's very difficult considering he had a tight image, didn't play any hands yet. Is he going to make the call? There's still some stack shorter than him if he does fold. It's fortunate for him his stack wasn't a bit shorter where he would have jammed and then been in a bit of trouble against the ace-king. Of course, we don't know what's coming on the board. And does get away. Nice discipline by Walter. And a small celebration by the rail. They were definitely louder yesterday, the rail. But I think they just started with the waitress service, so maybe that will pick up pretty soon. And I've got the lovely Patricia next to me. I'm not sure if Patricia wants to pop on to say hi. Do you want to pop on to say hi, Patricia? Okay, so we have Patricia Rimfire joining us just to say hi. Patricia has been our presenter. She was also singing at the party. Also a friend of mine. Welcome to the commentating booth, Patricia.
I'm super excited to be here, hearing your fabulous commentating of the table.
Oh, you're
It's
too
like,
much, Patricia.
It's like some type of event and experience. Really good.
And you've been enjoying yourself in Malta, Patricia?
Yeah, definitely an amazing experience here on this beautiful sunny island, and I hope to be back soon. The week went through pretty quickly, and now we're at the final table.
Yeah, and you were doing some introductions at the final table, so maybe those that tuned in from the start got to hear that as well. And for those of you that are actually in Malta, maybe you actually got to hear Patricia's lovely voice singing at the players' party for a few songs. The band itself was great too, even when you went off. But it was amazing to hear you sing. It was the first time I got to hear you.
Yeah, thank you for coming. Thank you because you're working hard, and to pop up around to the party was great experience as well.
Well, we have to get back to the action for a second, Patricia, and then we'll continue to catch up.
Yes,
You can keep the headphones on though.
Okay.
So we have Federico opening here with the ace 4 suited, and so far nobody's showing up with anything. So maybe we could have kept talking actually, but it was just a bit.
At a poker, you never know.
Yeah, it was the first semi-loose open, even though it's not that loose. It's suited. It is from the middle position, but his stack depth is not as deep as some of the other players. But Mr. Petruzzelli knows what he is doing. Has been on a few final tables, at least one a few weeks ago that I remember. And Stan Van Dijk here from the Netherlands has him dominated, but can he get it in with ace-9? You're very often behind with the ace-9 here. We know that Federico has the ace-4 suited, but let's see what he decides to do. Or if he has any reads on Mr. Petruzzelli here. He is taking his time, and in the meantime we could see the lovely Nino in the background there, the tournament director.
Yeah.
Always dressed immaculately. Very nice guy
Always
too.
on spot, yeah.
He's been helpful all week long. It's always nice when you're reporting or commentating or whatever you're doing that the tournament director understands that you have a job to do too, and we try to stay out of their way, and they also give us a hand at times as well. And what's Noam going to do? I won't be surprised if Noam peels here. He has 2 suited cards. It's a queen 6 suited. It looks like he's reaching for those chips and will be just checking things out on the flop at first. It's one of those hands you can defend even with ICM considerations, but his are lesser than some of the other players, being that 300,000 isn't a large portion of his stack. And a 6 on the flop, he does flop the better of it, but not sure if this is the flop that he was looking for. When you flop bottom pair and there are 2 cards above it, and Federico is raising from early position / middle position, you don't really know where you stand with this kind of hand. Well, let's see how Noam opts to play it. In the meantime, Stan is talking with his rail a little bit in the background. And Noam opting for the donk bet here of 450,000, and that may get the job done. Maybe he wants to see where he stands, maybe hoping he could take the pot down now, maybe thinking he's good. There's all sorts of things that go into donk betting. I have not incorporated too much of that into my play, and it's always interesting to see how that works out. I know a lot of the top players are donk betting more and more often. For those of you that don't know what I'm referring to, for a donk bet, that's when you're basically calling from the blinds and you're the first one to lead out despite the other player showing the pre-flop aggression. But another easy pot for Noam, well done, and we can get back talking to Patricia. I don't think she can stay with us too long, but I
It's
do...
not a problem.
Oh,
It's always great to hear live, in person.
And I hear you might be interviewing some of the players later, so as they head out of the tournament, they can check you out, I guess, on YouTube later on.
Yeah, that will be the thing. But let's see what the outcome is going to be. You never know at the poker table.
That's true. I mean, very often you bust out and you should always give the player, you don't ask them anything right away, but after a couple of minutes you can see if they're
willing to talk.
Yeah, because I mean, at the end of the day, they should be happy, first of all, that they made the final table, but you feel that level of disappointment no matter what spot you finish unless you win. Where if you made a deal, and then, lose out on that little bit of extra, for sure. But Giuseppe Rosa here with a premium hand, the ace-king suited, also with the chip lead and a good spot to pick up even more chips, opens with a min-raise. And the thing about being the chip leader is people don't necessarily always give you credit for having the best hands in poker, because very often you should be raising with a much wider range than most of the other players at the table, and the table might understand that. But so far, nobody's showing up with anything that they could potentially play back at. I don't think we're going to see Carol getting cute with this king 8 off, and he does not. And Stan with the ace 6. I don't think he is going to want to do anything just because of his stack size and the fact that there's other smaller stacks behind. Does toss it away, and we have Pip. Mr. Kvitstick here with the 10-7 offsuit, and that gets tossed away too. Gnome, who just called the king 6 suited, but that was from the big blind. It's a little trickier to do it from the small blind, especially when it's like a 100K, 250K level. It's not 125, 250. And Yusuf is going to really have only one choice here, I believe, but maybe I stand corrected. Very often players get very sticky in the big blind just because of the pot odds, and as your stack gets shorter, you actually have, you can pick up quite a bit of percentage-wise chips when you're calling post-flop and taking it down on the flop, but does play it the conservative route, as I would as well. And nice easy pop there for Giuseppe Rosa, the chip leader. And back to Patricia again. It's like in between hands, Patricia. We can chat a bit about Malta. So, what have you done away from the casino during Malta? Did you enjoy any of Malta, or have you been just working nonstop here in the casino?
I was always around, as I should be, but I popped in the morning to get some nice long beach walk to free my mind, going to the gym a little bit. But it's a tournament, so we have to stay present and focused on work, but it's always a couple of minutes in a day when you can use something to do something for yourself otherwise than work.
I do a lot of mind exercises for myself, but I should do more like body stuff. I do a little bit of walking, but I didn't do any swimming this week, and I feel very guilty about that, but I'll do some swimming maybe even tonight when it's over, because the hotel pool, they told me today, anytime you want, there's just no lifeguard there. I'm like, well, that sounds good.
That sounds good, yeah.
Private pool at midnight.
Private pool at midnight.
A romantic evening in the pool by myself.
That's always a thing.
So we have Carol jamming from middle position with the queen 8 offsuit. He needed to find the spot. Let's see if this is the one. So far, so good, but Noam here with the ace 5. If it was suited, maybe he'd have a big decision to make. It is still too much of a stack to get cute with. Does fold, and I think this will get through for Carol. Indeed, it does. He's back to what he started the day with at 2.5 million. Well, Voltaire hasn't folded yet. I apologize, but it works out all the same. So we're 16 hands in. We had some shallow stacks to start the day, but all players are still in the seat, and Carol with the short stack is having the best time at the table, but Stan getting a nice laugh in with him. It's a very friendly group. You will see some celebrations at times, especially by Carol, especially by Giuseppe Rosa, who we saw celebrating. And Stan will celebrate only because he has that massive rail behind him, but it's going to be more that the rail is loud rather than Stan, but he's enjoying the vibe that his rail is giving him. During the introductions, he was giving them all a little bit of like props with the hand waving in the air. I'm waving my hand, but there's no camera on me, so I'm not sure why I'm doing that, Patricia. That's a little bit awkward, maybe?
No, it's not an awkward thing. It's good. Sending good vibes towards everybody.
And Federico, I'd like to see him get some cards. I did enjoy watching him play, but you can't play these cards, and he does not. But Jeremy is going to get into the action with the ace-queen. most likely something like a min raise or something close. It seems like there's a lot of online type of players at the final table just based off their opening size. You see a lot of live players opening for 2.5x's and more the online crew opening more for like min raise types. Now, of course, because a lot of online players are playing live, you see a lot of the live players adapting to that. So it's not a pure read, but it does give a generalization that probably a lot of these guys have played a lot of online poker as well. And stand with the fours. Let's see, it's not the best of pocket pairs. We wouldn't be calling necessarily to set mine. If he did call, it would be to outplay post flop. Does opt the safer route. And Pep here is going to toss his hand away. Also appears to be a very intelligent player. And Noam Garama, I've seen him around as well. Pretty much everybody but Yosef I've seen around. And Yosef also looks familiar to me, but I can't place from which event that would be. And Yosef with an even bigger decision because really he needs to get something going, but he wants Carol to at least bust before him, and he also wants maybe Walter to bust before him before he gets, or to have a better spot to get your chips into double. But I won't be surprised here if he jams from the button with only 2 players behind. Jeremy, though, has been completely in line. He should understand that Jeremy is going to be calling a lot. He did get away with shoves like this, though, yesterday at the final 2 and final 3 tables, where he did have a stack depth like this. He would 3-bet shove, and I believe it was Federico Petrozelli folding a couple times. I don't remember who else also folded. But I imagine Yosef had some hands during that period of time, and those were good laydowns by these players. And Yosef proving that point by folding the 6s there, being a disciplined player. But I think we'll see appeal here by Giuseppe. He is the chip leader. It isn't the best suited gapper in the world, but it's very easy to get away with post flop, get away from post flop. And he is reaching for chips to call. Indeed, he does. A heart out of the window. Is there another heart to go along with it? No, there is not. This is not the flop that either player really wants to see. But if Jeremy continues, he should be able to take it down right here, right now. It's kind of like that 8-9 Jeremy doesn't like, and along with that king. But the 8-9s are kind of like hands that are typically would be in Giuseppe's range, and not so much in Jeremy's range. But Jeremy also has obviously a lot of ace-kings and king-queens pocket pairs, but is exhibiting some pot control, but also giving Giuseppe a free card. And now Mr. Rosa does have an open-ender. It's in the wrong direction, but does have a few more outs now. He may even think that his 6 and his 4 are live, being that it went check-check. Maybe even putting Jeremy on the exact hand he has. Also a hand like Jacks, though, which if you bet, you're probably going to get called at least on the turn, and then you're going to have to be prepared to do something on the river if you think he has a hand like that. But Giuseppe checking once again. Jeremy may actually get a call this time if he bets. Probably depends on the size. The problem is also how many 10 jacks are in Jeremy's range. Not so many, so Giuseppe shouldn't be too afraid about that he would be drawing dead to a made straight on the board. There are no flush draws out there, so Jeremy's bet could look strong, but after you went check-check on the flop, maybe not. And Giuseppe also has the stack where he could check raise here as well, and then he would force Jeremy to lay down that ace-queen if that happens. So Jeremy may check it back. Indeed, he does. 7 of spades pairs the board on the river. Let's see if Giuseppe tries to make a stab now. Maybe recognizing some weakness in Jeremy's hand here with the checking on the flop and the checking back on the turn. You have that advantage as a chip leader to be a little bit more aggressive if you so choose. But I think even if he wasn't the chip leader, you can bet in a lot of these spots, depending on your reads of the player, what your approach is to the day. There are a lot of things that go into these kind of decisions. Sometimes there's alcohol involved in this decision making, but we do not see anybody drinking at this final table, and rightfully so. I mean, they've already locked up 10K, but there's 200,000 on the line for the winner. And Giuseppe opting to wait for a better spot. Jeremy, with showdown value, has really no reason to do anything but check him behind for a third time. Indeed, that's what he does, and he'll be happy to see that he took down the pot. He wasn't going to get any more money in at any point anyway. And then bloating the pot puts you into a weird spot anyway. So far, even though we haven't had any bust outs, we've had one all-in and a call earlier that led to a chop pot with ace-queen versus ace-10 with Carol holding the ace-10. It's been quite entertaining because it's been some good poker displayed, some quality plays. Only one that was really kind of a bit on the aggressive side, but also a very good play. And now we got to look at some of the t-shirts here. So we saw the kind of like middle finger one by Noam and his fellow Israeli compadre Yosef is wearing the Yos Boss shirt. But what do you're very good with fashion. I even told Patricia, I need to upgrade my my fashion, even if it's jeans and t-shirts kind of fashion. I think you can help me out a little bit. But who do you think wins like the fashion award at the table right now?
At the table, depends on what we aiming for. So, let's see.
Let's just say
But
like the best dressed award. How about that?
The best dressed. I need to see the other side as well again, so I
Okay.
can compare. Let me see.
And Carol just continuing to rock it out. You can see he has that Bluetooth headset, or something in there.
Yeah,
It's
some
like
kind
hooked
of
up to his
party going on.
sunglasses. Yeah. Party in the head sometimes helps you relax. I do that sometimes as well. He's still very social, even with the party in his head.
Yeah.
But I'd say out of these four, we have Carol in C2 with a bit of fashion.
Yeah, he looks.
Over here with the sunglasses, rocking it out.
Yeah, he.
Or is that not your style?
No, he's okay.
Maybe he
He's
heard
okay.
us in the past, because this is 30 minutes ago and just got up. He said, "You guys are talking about me. I need to find out what they're talking
He
about."
needs to find out.
But we have Jeremy raising first, so we'll get back to the action. But in the meantime, you can check out the fashion looks of everybody. And we have Jeremy raising it up to 600,000. Noam with the fold. Yosef also folding. Walter really having a rough go at it. He's only had one hand he could play, and he rightfully folded ace-queen to ace-king, but is slowly but surely watching his stack dwindle away. That's never a fun feeling at a final table. Not that he could be playing it differently. Federico, though, with the king 10 suited, also with one of these middling stacks with 18 big blinds, probably plus the big blind he put in, so it's between 18 and 20 big blinds. Deciding what to do there. If you look at the little avatar, Federico, I would say that's very stylish.
Yeah, the avatar certainly is. Well, Joseph is rocking as well with his message on the shirt.
Yes.
Did you saw the back of his shirt?
I only
What does
saw
he
the
say?
I always
only saw the front.
I saw the Yospa. So is it Yosef or Noam with the middle finger?
Oh
one?
no! Yeah, no.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I saw the back of his shirt, but I forget what it said. But I remember I had a quick laugh. So Federico can't be too upset that he decided to peel from the big blinds here. I mean, the queen's pairing the flop along with the 10 that connects into his hand for two pair. Opts to check. Is Jeremy going to opt for pot control? Is he going to opt to try to take it back down now and put Federico into a position where he has to make a decision? It looks like Jeremy, though, is reaching for some chips there. Actually, I think it's Nino that wins the Best Fashion Award in the background there, the tournament director.
Yeah, Nino Branciforte. He's always stylish.
And Marcello, the dealer, looked very stylish
Mar-
today as well.
Yes.
Well, if I make a televised final table in the near future, I'll be giving you a call. What should I wear, Patricia? I'm on a final table. I want to look somewhat stylish and not just be wearing my normal t-shirt and hoodie.
Well, but the thing is, in the end of the day, you need to feel comfortable, so you can play good.
So I should stick with what I'm comfortable with.
Yes. You know, it's the energy. It's not always the closing, you know?
That is true. But when you have your friends and family watching, they're used to seeing me this way anyway, though. I don't need to impress them.
That's true.
So we have Federico facing a bet of 500,000, opting to call it. And already 2.6 million in the pot. The 9 of diamonds on the turn does change a little bit. It does give Jeremy a flush draw on top of that. So we may see him just wait it out to complete the flush draw. If it was early in the tournament, I think we would see a different level of aggression from Jeremy. But at the final table, especially after Federico called this flop bet, the 9 also completes, let's say, that if Federico had a king-jack, that would have given Federico a straight. So you don't want to bet here and then never realize your equity with the flush draw. But maybe Jeremy sees this a bit differently. And some of those diamonds are dead, as we could see up top. The king of diamonds is dead and the jack of diamonds are dead, but he still has quite a lot of outs. It's 9 outs. Even though Federico hit a piece of the board, Jeremy still has 30% equity in the hand and would have had even more effectively because the graphics of 30% take into account that king and jack being live cards. Jeremy with a rather big bet, so he's putting the pressure now on Federico, and Federico does not want to be the first player out at the final table. But what can actually Jeremy have? He can have a lot of drawers. He could have had the king-jack, for example, but is he opening with that under the gun? I'm not sure. But then again, he opened with ace-8 suited under the gun, so that's certainly possible. He could have ace-queen. He could have ace-10. All hands beating, but I'm not sure he's betting so large on ace-10. Maybe he is because it is such a wet board with 2 flush draws. What is Federico going to do? Federico in the blue shirt, blue hoodie. He wasn't the one shuffling the chips in table 9. He's the one looking rather stoic there, thinking things through. And who can blame him? I'm not sure if it's life-changing money for the players at the table, but whether it is or not, it's still 200 bags, 200,000 up top. You want to take your time to make the right call. And hell of a play there by Jeremy, getting Federico to fold there. And Jeremy didn't want to see, if Jeremy was jammed upon, it would have put him into a tough spot. But Federico, recognizing Federico is going to want to let those other short stacks go out before him. Maybe something else, was able to take that down with a rather large bet on the turn on a very wet board. Very well done, Jeremy. Up to 43 big blinds, neck and neck with Noam and Giuseppe still with the chip lead. That's Giuseppe Rosa. Behind that trio are Pep, Kvitstik, and Stan Bentek with around 7 million apiece, and the other players are all the short stacks at the table. And the blinds have just gone up, folks, so we are an hour in already. Time does fly. Blinds are up to 150,000, 300,000. And the pace of play is a little bit slower than what we've seen in other days, but it is a final table. So a 3-minute average per hand is more than acceptable. I kind of did that math quite well. I can divide, let's say, 60 by 20 somehow, Patricia.
Yeah, you're very good at it, as I can see.
And so far, nobody with anything, but it's Joseph now, because he's down now to 10 big blinds. Everybody's a stack that was, especially the shorties, got effectively shorter. And we even saw Volter, probably because, once again, you want other players to go out before you, folding those ducks in late position on a 10 big blind stack. The ladders are real. The payouts graphics hopefully will come up again shortly, but I'm just going to give you a quick idea between just laddering up one spot. Like ninth place gets you 10,580 euros, and if you just wait it out a little bit longer, it's another 7,500 euros for eighth place. That's getting 18,040 euros. Then it's another 11,000 to 29,240. So you get the general idea, and it goes up and up and up until third place gets 100K. Second place, 140K. The winner eventually 200,340 euros. That sounds like a party to me.
Yes, definitely is.
I think that would be 4 or 5 times my biggest cash. And that was online, not live even. Live, I'm usually playing a lot of cash games. I have played my share of tournaments as well. But typically, I'm not playing the main events because of time commitments. So they really had to grind, these guys. There were 5 opening fights, so some of them did fire multiple bullets, so you can even start with that. And then day 2, going till about 2, 3 in the morning. Yesterday, day 3 went to around midnight. And now we're here at the final table. Starting at 2 p.m. for them. We're on a 30-minute delay. That's why we could see the whole cards. And you really need some level of endurance to be able to stay focused when it counts the most, like now at the final table. But the players do look well rested. I could say maybe not the rail, but the players do. The rail doesn't have to be. The rail's only job is to have some fun, cheer on who they're railing, or just watch in general. It's like watching a sporting event. That's what I tell people is, come on down. You have the vibe of a sporting event if you're sitting with the rail, even if you have no horse in the game. So Noam raising it up. He can raise a little bit wider than before, certainly because of his stack size with the King 10 offsuit. Jeremy from the small blind, also with a similar stack. I don't see him going anywhere. It's a question of a call or a raise. He may fold too. You may want to, it's not necessarily, it's a very conservative play, but it's not necessarily that bad of a play at this point. But I just don't see that happening. There is no, I think it's better to fold than 3-bet even here from the small blind against an early position open with 7. But the most likely decision is that he will call from the small blind. Indeed, he does. And let's see what Carol woke up with here. Carol. I don't want to see Carol leaving anytime soon. He's Mr. Emotion, Mr. Rocking It Out. He was smiling a good part of the day yesterday. Celebrates a bit excessively when he wins. He doesn't mean anything by it. He's just having a good time. Very friendly at other times as well. But we do not know what Carol has, but whatever he has, he's taking his time here. So if he calls, we can try to guess what Carol has. If he jams, we're going to see it pretty fast, but we could still try to guess. He could be calling actually here, even though his stack is small. There's already so much in the pot that it's not, with a lot of your hands, it's actually not the worst call. But does opt to fold, and who can blame him? It's a coin flip situation. And Jeremy ahead, but when you have those 7s, you're out of position, and there's 2 cards, over cards, it's going to be tough for him to really do much of anything. And Noam here can rep a lot of queens. He can rep that he has a flush draw. He does have that king. He does have that gut shot straight draw. We could see that he only has 5 outs, but even though the percentage reads 28%, he should be very often continuing here with a bet, especially against Jeremy, who also has a similar stack. And here we go, reaching for the chips. And it looks like about half the pot, maybe even a little bit more. Let's see. 725, so a little bit less than half the pot. But it's a good sizing in this case, and I don't think Jeremy is going to really be able to stick around. He's out of position in the hand. When it's 1 over card, it's a lot different than 2 over cards. The 9 doesn't make a ton of difference, but there's also no hearts in Jeremy's hand. And does fold. And here's a look at the movements. I like this graphic. Let's keep this graphic going, guys, if you're listening, like every little bit, because it gives us an idea of how the players are performing solely at the final table. So you see Noam has been the happiest at the final table with almost 5 million more in chips, and you can see that it's catapulted him into second place, just above Jeremy Soro. Giuseppe Rosa, though, who came in with the chip lead, still maintains about the same stack. It's less big blinds with the blinds going up. And Carol has the most work to do, sitting on just a 6 big blind stack. We'll need a double up soon to have some hope. And Pape with the suited connectors. This is a fun hand to play in late position, but maybe not so much from under the gun. And a 9 max table you have to keep in mind at this point, too. But if he does open, it's going to look super strong, and he can disguise his hand quite a bit. And it does look like he will be opening. Nothing wrong with that at all. It's just the safe play to not open, but probably the solvers say that this isn't open at least some of the time, if not most of the time. And I have a feeling Pape has studied these charts based on the fact that he qualified online, based on the fact how we've seen him play the last few days. And so far, people are respecting him. I nobody really set a premium hand, but Pape will be happy to see this fold around. But Federico Petrozelli waking up with the fish hooks. There's no way that this is getting around any further, even against an under-the-gun open. I mean, Federico is probably liking but not liking this hand all at the same time. And we may have a special guest here. So, Patricia, I may be... but you can come back anytime, Patricia.
Yeah, I'll be here around.
Because...
Lovely to talk to you.
We're going to have a special guest after this hand, and I'm not going to give away any spoilers. But we have Federico Petrozelli right away, getting those fish hooks in with the pocket jacks from the cutoff, and Jeremy waking up with the 4s. But we've seen how Jeremy plays. Those are going to go into the muck. And Federico actually found some fold equity here, potentially, with his 12 big blind stack. Because nobody else with anything so far. Pep was the one that opened with that 9-8 suited and now got his hand maybe caught in the cookie jar. I think this is going to be too much of his stack to call. So I may be able to introduce our guest very shortly. But let's see what happens. And Pep does fall. Well done, Federico Petrozelli. It's such a wonderful spot when you're still 9 players left and everybody folds with the jacks because you don't want to be that first player out. But let me introduce to you our next guest. We have XFlix, Poker Stars Ambassador, Team Poker Stars. I may be butchering your title, but it's a pleasure to have you here, Felix. I'm so glad that you came by.
Hi, Jason. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me on. Yeah,
and
you didn't butcher my name at all. That's fine.
That's
yeah.
good.
Just call me Flix. That's fine.
Okay, very good. And I finally have somebody that can maybe talk a little bit more about the solver ideas and the ICM more than I do. You've played on so many online final tables and live poker as well, but it's been quite a talented group here, and I think you will enjoy the action.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to see who's here and what's going to be happening. So really looking forward to do some commentary with you here.
And I'm not sure you recognize any of the players, but I'll pull up the list on my computer. Right now I had the payouts because I wanted to share that information. But here are some names. Maybe check. You know Stan. Maybe not.
Stan van Dijk. I know the online names, so if you happen to know any of the online nicknames, I'll definitely recognize them.
If I do, I'm not going to expose it because it's not fair to those players.
Okay. Okay,
but
fair
in
enough.
this case, I don't know their online names, but I may get that information later from a commentating point of view.
Right.
I do know that Pip Kvitstik in seat number 4 did qualify in through Alibet. I know you're with Poker Stars, but there's so many different partners here. For 55 euros. I've been trying to find out who qualified in through Poker Stars that might be at the final table. So hopefully we get that information with us as well.
Right.
But Poker Stars was one of the partners here at the Battle of Malta, and also had a wonderful bounty side event taking place a few days ago.
Super wonderful. I lasted exactly 5 minutes.
5 minutes, so one hand or two?
I had kings, 2 10s, and 3s, and that was it.
Ah, okay.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, it was fun. It was a freeze out, and I love KO tournaments, so that was great. But yeah, I played the main, fired 2 bullets, also busted horribly, but really excited to see what the guys that are erring on the side of the good run are doing here at the final table.
And just to recap that last hand, nobody had anything, so I didn't put my hand up to interrupt Felix. All we had was or X-Flix or however.
Yeah, just say Flix or Felix.
Or
call
Flix.
Me Felix.
Flix.
Flix is
okay,
fine.
we'll go with Flix.
My friends call me Flix because that's the quickest way to say Felix, basically.
Yeah, so we'll go with Flix. But Pip just had the 7s in the big blind. You're not going to be too upset about a walk there when, once again, you want the few players to go out. We've already done a full blind level. We've had 2 all-ins, I believe. One was a chop pot where Carol, who is so animated in C2, had the ace-10 against the ace-queen, and then an ace came on the flop, and then the 8 paired up on the turn, and there was a king also out there.
Right.
So happy days for Carol celebrated that one.
I see. So what's the average stack size right now?
That's a very good question.
Because I see, this is the way they started with? The list
this is the way they started with, but this was at, what you see there is at 100, 200, so
right.
Now they're at 150, 300.
Okay. That's a lot of chips.
But maybe we can ask the graphics guys to toss that up for us as well so we can get a look at that. I don't want to start fiddling around with the computer and doing mental calculations right now, but the graphics do typically help us out with that. But Flix, since you came into the booth, now nobody's showing up with any hands. Is that common, with you? When do you sit at the table, nobody ever has hands?
It's just the universe, We're just easing into it. But yeah, I'm definitely excited to see what's going to happen. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see who's the big stack, actually. Who's the chip leader?
It is still Giuseppe Rosa. He had 3 big hands at the end of yesterday to get there, but I told this story already, but I'll tell it when we have a little bit of a break about one hand that he had between, because I want to get your take on this hand too, between him and Pip Kvitstik, where it was queens for Giuseppe, aces for Pip, and they didn't get the stacks in, and a queen came on the flop and everything.
Wow.
Yeah, so Pip shouldn't necessarily be here. I wouldn't be here, but Pip is, so...
That was already happening at the final table or before
No, that was yesterday during hand for hand.
Hand for
It
hand.
was a 27 hand for 27 hands during hand for hand. That was amazing.
That basically explains it. I mean, if it's hand for hand, there could be some ICM implications.
Yeah, because there were short stacks on the other table.
That actually make them play them.
Here we go. Here are our big blinds. As we requested, the crew here is fantastic. We don't have an average, but we can get a general idea that it's around 23, 24 big blind average, maybe a little bit more than that even.
Right. So as we see, Jeremy, Peeps, Stan, Federico, Yusef, and Falter are going to be the mid stacks. Carol has the 5 big blind stacks, so he's the one that needs to do something and has the least ICM pressure, so to say.
So it's interesting. You consider a 10 big blind stack at this stage of the game to be like a middle stack. I always get nervous with that.
That's perfectly fine at that stage. I mean, you're looking for pay jumps now. I mean, the pay jump is going to be huge, right?
Yeah,
it's serious money right now on the line. So 10 big blinds is a whole lot if somebody else has 5 big blinds. And that's going to be... Wow. Okay.
We did not turn down our mics for that, but be prepared for something in about 30 minutes. I have no idea what it is.
Yeah.
Because there's different rails out there now.
Right.
I haven't been able to... I'm going to take a look at which rails are there now, but there's Israeli rail. There's a few guys rooting on Carol. Of course, Stan had a massive rail yesterday. The Dutchies were out in full force. Right. It was amazing to see. I didn't see such a big rail for Jeremy, but maybe his friends from France came out. And, of course, the Italians. There's so many Italians here. It could have been anybody.
So just to make sure, where are we streaming to? Are we streaming on Twitch or YouTube?
We're not streaming on Twitch this time around, but we're streaming on Facebook.
Right.
I posted it on my profile, so you could just pull me up and see where that is, or on YouTube as
So
well.
I'll put a link on my Insta story, just making sure that
Yeah,
I
why not?
get
Why
my
not?
people in here as well. Shoutouts to everybody who's watching, by the way.
And it's a pleasure to meet you. I mean, I at least knew of you, obviously. I've probably even covered some of your online events. Of course, I've seen you around at live events, but I've never been able to just. You're always busy with people, and
Yeah,
I'm a very social guy, but yet I like to give, especially the ambassadors, their space, because I know everybody's coming up to you all
Yeah.
the time because of the fact of who you are and that you're such a visible presence with your Twitch streams and everything. So
I enjoy it a lot, though. I mean, it's always a great time that I'm having meeting people at the events that watch my stream or that from my community, and watching people from the poker circuit as well. It's always interesting, and yeah, love
But
this.
let's hop right into the Sam, because I wasn't expecting Yusuf to call based on how we've seen things go so far. I mean, it's more than, I think, okay, but once again, we pointed out the 5 big blind stacks, so maybe it's not. But Jeremy's open a little bit on the wider side, but he has one of those stacks he can do it with. You
Yes.
can correct me if I'm wrong at any point here.
Yeah, for sure.
And Yusuf with the defend. Jeremy had a similar spot where he continued, so I'm not sure if he's going to continue here, being that the big blind's range is a bit tricky in this spot. We know
Yeah.
he has Jack 3 suited, but
I mean, with Jeremy having such a huge stack, he's definitely in the position to be opening as wide as possible. And Queen 6 suited looks like a beautiful hand to me if you're able to put the pressure on. Josef, on the other hand, is in a very tough spot, defending with a marginal hand like this. I'm not even sure I would in his situation, even though he just has to pay, like, mostly one big blind. Still, the implication is that he has to make some very serious post-flop decisions.
yeah,
If he flops a jack
if he
or-
just donk jammed here, it's probably getting through actually, and he's doubling his stack. Maybe not, but it's possible. But Jeremy opting to check behind, probably not wanting to get himself in trouble if he's
Yeah.
jammed upon, thinking
No.
he has some good value right now.
That's interesting. I mean, since Jeremy picked up showdown value, I would always assume that as a chip leader, he would be c-betting a lot of flops.
Oh,
So
he's not
if
the
he
chip
checks-
leader though.
He's one of the big stacks. though,
Yeah,
right?
he's one of the big stacks
Yeah,
for sure.
I mean, if you compare just the situation against a shorter stack, he's able to apply the ICM pressure himself now. And now this is an interesting turn card. Yusef picks up a flush draw.
I think now that Yusuf though is checked twice, also Jeremy is now going to recognize that his hand is good.
He might go for a value bet now.
Now, do you go for a small bet, or do you just get Yusuf in, being that the pot to stack ratio is almost even on Yusuf right now?
I mean, the question is really, what are you trying to accomplish? Are you trying to get a worse hand to call, or are you trying to get a worse hand to jam? I don't think either is that likely, so I would probably just go with a small bet and just hope to take it down right there. Maybe get a call from ace-high.
It could also be a spot where you just don't want your opponent to realize their equity as well. So
Yes.
if you jam and Yusuf has to fold, now Yusuf
Exactly.
can call this bet if he wants. Obviously, he'll be very short.
400k is a sort of small bet. I think it's like third pot.
If Yusuf didn't have the flush draw, it would get through, but now it might not.
I mean, in Yusuf's shoes, I would have probably preferred to take a stab on the turn, because it's very obvious that Jeremy has showdown value since he didn't see bet the flop. And it's probably going to be some marginal showdown value, because most of 10x are going to see bet the flop, even most of the strong 8x maybe. So it's very likely that Jeremy probably has like a 6 or ace-high type hand. And by
Is he
calling, he
raising
doesn't
or is
really...
he calling? It looks like it is a call. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought I saw a few more of those orange chips in his hand.
I mean, calling is tricky because he's going to be in a tough spot in case he rivers a jack or a 3 or even a diamond.
And it is a
Wow.
diamond.
Okay.
I mean, he's probably not going to get extra value, so it was a pure pot odds kind of call.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure he was getting actually the right pot odds.
Well, against a particular hand that Jeremy had, he probably did get the right price, but we didn't know
Yes.
that. So, I mean,
That's true, because his jack was live as well.
yes. But we don't really know if he's going to get action here, and I think that's the whole problem of the hand.
And thank you to the lovely Win TV crew, to Hamar for delivering me a tasty, warm coffee beverage. I've worked with this crew so many times, and they're always very professional, very easy to deal with. And if you're looking for one of the best TV crews, not just in Europe but in the world. Look up the Win TV crew, the HD Poker Stream crew. They have
Yusuf
it
is
going
going
on.
all in, by the way. Now up front, he's donking all in, and Jeremy is thinking probably about a call. But I think, I mean, if you consider the situation, there's no chance Yusuf may be bluffing, should be bluffing, because he check called, he checked the flop, he check called turn. So it's super unlikely for him to have like a sort of draw that missed, unless it's something like Queen Jack or Jack 9. But I just don't think these hands would usually check call the turn.
And well done by Yosef. I like the shove, though, because if Jeremy had, let's say, hands like he usually has when he's opening, like ace-X's, he just rivered,
Right.
you know.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough call
yeah,
for
it's
them.
top two. Not top two, but in two pair anyway.
Two pair.
So back to the chip counts once again. Carroll just chilling out with his 5 big blinds, and he's probably a little bit disappointed that Yosef didn't join him in that kind of territory. Yosef, they're seeing his hand through, playing small ball.
Jason, do you have the link for me so I can plug it in? Maybe you can put it in yourself, so I can just share it on my Instagram story.
If I could figure out how to get to Facebook from your phone without breaking things.
Yeah, that's fine. Let me see.
So now you could probably just search my name, and it's on the profile, and grab the link from there.
Right. Yeah, we'll do.
And for those of you just tuning in, I am Jason Glatzer. I've been at the Battle of Malta all week long. Unlike other Battle of Maltas where I've been commentating all week long, I got to do my other fun job of reporting alongside my compadre, Juhani. There's an amazing Italian team here, too, between Jack and Cesar. And I believe Poker City is here today in the house doing some Dutch reporting with Stan Van Dijk at the final table. And I'm joined by the legendary Team Poker Stars online.
Team PokerStars Pro is
Team
fine.
PokerStars Pro.
Yeah.
I get so confused with all the titles.
Yeah, I mean,
but
we used to be Team Pro Online. We sort of still are, but we're the ambassadors of PokerStars that are streaming on Twitch.
That's
There's
the
a
easiest
live
way to do it.
There's a section of live pro players in the PokerStars team, but most of the bigger team, I think, we're now on the online guys streaming on Twitch.
And then you guys have guys like Sam Grafton who are like
Exactly.
online guys, but they're like also
They're
live
also
guys.
live
So
pros. Exactly.
what do you call them? They're like
Team
hybrid.
Pro. They're just Team Pro.
Just Team Pro.
Yeah.
But he's still Sam Squid wherever he goes, whether
Yeah,
it's
that's true.
whether it's live or online. I love Sam. So Carol, now probably feeling a little less comfortable, does have 6 bigs. I believe we missed a hand because he went from 5 to 6
Oh,
while
yeah.
we were fiddling around trying to get Flicks here to share, to give some love to his Instagram.
Yeah, just giving some shout outs here and getting people to watch.
And 6 is here for Stan, our hero. Once again, he had such a massive rail yesterday. I knew about half of his rail from, either his personal friends or just from other events. It's always nice to see on like a penultimate day that people show up to cheer you on. The final
Yes,
table
absolutely.
is also nice, but this is people that actually, showing a lot of heart
Yeah.
for their hero.
That's what I love to see for poker. So much more like people building rails, cheering people on, because that's what we need for the sport. And this is amazing. If you got a good crew of people, that's what I think the poker spirit is about.
Now, Gnome here is certainly going to open his king-queen on the button. He's opened wider than this in the past, and he has 12 million. There's no reason in the world, probably on most stack depths, if all stack depths, he's going to be opening. But this open jam is not as big as you think, because you'll see Yosef has the 4.2 million.
Yeah.
The Volter has the 2.5 million. And Volter is probably going to have to fold just because of ICM, even though he has the best
Exactly.
hand.
And that's the reason why he can why he's allowed to jam as wide as he's doing, because he can pressure the smaller stacks, and he gets to fold out better hands.
So well done there by Noam. I've seen him around in the past. The other player that I've seen recently is actually Federico Petruzzelli, who was on a final table here in Malta recently as well. I haven't seen that many of the other players other than this week. Giuseppe Rosa looked very familiar to me. Joseph Cohen, I believe I've seen around somewhere, but I couldn't picture what events. But that's the beauty of doing live reporting and then doing commentating. You get to learn about the players as you're actually reporting.
Yeah, yeah.
Because usually I'm doing one or the other, so this was like a combo draw.
Sounds good. Yeah, I like that. Because I have no clue about most live players or their earnings or their history or what they've accomplished. I'm really curious to see, and I love that's what I love about poker. Like even if I don't know players at the table, if and somebody tells me, well, this is this and that guy, I'll still treat them as the person that I'm meeting at the table, and that's what I love about poker. You know, so everybody just has their two cards. Everybody has their view of the other players at the table as they present themselves. And what you see from their game. And if you know more about them, it just changes how you perceive and how you probably you know, try to strategize against them, which I don't think is an advantage. So
I like how you said two cards. So you basically just now answered one of my other questions.
Yeah.
Hold'em is poker to you, right? So there's no, like, I know you know there's other forms of poker, but me growing up as I'm an American that's lived in Lithuania for, you know, like 13 years now.
Okay.
You know, and whenever I travel, I just love whenever because there's no mixed games where I live. The tournaments are good. I like playing Hold'em tournaments, but when it comes to cash games, I just don't want to play Hold'em. I want to play. I'll play Omaha because it's better than playing Hold'em. You know, for me, you know, because it's different. But I love just playing, you know, these dealer choice, super dealer choice, kind of games. And I was wondering if you branch out at all beyond Hold'em.
not really. I mean, I've tried here and there. I just don't enjoy the other games as much. PLO is a lot of variance. A lot of people enjoy the variance. A lot of people enjoy that. You know, you can basically have a lot of options there. But for me, it's just not enjoyable. I love Hold'em.
But back to the action real quick. We have a jam here, fairly standard. It folded around to Walter with the ace. On the ace, he should be jamming there with his stack. He's not going to necessarily want to call, but you have to find spots to you know, pick up chips, even though you're waiting for Carroll to either double up or lose a seat.
Especially in a small blind versus big blind situation when it's folded to you.
So the stacks are relatively close to the same. I think we've gone a full orbit now since it's been up. But we have Carroll. It says 5 big blinds, but it's around probably closer to 6. You know, these are obviously rounded numbers in terms of the chip count. So I think until it hits that exact 1.8 million, so he probably has 1.75 million, you know, but they're not going to put that up on the screen, and then it equates that to 5 blinds because it rounds down instead of rounding up. So he effectively has 6 big blinds, though. And Jeremy with the mystery hand. We have a few mystery hands going on here, but the graphics will catch up with us. I always like a mystery hand or two when I'm commentating.
Yeah, because it allows you to go a little bit deeper into the hand, huh?
Yeah, but it looks like that was a misdeal for some reason, which is why. And Patricia is coming back, but I don't think we don't have a headset though for you, Patricia. But you can sit here and watch us two have a little bit of fun with you in the background.
Well, we can share the headset. I can give you from time to time if you like it.
And I hope you can at least stay to the break, Felix.
For sure,
we played one level, so it's going to be through the end of the 150-300, and then we could see what your day looks like after
Absolutely. I have no big plans for today. I want to play some poker tonight, but yeah, it's got time, so I'm fine. I'll stick with you guys here.
So Carroll, it's early position, but he needs to do something fast. The blinds are approaching him. Is this a jam? It indeed is for 6 big blinds for 1.8 million. And Stan would have him dominated, but he can't really call off a third of his stack from early position.
I actually wonder if Queen 10 offsuit is a jam here. I would assume that he needs to be a little bit tighter than he would usually be. UTG plus 1, 5 big blinds, Queen 10 off probably is a chip-wise is a jam, but with ICM still affecting a short stack to a little extent. I would assume he might actually be better off folding and just jamming the high card blocker type hands with an ace so he doesn't get called that often.
That makes a lot of sense, but probably the percentages are probably so thin, you know, between one decision or the other. It's probably really close to 50-50 whether I should do this or that.
Yep.
It's probably more like 55%. It makes sense to do that, you know, based on what you see. But Pip may be doing something here, and then Carol actually has 2 live cards, so we may be seeing something happen here.
He makes the call with pocket nines.
What do you think of the call rather than the isolation shove?
Yep, I think it's a good play because there's a lot of players behind him that can still pressure him, probably jam over the top with a better hand, so it allows him to still get away from the hand if needed. Because there is ICM for him as well.
But what does Federico have? Nothing. Okay, this is where it gets exciting, folks. We're going to have the table on a little bit louder in case there's some celebrations. I don't know if Pape has a rail. I know Carol has a few people back there. Either way, it's a coin flip situation. Even with the equity on the screen, it's a coin flip situation. So I guess nobody had any queens or tens in their hand, or the burn card wasn't the queen or 10, because we would see that up top, and it wouldn't be a 50-50 situation then. Carol getting up, saying good luck. He stood up before when he had an all-in call. We have our lovely dealer. It's hard to make out who that is from the back of her head, but the dealers have been doing a fantastic job all day long, and all week long for that matter. And so far, Pip is still ahead with his nines on the 5-4-8 flop. Carol needs some help. There are some runner-runner draws out there for him as well, but not too many, and help is on its way. Carol saying, calm down, calm down.
Yep, it's not
Let's
over
see.
until
There's
the river.
still a river to come, but he's only fading 1 out, even though it says it should be 2, but the 9 of clubs was buried by somebody in the 10 of diamonds. He knew 2 pair was coming the entire time, Flicks.
Yeah.
Double up for Carol. We have some celebration on the rail.
Nice
Celebration by Carol.
That was the noises that we heard earlier, right?
Yes, it must have been. But it sounds like we are having a little bit of a technical thing right now, so you didn't get to hear the celebration, but it was quite loud earlier.
We heard it all over the place.
So the moral of the story is don't listen to Felix's strategy, because you could just get it in and double up. It's we'll be results oriented.
Yeah,
right now.
Of course. I mean, if he would have lost, I would have said it would have been a good fold, but it was a good jam. He won.
Yeah,
so
we're
who am I
very
to say?
results oriented.
Always, always. If you win, it was a good jam.
But I don't think it was necessarily a bad jam, but probably folding is the better move.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I mean, with ICM, it's always super tricky. ICM is super complex, super individual, and super specific. You have to run numbers on this, and the results can blow your mind away sometimes, even though you thought it would have been otherwise.
Are you running numbers often yourself when you're not playing? Like, are you looking at different spots?
I should be. I should be, but...
but do you find the time? Because you have a lot going on. You're playing quite a lot. You're streaming. You have some obligations as being a face of the brand of PokerStars that... require, people don't recognize really what it takes to be ambassador. They just think you put a patch on and you're done. No, you have things you need to do and that people don't see.
I do the stuff, I enjoy doing that stuff, so I combine it with my stream, and when I run numbers, I run them on my stream, so I share that with my people.
That's how you combine things.
Exactly.
I like it. I think I just outed myself by not watching you enough. It's
probably.
I'll have to tune in now.
I'm not doing it as often as I should, but yeah. You definitely have to, because your mind is going to be blown away by the results sometimes, and it's very, very complicated often.
So it's going to be study with Felix time when I get back from Malta, when I don't have a return flight booked home yet, though, because I'm just going to stay until I think it's time that I need to go home. I mean, I've been here for pretty much like a month other than a week home, and my family came with me for a week of that too, so...
I must admit, I enjoy Malta. I love it here. I'd love to stay for a little while longer.
When you see everybody playing so much, you just, when I go home, yes, I do like the casino in Vilnius, but it's not the same as, let's say, the Italian players, and the fact that there's mixed games running.
Yeah.
I also want to get my hands a little bit dirty with those chips.
Mm-hmm.
And not just be clicking online. I do enjoy clicking online too, but it's nothing the same as having, the chips and the social interaction.
Oh, here we go. We got aces for Yusuf.
The pocket rockets. Fold them. Fold them.
I always love how people pick up these RFID cards, because they're really heavy, right? They're really thick and heavy. So if you pick them up, it's like you have to bend them.
Yeah.
It looks so awkward.
And the rail is a bit higher on the table
yeah.
too, so it's very comfortable when you're not lifting your hands. But otherwise, for me, I have smaller hands too, so in general, it's like I have to be very careful about how I'm looking at my cards.
Right.
And then you have the bigger rail. I played a lot of cash game streams online,
Mhm.
where I've been in the chair and also on this end, and in that case, it becomes difficult. You know, that's the one adjustment I have. Isn't
Right.
necessarily the weight of the cards, but the the awkwardness of how you have to position your hands to
Yeah.
look at the cards.
Yeah,
Now, some of these guys have such big hands that doesn't really affect them.
that's interesting. So let's
So-
see what's happening in the big blind. I'm pretty sure 5-4 suited is the perfect hand that you want to defend if you're up against aces, that is, or at least a small suited connector. That are the hands that are.
So far, everything fairly standard. I mean, if
Easier
Josef
to
had less
play.
chips, he probably should have shoved. But it's not that. Just because if he had like 8, 10 big blinds, if you're min raising, it looks like you have it. You only have aces. But here, it's a pretty standard open with the stack depth anyway. So his hand is still disguised. He has a lot of other hands besides aces. Unfortunately for Josef, though, he's not going to really get any more value out of this hand if he bets right now, which he very often should be doing because Jeremy did not hit a piece of that board. He does have some backdoors with the backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, but those are very thin draws that you're not necessarily just going to call a flop on against a player like Josef, who's just opening off a 4.2 million stack. So he had about 14 big blinds to start the hand. His range should be very strong.
Yeah, never underestimate the backdoors, though. It could happen.
It could happen.
I
If it
could-
goes check, check, we could see different
Yeah.
things happening on the turn.
Depending on the bet size. I mean, even if you just have bets really small, this might make Jeremy peel one.
But should he be betting small with the Jack 10 out there? You know, like,
That's a good question. He should probably also be checking a fair amount on a board like this.
and then reevaluating the situation. But he's always going to want to get it in. So maybe you want to not let other players realize their equity while still trying to figure out a way to build up the pot before then.
Yep.
He's probably happy to get it in at this moment, but he may not be happy depending on what the turn is.
He's really taking his time, right? Or are we missing something?
No, he's taking his time. He had some spots yesterday where he was taking his time. I think he's actually legit thinking. I don't think this is to try to push off some tells. He does jam right here, and it's good enough. You can't really fault him for that. He did get some extra value by, his raise size pre-flop, but I don't think unless the bet was really small was he going to
Okay,
get
so
really
let me ask
anything.
you this, guys. So what do you think if somebody takes their time so long and then after such a long time just goes all in? Would you think he's ever bluffing?
Not usually, but it depends on the player, to be fair. And it
Right.
depends on if they have alcohol in front of them. It depends, like if it's online and you're using the time bank, yeah.
Yes, of course, but
But in a live
in this
situation where you're
situation-
at a TV table, you may want to be thinking things out. He could very often be doing that with like a king-queen kind of
Right.
hand because it does look like I have a draw.
that's true, yeah. That's true.
And even with an ace-king there, he may be
Mm.
thinking, I just want to take this pot down. And if I get called, at least I know I have a little bit of equity somewhere along the way.
Makes sense.
But with you, it's a tell that he always has the goods.
I'm not sure. That's why I'm asking the question. I'm just trying to get better at live poker myself because I've been playing online most of the time. And I'm intrigued by getting some more reads on people and seeing how they react, what they do. And always trying to understand the reasoning for why they're doing what they're doing. So he's obviously just trying to protect his hand, right? With aces, he doesn't want another card to come out.
And who can blame him, to be fair? We know that
Yeah.
that was just 5-4 suited, but, if he has king-queen,
Yeah.
he can't just snap it off there with king-queen to that kind of jam,
Mm-hmm.
So he's basically taking all the equity away from his opponent.
My reasoning would probably be, but that's just me. If I had aces in that spot, I would take a longer time to consider betting small, betting bigger, going all in, so many options. But if I have a hand like king queen, I'm pretty sure. Well, I got a good draw. Let's just get it in. So
But then you
I'll
have
be a little
ICM
bit
to
quicker.
worry about in the smaller stacks that are still
Yeah,
in play.
exactly.
So
But this
it's
is just
very
my kind of
tricky.
logic. Every player at the table acts things differently. So that's the interesting part about poker.
So if this hand folds around, I want to ask you, we're not going to ask quite yet because I don't think that Jeremy is going anywhere with his nines, facing an open to 725. I know him. Now on the bigger, we haven't seen a raise size yet like that, but that's pretty standard raise size, even though players are keeping it to an
725.
online min click plus another 25,000 raise size.
Now this is going to be interesting because it's the clash of two deeper stacks. Now, with pocket nines here, it's tough. Do you want to get it in? Are you willing to get it in against?
You shouldn't be
UTG
willing
plus
to get
2?
it in at this point with nines, but you may want to 3-bet anyway. But I think the safest thing is to call with all the stacks behind. But what
he
do I
goes for
know?
the
What do
jam.
I know? I'm not on
yeah,
the
me
table.
neither.
I'm back here.
8.2 million is a very nice stack with all the short stacks in action. I think this might be very, very risky.
It is risky. He's folding out the hands he's flipping against, but he's only getting called by something better. You know, that's the issue here.
It's going to work. I'm pretty sure it's going to work.
It will work in this
Ace-Jack is
situation
going
because
to
Noam
fold.
has shown himself to be a very thinking player, and he's not going to want to commit IC. It would be ICM suicide for Noam to call here.
Yeah, for sure.
Even if he thinks that Jeremy's doing it with King Queen, even if he thinks he's doing it with Ace 10.
Even if I had Ace Queen in that spot in Noam's situation, I would be very, very unhappy.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a fold by Walter Marchi, who had one of the smaller stacks. He opened with he didn't get any cards. He opened with Ace Queen. He faced a jam from a player either in the small blind and the big blind, and yeah, he would have been up against Ace King. So it was a very disciplined laydown by Walter. Even though he has the shortest stack now, he still has some chips.
Yeah. I'm going with Norman Chad on this one. I don't know if you know his take on Ace Queen. It's just literally the worst hand possible to be in a spot where you open with Ace Queen, getting 3-bet. You always hate your life.
Yeah, I feel that way about Ace Jack more than Ace Queen.
Well, with Ace Jack, it's an easier fold. With Ace Jack, you're like, oh, I got Ace Jack. He can have Ace. They can have
That
Ace
is
Queen. They
true.
can have Ace King. Not the suited parts though.
But the ladies here for Pip. Pip from Estonia. Now,
Oh, it's
I
a
don't know
perfect-
if you know, but I live in Lithuania.
Yeah, you-
obviously
you said that.
American. I'm in Estonia all the time for every one of their festivals.
Okay.
We need to get you up there, actually. You'd love it. It's like such
Never
a
been to,
recreational feel
so
with
yeah,
some big money on the
definitely.
line at every festival. This is part of the family of casinos that's over there. So that's Olympic Casino there. And here is Casino Malta by Olympic Casino.
Oh, I see. Right. Yeah, I've never been to these places before.
It's good to travel around. That's the best part about being in the poker world is you get
Absolutely,
to see some
absolutely.
places.
Yeah, and it's starting off again. I mean, after the last 2 years or 2.5 years, it's been tough times. So now everybody's really looking forward to travel again and meet.
So we'll give a shout out to all my Estonian compadres, and hopefully we do get Felix out there at some point. I imagine you have such a busy schedule ahead, though, because PokerStars has launched so many live events. I mean, there's one coming up here in
Yep.
June, but you have just
I
next
might
week
be
is
there.
EPT Monte Carlo. Are you going to Monte Carlo?
I'm not going to EPT Monte Carlo. I'm going to be doing commentary back home. I'm
Ah,
not doing the EPT, but I'm doing the live stream. So everybody's welcome. If you speak German and you're interested in EPT commentary,
das sprechen Sie Deutsch.
sprechen Sie Deutsch, ja. Ein bisschen. Sehr gut. Then you have to tune in. Yeah, and after that, there's going to be a couple cool events revolving around the PokerStars Players Championship.
But back to the hand real quick. Apologies for interrupting
No
the tail
worries.
end of that, but we have queens here by Pip and Stan waking up with a big slick. He has a decision to make, but I don't think it's that big of a decision. But we could be seeing another big coin flip taking place. Stan could call, though, in which case that could avoid any fireworks from happening. But if he jams, I think Pip has to call. ICM or not.
Yeah, I mean,
You're never folding queens.
he's covering peeps, so he has, so to say, he can exert the ICM pressure on peep. And I think this will just be a jam.
You're saying it like peep peep, I'm a jeep, or beep beep. But no, the Estonian, it's like, I was trying to practice it this morning because it's so hard for me to say some of the Estonian names, but it's Pip.
Pip. Pip, okay. Here we go. That's it.
Jams the lot with the ace king, having Pip covered. Now, Pip snap calls it off. Let's see what happens here, folks. It's a coin flip situation. The small
Classic
stack should be
coin flip.
celebrating internally. They're going to be rooting for Stan just because they want to ladder up for another 7,500 euro.
So Stan has the hearts and the spades covered.
But I have a
which
problem
is-
because these are the two players I was rooting for, the Estonian and Stan with the rail. We don't want Stan going away. He has such a big rail. But 3 diamonds on the
That's
flop. So far,
diamonds.
Papes ahead. Nobody with diamonds in their hand. Maybe we get 2 more diamonds and they both get
that
to
would
stick
save
around.
them, yeah,
Or a 6 and an 8.
for the sweat.
Oh, ace of hearts, and you can hear Stan's rail erupting. There they are.
So just a queen will save.
Can
Pape.
Stan fade the queen? If not,
Nope.
Pape is out the door. The Dutch players are celebrating. Pape not so much, but Pape did qualify in for just 55 euros, so it was still
Really?
a
Wow.
nice run on,
nice.
on Alibet. He was the Alibet player mentioning earlier. So quite nice to turn 55 euros into a 5-figure payday and having a week in Malta. I know he would have liked to have made it further, but meanwhile, it is Stan Van Dijk here with the biggest rail in the event, doubling up his stack to one of the bigger ones. He's still not ahead of Giuseppe Rosa, but has a nice stack, and his reel couldn't be more thrilled. Stan is a fairly humble gentleman from what I've seen, but he's enjoying the energy quite a lot. And I'm not sure what Josef is saying, but he doesn't look happy for some reason. He should be happy. Maybe he's talking to somebody else on the rail, but over everybody else.
Don't
He
you
is
hate it
speaking in Hebrew.
when the ace? I mean, the ace on the river is probably the most classic thing that comes. But on the turn, it's like,
And we lost a little bit of the
Oh.
connection here. I don't know if you guys can hear us, but I'll tell. Once the connection comes back, I'll tell a similar story that happened on day 2. It looks like our connection's back, yes. But you hate that ace on the river. But imagine this. You know, my friend Kevin Malone, you maybe heard of him. He's an Irish guy that he's about my age. He's a bit on the older side, and you know, he's been battling all day. We're all kind of, you know, I room with Kevin when I travel quite a lot. You know, Kevin's a good friend of mine.
Okay.
And he jams in with 4s and gets called by aces deep on day 3. So this happened yesterday, and then a 4 comes on the flop, and you know what comes on the river.
well,
So
That's the
it
game.
was showers. I mean, it's not a bad beat story, but it's still like such the emotional
Yeah,
roller
yeah.
coaster.
the emotional roller coaster of you knew you got it in behind, but still you're sort of like sweating it when you hit, and you think like, I deserve that one, and then it just gets taken away from you.
My friend Diana is saying no. I have like the Estonian friends that are just all very sad. I had a nice chat with Diana at the players' party. In fact, I'm glad that
I
she
missed
is
that
tuning
one.
in.
When was that? The players' party.
It was, I believe, on Sunday.
Sunday.
And for those wondering, I did not go back to work after the party. I had
Okay.
the party was supposed to be kind of my little bit of time. I mean, we were all working really crazy hours, so I had some fun with. I mean, it was like different. It was such a big area outside that there was the Estonian people who are like my family
Yeah.
in one area, the Dutch people who are also like a different level of family in another area, the Irish group, which I all know as well. So I just kept bouncing around like a butterfly. Of course, Patricia was there singing. Had a
You
little
were
bit of a
singing.
talk with her.
Nice. You sing a lot? Like, okay. Interesting. Cool. Damn.
Yosef,
Sad I missed that one.
but let's get back again because we have Yosef. It's not even a min click. It's a little bit higher with the 8-7 suited. And we saw this earlier with the 9-8 suited by another player. I think the suited connectors are fine. You're repping a lot, and if somebody plays back at you, you just get rid of the hand. He still
Yep.
would have 15 big blinds. But the only issue that I have with this is that the blinds are going to go up fairly soon.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to be in the blinds as well fairly soon. I think it'll still be 150, 300 when that happens. But so far, so good. Nobody having anything to play back at. And the hands are disguised so well when you have like a few hands like this in your range that you can do. Maybe there's less ICM considerations now. I don't think there are with one of the players busting, considering that the short stacks are all still in. So all that's still in play.
You got to consider that if you open a hand like this, if somebody is aware of the ICM situation, which I believe most of them should be, then they can really pressure you. So you're not probably going to see a flop very often, or you shouldn't be seeing a flop with a hand like this very often. But he does. So I think this is also a situation to be aware of in live poker. A lot of people are aware of ICM, of an ICM situation or ICM implications, but they're not able to put it into practice. So they're not as aggressively pouncing on the medium or shorter stacks as they should.
It's also like I don't think it's the case on this table, but there's also cases of nerves of being on a really big
Yes,
final table with
exactly.
pay jumps, and also being on the TV table, knowing that a lot of people are watching. I don't judge. You know, it's like very easy when you're under this kind of pressure to make a mistake.
Exactly.
And I don't know. You know, as I said, I don't study solvers. I've looked at them. You know, I've listened to other people when they're studying
Yeah.
them, but I don't have the time. You know, I enjoy poker for what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I really appreciate people that are putting in that time and effort to improve their game. And I believe I'm an above average player that knows my stuff, but not like these fine percentages that,
I think
when
you
you
can
have
be-
Jack 9 suited, that you
Yeah.
do this and that, and this is what should be your bet size in this situation against these types of players.
It's always the same thing. Like the thing about solvers or the math behind it or the GTO stuff is, it's interesting to see what the sort of like, if you look at a compass, where the north is. So if you know where to walk, if you want to go north, that's fine. But you will have to go south. You will have to go west. You will have to go east. You will have to go a mix of these to exploit certain players. And the GTO. The GTO solutions or the solvers are just giving you the GTO way of playing, which is basically an equilibrium way of playing. So you're not really
It's like
making
Nash
money.
heads up.
Yeah,
You know, like
and
that I did
so
study.
if everybody would play like this, there would be no money to be made from poker. Nobody would profit but the casino or the people that are taking the rake. But you want to do things that basically pounce on other people's weaknesses or weak spots, and that's something you can find out without having solvers. But still, it's interesting to look at solvers and to see where that point of the point to go is or should be. So that okay, if I go west now, I'm changing directions, but I know it's for a specific reason, because I know that this guy is definitely not playing GTO, so I'm going to exploit that.
The way you're describing it, since I love to travel, I think this sounds like a travel adventure. You know, I'm going to go west, I'm going to go north,
Yep.
I'm going to go
Yep.
east, and maybe south where it's a little bit sunny.
Yeah.
And maybe at some point I'll find where I'm supposed to be.
Yeah, I mean this is the beauty about poker. I think that I've learned in my life. Like poker is applicable to so many things in life.
But we have an interesting hand
Transferable.
here again. I mean, it's at least it could develop into an interesting one because we have Stan opening in the bottom with the king queen off.
Queen.
Noam with a very strong hand from the small blind especially against a buttons range that has a lot of chips. So let's see if there is a 3-bet here. There's very often a spot that you would see a player 3-betting, but you don't have a lot of big blinds either. I mean, he still has 40, so I won't be that surprised whether it's a 3-bet or a call, but we already know that he's 3-betting. And it looks like maybe a large one. I don't know. I mean, that was a whole pile of oranges. And the orange chips, for you who don't know, those are the 100K chips. It is rather large. It's 2.1 million.
Yeah, and I think it's gonna work because
He's out of position, and it's a 7 big blind 3-bet, so it's not actually as large as I was letting on to be. It just seemed actually large. It's a fairly standard 3-bet size.
it actually
from the
doesn't
small
have to
blind.
be that big because Stan is in a tough position anyways, with his stack being covered by Noam stacks.
But if it's large, it's not large by much. It needs to be at least 1.7, I believe, and he bet 2.1.
Right.
I think you can go the whole gamut as long as you're just not blowing up your stack with the jam. You could have done it to 2.4, I think, as well.
Mm-hmm.
It depends. Now, Stan, we know from his rail, they gave us some clues about him that he is a studying player. He takes a lot of pride in the amount of time he puts into his game.
Mm-hmm.
He's not that known on the live circuit. He's already secured his his biggest live cash, no
Mm-hmm.
matter how things turn out for him. But he's been always calm, cool, and collected, seemingly getting it in. Not picking up a lot of small pots and then getting it in when he's ahead. Some of them are like 60-40 flips.
Yep.
But let's see. I don't think we're going to see him continue because Noam has yet to really be 3-betting at all, so we should recognize the strength. And he does fold. And they're even clapping for his good fold there.
Yep. I mean, it would have been sick if he went for the 4-bet because it would have worked, we know.
Yes.
But, I mean, you don't want to mess up in a situation like this with all the other people being able to bust before you and you making just insane amounts of money with those pay jumps.
It would have shown a lot of heart, but maybe I'm not sure that. Pretty sure the fold is the correct play.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a case of, do I think that I'm getting 3-bet light enough for me to get enough folds in that spot, or that him knowing that the ICM situation, there is so much pressure on me, or he being able to build such pressure on me,
Well, it looks like we're on our first break, so I'm not sure if you're going to be joining us after the break, but we shall see. So just in case, thank you for joining us. But if you don't join right away, I'm going to find out your schedule when we get off. I hope you
For
can
sure.
come back a little bit later. It sounds like you're pretty
I'll
free.
be here for quite a while. I mean, I can be back after the break.
Okay,
If
so
you
let's do
don't-
that.
If you
So
want to
we
have
won't-
me on,
No,
I'm
of course.
happy
So
to.
let's not say goodbye quite yet to Felix, but we'll be back in about 15 minutes. Please stay tuned. Once again, this is Jason Glatzer with the infamous X-Flix, or just Flix,
Flicks. Yep.
at the Battle of Malta main event with 200,000 on top. There are just 8 players left. There's been some exciting action. More to come. Stay tuned.
See you later, guys.
Nino, ma fare un filino di colorato? Perché se no non l'abbiamo. Marco, ci sei? Insieme, Marco. Le già seccate? Sì, sì, puoi lasciare 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 10, 4, 10, 4, Ah, oh, mi non 3 o 50. Oh, capito. Ci siamo? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 14 e mezzo, 14, 8, 15 e 1, 15 e 4, sì, poi glielo potrei direttamente alla vita. Vabbè, a caso, adesso, questo è il nuovo, potrebbe essere tratto, ma diciamo no, mezzanotte, no, dobbiamo arrivare in zona. Ce l'ho quasi, anzi, vado a concedete, quasi come io vado a fare, cioè, quasi voglio dire una cosa colorata.
And it looks like the action is getting back underway. Players are back from their break. Felix is going to be getting his headset on any second now, but it is Jason Glatzer, your main commentator for the Battle of Malta, here for the 500,000 guaranteed main event. The 500,000 guarantee was absolutely blown away with a $1.244 million euro prize pool, so 2.5 times the guarantee. Players are playing today for a 200K top prize. They've already locked up 18K. We did lose one player before the break, and that was Pape. And unfortunately for my Estonian friends, Pape Kvitstik is no longer with us. It was just basically a standard ace-king versus queen's hand where he had the queens and ace hit the turn, and it was showers for him. To the delight of the short stacks, but not delight to the Estonian poker community, which is a very tight-knit and amazing group of people. I hope some of them stuck around, but as you can see, the blinds have gone up to 200,000, 400,000, which makes everybody's stack effectively shorter. It's actually one of the bigger jumps, because if you look at the percentage jump, it is quite big. It's basically you've lost a third of your stack without, just by going to the toilet during break and talking to your rail. But welcome back, Felix. I'm talking way too much. I should reintroduce you. We have
Hello,
Flix in the
everybody.
chat.
Yes, it's me. I'm really curious about what's happening at this final table. We've seen a lot of cool hands already. A couple all-ins. We've lost a player. And there's a lot of big pay jumps ahead that will influence the play.
And Carol has been nursing between a 5 and 10 big blind stack the entire way and just loving life. That one player went out. Let's see. He's going to put he's the gentleman in seat 2, putting his sunglasses back on. He's having a good time no matter how this turns out. He's been enjoying, yesterday he was really enjoying himself. And you like to see players that come and, they're having fun. To me, that's what poker's about. Of course, when you're at WSOPs and EPTs, and it's very professional filled, it's a much different environment than here, but they are playing for a lot of money, and yet still a lot of the players are still having fun. And right into the action, we have Jeremy. It's standard open with an ace-jack. We talked about ace-queen. I really don't like ace-jacks. I always find myself in trouble.
Pocket nines again.
Yes, and it's Josef.
Now it's interesting to see if Yusuf has the stack to actually jam now, and he should, I'm pretty sure. Even though it's an early position raise, pocket nines is very likely.
He must have heard you 30 minutes behind because it gets in.
Yes.
And this should work because Walter has to fold, even though he's super short. He only has Jack 5, and Jeremy is not going to want to call off that much of a stack.
Yeah, I really don't like the spot, even though it is just, let's say just, it's like 13.5 big blinds, or yeah, around. So Jeremy could definitely consider calling.
But then he's putting himself down with those other short stacks as well.
Yes, exactly. And the future implication is probably not very good.
If there was no ICM and it was winner take all, then yes, I'd like to call, but it's certainly not the case here. It would be like almost not complete suicide, but it's pretty close, I feel.
Yep.
Especially since Josef can be and should be jamming with hands that are utterly dominating him, like ace-queen, ace-king. Even aces, he would be jamming here, kings and queens and jacks. You're racing against the hands like 10s, 9s, and 8s, and maybe even 7s. I don't think he's doing it with king-queen, but even against king-queen, you are flipping, more or less. So from that perspective, there's not really enough in Joseph's range that you should be calling. We just happen to know that Josef has 9s, which is near the bottom, I think, of his jam range at this point. And does lay down.
The fold.
I like the fold, though. I really do.
Yep. Ace-jack suited, different thing. I believe ace-jack suited might have been probably very, very close to the bottom of what you would call there.
I think I'm being called a nit now because I'm folding ace-jack suited there, too.
Yeah.
I'm probably folding ace-queen.
Ace-queen is tough, too.
Ace-king, I have a decision to make, but I always have trouble folding ace-king. And then I find myself, when I'm at an online final table or even live at the local casino, either it worked out very, very well or I'm hating my life for a little while.
Right.
So here's a look at the payouts. Once again, we were just talking about this. So Pip, unfortunately, went out in ninth for 10,508 euros. So the remaining 8 players have already locked up another 7,500 euros up to 18,000 no matter what happens. But there's a big difference between 18,000 and 200,000. So you have to be nervous a little bit if you're some of the players, especially if you've already locked in your largest cash.
Mm-hmm.
If you were on a final table like this, you've already locked up 18K, and you're playing for 200K. Do you think obviously, I think you're still going to be making the optimal decisions, but are you going to feel like this nervous adrenaline running through you, or you think you can go back and be chill like you're playing online?
Well, I guess it depends a lot of the experience that you have. The more experience you have with these situations, the better you will be managing your emotions. And I think it's okay to feel those emotions, as it's always in poker. But I mean, professional probably is a lot better at handling these situations than an amateur would be. So the decisions might be affected by that. I'm not sure. I mean, I haven't been in these situations too often in a live event. I've been at a couple of final tables, of course, but it's not like this is daily business. And I think even for a professional that is a seasoned online pro, to be at a live event, like your first live events, I still imagine emotions to kick in, especially when you're with other people and actually playing live.
But I just get the general feeling that these players have played like on, before, but it's just based on how they are playing. But Josef now, he had 9s before, and life is good. Now he has the fish hooks. Let's see what his sizing is, because he was varying his sizing on day 3. And this is the first time we see a raise. I mean, it's still not large, but it's large compared to what we've seen. Especially live, you see a lot of 2.5, 3Xs that you wouldn't normally see online. Online, this would be a bit on the larger side. You see anywhere from min raise to 2.3X usually from most players. And when you see a different sizing, you usually mark them up as a different kind of player, I would say.
Yep, that's true. I mean, it does give off the vibe that Yusef doesn't really like to get called, especially with him also jamming the aces in that one spot. It just gives off the feeling that he just likes to take down the pot right there, and he's not really willing to fight for. He's not trying to see a flop, but to play post flop a lot.
Which there's something to be said with that. There's obviously some players that are more comfortable post flop than others.
Yep.
And very often that will determine about how you're playing pre-flop along with your sizes, or some people might be just min-raising something that you feel is a jam at the 15 big blind stack level, or even 13 or 12. But Giuseppe's not going anywhere, it doesn't look like. It looks like he's making
he has
the
a decent
call.
hand in the big blind. He could also consider 3-betting. I think there's a lot of options. But again, against the 1 million open race, I wouldn't bother. I think gives off a strong vibe. So let's see a flop.
A king out of the window, which can't make Yusef too comfortable. The 2 6s also would be potentially, I mean, you can't be too scared about that, but the fact that you have the jack of clubs and there's 2 clubs, maybe you're less concerned about that, but you don't have the nut blocker. I don't know if that really comes into play at all, but the king does, and Giuseppe more than happy if Yusef checks back after checking himself. I'm curious to see what he does if Yusef bets, and it does look like Yusef is reaching out for chips. And he folds before even the bet comes out, so we shall never know.
It's a great flop for any hand to c-bet as the aggressor here. It's not much Giuseppe could do.
And well done. I mean, it's always nice to come back from break and you win the first 2 hands.
And winning pots like this, making a million pre-flop from the call, and the blinds and the antes, it's just important chips for him to pick up here.
Yeah, that's a very good point. With the blinds have gone up, it's already double from what they started the day at. So, and only 1 player lost. So these are just big pots, especially that 3-bet jam where he picked up a little bit more because it was 800 plus 800 plus 200. So it was 1.8 million he picked up there. And he picked up another million just now. So 2.8 million on the plus side since the break without having to even see a showdown. So onward and upward. Let's see if Yusuf can go 3 for 3. Then we can say live poker is rigged.
Yes.
Like people say with online poker. Of course, it's not.
If I were to tell what happened to me at these events that I played, nobody would ever consider to state that online poker would be rigged, because live poker is just rigged as well.
Yeah. I think the problem is that people play so many hands and they typically don't remember the hands that went their way, or that the 50-50s that they sometimes won, or even when your 80-20s hold, because they should only hold 4 to 5 times. So you don't remember the 4 times they hold, but you remember the time that they don't hold.
That's a confirmation bias that they have. It's just making them believe that what happens is always the case. It's going to be always the case.
But I'm not sure if we're live, folks, or not, but I guess we don't see what's happening right now, so apologies for that. We are a bit frozen. But all we see is Jeremy's 8-7 suited. If the tech crew is listening, perhaps they can give me an update about the situation. Otherwise, I can just chit-chat with Flix here about different things. So Flix, you mentioned, and of course I know this already, that you stream quite a lot. You do a combination of poker along with some strategy talk. So where can people check you out? Oh, wait a minute. We got the action back. So you're going to have to wait where you can check you out. But we have a jam here by Walter. He's been waiting for a spot, and it's just a 5 big blind shove. There's nothing else you can do besides jam any ace here. So he gets it in. And Federico kind of has this awkward stack to call with, but he may be thinking about it.
It is a tough spot for him to be calling with queen jack off, because it is a quite substantial part of the stack.
And he does make the call, folks. So he will be on fumes. This is Federico Petrozelli, who was on a final table a few weeks ago here in Malta, an event that I was covering. And let's see what happens, folks. I mean, Walter's not that far ahead, so there's no danger card out of the window, but there's a danger card right there. This could be it for Walter. There's a queen. Walter's going to need a lot of help,
Got a backdoor straight draw maybe, and an ace.
That 3 of diamonds does not help him at all. It's only an ace now, but all 3 of them are live. And we have lost another player. Federico Petrozelli getting there, and you can see how much Carol is celebrating, because he's had the short stack all day long and has witnessed now 2 players go out. He's got it up quite nicely, but Walter, not much you can do there. 8th place for about 18,000 euros. You at least laddered up a little bit, but now look at this pay jump. The final 7 are each guaranteed 29,000 euros. So a guy like Carol, I don't blame him for celebrating there. I mean, he came in the day where it was likely. Of course, you couldn't ladder up, but he got it in ace-10 versus ace-queen on the second hand of the day and had a chop pot. So he could have been that 9th place guy, but instead now he is going to get almost 30,000 euros and maybe a lot more, with 200,000 to the winner.
Yeah. We lose another player. 18,000. Is it displayed in pounds for a reason, or it's euros, right?
It is euros. I'm sure the players wouldn't mind collecting this in pounds because it's worth a little bit more. But it is euros, folks. And Walter Marchi from Italy, it's not pounds, so when you go to the desk and you demand your 18,000 pounds and they pay you in euros, no controversy, it is in euros. Well played, Walter. I mean, we saw your cards. We saw there was nothing there's nothing with his hands that could really be done differently without it being a mistake. Mm-hmm. So, it was just unfortunate that he actually got called there and then didn't hold in a 60-40 spot.
Right.
But that's poker, folks. That's how it goes sometimes. If we were all playing pure ICM or pure, you wouldn't want to play if it was just all robotic. That's all part of the fun.
I mean, I'm not sure if I would have called queen jack offsuit in that spot.
Not for that much of your stack, I don't think. But
it is a big part.
Petrozelli shows a lot of heart at a lot of times and mixes it up. And wasn't afraid to pull the trigger. And if we're being results-oriented, it was the correct call 100% of the time.
Yeah, absolutely. He won, so who are we to argue?
So it could be a battle of the Israelis here, because we have Noam opening up to 850 and Yusuf showing up with the ace-jack from the cutoff. neither player is super deep. I mean, Gnome has one of the bigger stacks, but it's only 30 bigs. But it is a 3-bet, and that will at least get Gnome out. But we don't know exactly. Is it a 3-bet or is it a call? No, it is a 3-bet to 2.1 million. And let's see if anybody else shows up with the hand, because otherwise, I believe Gnome will be folding. Gnome has been showing that he's not afraid to open, but he's not likely to play ace-4 out of position to a 3-bet. And in this case, he would be utterly dominated if he did. And it is folded back to him. He may decide to pause for prosperity, but no, he's not wasting anybody's time and just folds.
Good spot for him to pick up some more chips, and he's really chipping up right now. I mean, he's building a stack. I mean, what when we started, he was down to like 2.5 or 3 million or something. Now he's up to 11, even more, 12.
Life is good.
Yeah.
And he has quite the rail as well. So there's
also he's been taking those chips without any showdown.
Yes.
So that's pretty important.
So the payouts once again. First place, 200,000, 340 euro. That sounds like a nice party when you win.
Yeah.
It sounds like a house in some places as well. Maybe not here in Malta. 7th place, so all the players have locked up 29K. So everybody should feel good at this point, especially the short stacks that were able to ladder up at least 2 spots. Of course, the payout jumps keep on going. So you want to stay in as long as you can when you're a short stack and hopefully find the spot where you can not be the short stack anymore.
Yeah.
But it's a tricky balance. You don't want to be putting yourself at risk, but yet you want to be chipping up. But this hand is a little bit boring, so why don't we now talk about where people can check you out? Where can people watch
get
you?
Get them to my stream.
Yeah,
exactly.
not right now. No.
I'm not
Not
streaming.
right now.
I'm not streaming anyways.
But
I'm with you here.
if you want to look at some strategy,
Yeah.
or if you just want to see some small to mid stakes, maybe, and occasionally high stakes, because you do play in some of the stuff like the W Coupe as well. That's a bit higher than normal.
I do play some higher events here and there, but I mostly play small stakes tournaments. Recently, I do play some cash game as well. I used to be a professional cash game player, and 8 years ago I started streaming, and this is what I do now. So this is my daily business, streaming poker live on Twitch. So if you want to watch me, come tune in on Twitch TV. It's Xflix or Flix. You'll just find me right there, and I'm probably live like 4 to 5. Oh, something's happening again. 4 to 5 times per week, yeah, it's mostly in German, but I am able to also reply to you guys.
If you see Wacky Jackson in your chat and say, "You remember Battle of Malta? Can we chat like 10 minutes in English?"
Yes,
then maybe I can get you to switch it
That'll
up.
be fine. That'll be fine.
So nothing doing there. We did have a jam and a fold. I mean, it folded around to the small blind who jammed, and nobody really showed up with any hands. So I think we picked a good spot to talk about your Twitch streaming. I do want to talk a bit about it a little bit more, because I can imagine, and I may have to interrupt you if there's a hand, but I can imagine that it is very difficult to play poker and stream. I mean, when I play online, I'm playing maybe 6, 8 tables. I would probably have to cut down to 2 if I streamed. So how does it go on your end?
Yeah, it's the same. As you just said, it's sort of tricky because you get a lot of distractions going on. You have to manage the chat. You have to answer questions. There's a lot of stuff going on the technical side of things, which tables you show, what the program is. So yeah, I've actually reduced the number of tables drastically to mostly 2 to 3. Sometimes I add an extra table for a home game that we play together with the community on a regular basis. But apart from that, I'm usually just trying to focus on 1 or 2 tournaments at a time. And it takes a lot of, it takes a lot away from the volume that you can play. So it's not, you couldn't really play the volume of a professional poker player anymore. You could, but then you probably have to be very good at juggling the tables and the entertainment part, and answering questions and then interacting with chat. And for my part, I'm the type of person that just has realized it's more fun and interesting for me to interact with the community than to just focus solely on the poker. So yeah, that's where I'm at, trying to explain things to people, trying to get new people into poker, trying to explain the game to people, or to improve their strategy here and there, and yeah, do it with the community together, which is way more enjoyable for me than just the simple playing or streaming.
It's very interesting, and I definitely have a follow-up question or two, but I want to see this hand
Yep.
play out first because we have Jeremy opening up with the Jack 9 on the button, and Stan has a pretty nice hand to at least call, but he could also 3-bet here. I don't think he's really folding here to a button open anyway. If it was an open from another position, he could be thinking about their strength, but really, I mean, as we could see even here, Jeremy only has Jack 9 offsuit.
Yeah.
So even though hands like ace-8, even when they're suited, can put you in trouble, this isn't one of those spots where you feel it is that troublesome. And he does opt to play it safe with just a call.
Yeah, he doesn't have to escalate the pot. He's in the big blind, just trying to realize his equity, which is fine. But he'll also get bluffed off, like in spots like these where he doesn't flop much. A small c-bet from Jeremy will probably be enough to just get the better hand to fold, which is unfortunate.
But let's see if Jeremy has shown that he likes to c-bet in the limited amount of time we see him. Let's see if he will continue here, knowing that he will likely either have to give up or commit his stack on the turn to take down the pot if he's called. But we know that what Stan has, Jeremy does not. And if Stan calls, very often he has at least a piece of the board. It doesn't have to be the queen. I mean, he could also be doing it with some pocket pairs. He could also have connected with the 4 or the 2 or have a hand like 3-5 suited. But more or less, I'm not sure I like the sizing that much based on all the things I just said because he's not really gaining enough information. He's just hoping that his opponent folds. But if his opponent calls, obviously if his opponent raises, you get out of the way. But if his opponent just calls, where does that put you in the hand if you get like a jack or 9 on the turn? You know, it's I guess you slow down a bit because you know Stan is going to be checking a lot at that point anyway, and then you could check it back and then try to keep it for showdown value. But what are your thoughts about that spot?
I mean, actually, this is a pretty standard sizing, I would guess, on a queen 4 deuce board for the button to bet at. Just betting a quarter pot, getting ace highs, a deuce, or a 4 to call will actually, yeah, as you just said, will make him the best hand very often if he hits a jack or a 9, because his opponent is probably raising with a lot of queens on the flop against a small sizing like that. So he's pretty sure that the 9 might actually make him the best hand. And this allows him to either check the turn now and maybe bluff catch on the river or get some more value. I actually bet again, which I actually like. Because
that's interesting.
On a queen 4 deuce board, I mean, the calling range, what does it look like? It's mostly hands like 4x, deuce x, or ace 3, ace 5 that didn't 3-bet. Or like a 5-6 with a gut shot.
But
so
he could be utterly dominated because hands like Queen 9 would be in there as well.
That's true. But again, those hands would probably also sometimes raise against a small size because it's such a small size on the flop, right? It was probably like a quarter pot or something.
Maybe, but you don't then want to have to lay down your hand as well if you're bet back. But now Jeremy has absolutely nothing to worry about.
This is a great river, obviously.
It's happy days, but I don't think he's going to be able to get more value, but he's certainly going to try.
Well, maybe Stan is considering hero calling because he does beat a lot of bluffs that might have slowed down on the turn. On the other hand, by checking the turn, Jeremy actually indicated that he does have showdown value.
We may see Stan even lead out here because Jeremy checked the turn, but he does not. Because as we said, Jeremy should have been c-betting with pretty much anything he was opening with on the button on that kind of flop. So then it is possible that he could get better hands to fold out, but you still have enough showdown value with your ace-8. That I guess that's why he's not doing it. And once again, if we're being results-oriented, it was good for him he didn't do it because he wasn't going to take down the pot. Jeremy's not going anywhere. Even likely to a shove, he's not going anywhere. There's nothing really to be scared about anymore. I mean, you could be scared about, you know, that Stan was like maybe slow playing hands like 4s and 2s, but certainly now you should feel very, you know, that 95% of the time you have the best hand, if not more. But let's see. I'm curious what his sizing is going to be. It's 3.2 million on the pot. It looks like a little more than half the pot, maybe 2/3 of the pot coming in. No, even more. It was about 75% of the pot with a bet of 2.4 million. And Stan may be thinking about making a hero call. Because how does the 9 of spades help you on the river after you check back the turn?
Yeah, I mean, there's not many bluffs left, probably. I was just thinking he might be perceived to be bluffing, but I mean, most of the bluffs like King 10, Jack 10, King Jack, diamonds, all that kind of stuff, 5-6, all those hands are probably barreling the turn, as the 9 is a good card to put more pressure on a 4 and a deuce. So there's a lot of hands that just check the turn because they want to get to showdown. And I think that's the problem here, that Stan is very, very... it's going to be tough for Stan to find bluffs here that he beats. I mean, it needs to be some random king 3 in spades that somewhat didn't continue on the turn.
It could be hands even like Jack 10 though, you know. But yeah, you're not.
But then,
that's
yeah,
not very
that's
big
what
part of the range,
that's
you know,
what I
because
think. I mean, Jack 10 is probably betting the turn again.
or even a Jack King might be betting the turn again too. So it's a good point, but let's see, because he hasn't instantly mucked his hand, and Stan hasn't been wasting time. So I legit think that he is thinking this over. We've seen some nice hero calls throughout the 5 or 6 days that we've been here.
Yeah.
But this is in a big spot at the final table. I don't think this is Hollywooding at all. I genuinely think he's thinking about it.
Stan's head is probably, I want him to bluff, and at the same time, he probably knows that there isn't enough bluffs.
I think against another player at the table, there would be more bluffs too. It's not that Jeremy has been opening wide, even though we see him opening, you know, with Jack 9, but that is on the button. We haven't really seen him get out of line at all.
Mm.
Probably if it's a smaller bet, he would have called if he's thinking about it this long too. I mean, you can't do it too small, but, you know, let's say it was half the pot, or
Yep.
I think he would have called already at half the pot. You can fold, Stan. You have a big rail. We're going to go back in time for 30 minutes and tell you that your opponent has Jack 9.
Yeah.
I like where the comms booth is, because even during the break when I went to use the facilities, I was nowhere near the feature table, so it's nice not getting any spoilers other than, you know, we can hear the cheers of the rail, but we don't know what that means.
Yeah, but it's the energy that transfers over to us, which is good.
This is going on for a little bit of time. I mean, he really wants to call, but now he's changed. He's made the right decision. And I'm not sure if that was Jeremy rail or Stan's rail, but if they look back at the stream, that should have been Stan's rail for the nice fold. Here's a look at the chip count. So now the chip leader, Giuseppe Rosa, who's been the chip leader since the start of the day, he's lost a little bit of chips, but it's very interesting dynamic now with the chip leader only having 34 big blinds. So I wouldn't say stacks are super shallow, because you see behind him, the only one that's really shallow is Carol, and Carol is loving life. I mean, he's been on a 5 to 10 big blind stack all day, so maybe 6 points to him is like having 30.
Next pay jump. Do you know what that is?
Let's pull it up. I should open up a new tab for that. But I believe it's around 42,000, but let's get it confirmed.
Yeah, there we go.
It might be coming up on the screen soon too, but we can multi-tab here. It is 41,680. If we use rounding, it was indeed 42,000. How good am I, Felix?
Quite good, but I think it's 29 for the next, 41 for like right now.
It's 29. They've locked in 29. They've locked in 29,000 here. It's just not updated yet on the blog, because our blogger's doing a few things at the same time. He's processing video. He's processing images. But they have gone up to the 29,240 range. One more player, they're up to 42K.
That's nice.
Because I believe in rounding.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, we have to click for update. Let's see. It looks like, yeah, here we go. 8th place is in here. Is it back here too? Not yet, but sometimes with the payout tables, you update them, you know, a few at a time.
Yeah.
At least on day 2s and day 3s. If you're doing it every second, then you're never on the floor. So Carol, here we go, our hero.
Ace, 4 offsuit on the button.
This is more than standard, but
And he
this
runs
could be showers.
Ace jack. Here we go, yeah.
He's going to need some luck. Carol versus Gnome. Carol patting the table. He always stands up no matter what. Sometimes he stands up before he even gets a call. In this case, the call was so fast that he didn't have time to get out of his chair. He needs some help. Let's see if there'll be a 4 on the flop or something else. A 3 of hearts out of the window, 2 3s. So once again, he needs a jack for a chop pot. A 4 would be very helpful. No, the jack hit the jack.
There,
yeah,
so
yeah, yeah.
Or a deuce. There's a heart.
But
Never
the heart
without
doesn't
a
help.
sweat.
The
Never
heart does not
without
help.
sweat.
But Carol did
And he
ladder
fakes
up.
the heart.
No, but Gnome had the ace
Actually,
of heart.
I was looking incorrectly. Yeah, you're right.
So Carol,
That's well covered.
well played. You had the shortest stack all day. And you walk home with the 7th place prize of 29,240 euros. And you could see the payouts right there. You had Pip go out on a coin flip. Walter went out before you. So you laddered up for an extra almost 19,000 euros today just by keeping your short stack in play. That's what we talk about when we say ICM, that you want to make sure that you're getting those pay jumps. And it's happy days for the final 6. I mean, you came in, who knows, even the chip leader. You know, I've seen situations where a big chip leader is the first one out. Anybody could have been out for that 10,580. They've already quadrupled up almost to 41,680 euros locked up already. The next pay jump is another nice one, another 13,000, but now you can go home feeling pretty good about yourself.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, since I've come here, 3 people have busted, and that's quite a fast pace.
We may need to kick you out.
Yeah.
I don't know. Or
I
kick
might-
me out. Maybe it's a combination of the two of us. We haven't really experimented that yet.
Exactly. But everybody's going to be happy about more money now.
But our chip leader has been a little bit quiet. He hasn't been getting cards. So let's see if he gets a little feisty now. Ace 8. It is 6 max. So it's not like opening under the gun in a full ring. I think an open here is okay. I think an under the gun open would be a bold move, but from this position, I think it's fine. Especially since even though he's been chip leader, he hasn't really been playing a lot of hands. So it's very easy to fold if you're played back upon here because once again, you know, if you haven't been playing a lot of hands, you can give that guy credit that he's not making a move on you. Of course, then you have 2nd level, 3rd level, 4th level, but I think right now we're down to level 1 and level 2 in leveling. But let's see. Maybe I'm wrong, Stan. If it was suited, I think, but not offsuit, then it's... Oh!
Oh, we got a hand
The
right
Cowboys.
there. Pocket kings.
And Gnome with the chip lead now. After the last hand, we did have our first lead change at the expense.
I mean, I don't think much is going to happen here. This is just going to be a raise, and then kings are 3-betting, and ace 8 is most likely just going to fold.
Unless Gnome flats here. Which is possible, actually.
It is.
Based
it
on the
is.
stack sizes. You also want to wait to see that ace isn't coming on the flop, maybe, but I think he has to 3-bet here. In which case, so it depends on what the big blind has. And Yusuf next to him. Now that masks aren't really a thing at the moment, but I don't need to ask him, but otherwise I would ask him where he got that pink disposable mask from Yusuf over there.
yeah.
I kind of like it, actually. Because you get used to, you know, like I was
different
wearing the
colors
cloth
now.
ones, but then they said that you couldn't really wear them anymore, so we were all stuck with the disposable ones. So you like to mix up the colors.
Yeah. Maybe it's his final table color now.
Yeah, the final table color, but up to 3 million, so 7.5 big blind, 3-bet with the Cowboys. And quick fold by Giuseppe. Noam extending his chip lead. Maybe we're going to see, I mean, he had Cowboys here, but maybe we're going to see Noam applying some pressure now that he's the new chip leader. That's Noam Garama from Israel, but I've seen him in mainland Europe at other times. And he started the day in the middle of the pack with 7.5 million and is now the chip leader. I have a feeling it's not going to be the only chip leader change we're going to see with a lot of the stacks now bunched closely together.
Yeah.
Nobody is deep big blind wise until 1 or 2 more players bust out. If that happens quickly, then then we're going to see some more play that isn't just going to be pre-flop action. But we'll still see some post-flop play, obviously, but stacks are thinner. You could see Federico there with about 15 big blinds. Mr. Petruzzelli here with the Queen 6 suited. He's watched a lot of the small stacks hit the showers. Jeremy has built his stack up throughout the day. He's sitting on 11 million, and Stan has more chips than he started with the day, but still just 22 big blinds for him. Should be opening a lot here with that stack depth with Queen 10.
No, I think from the
off.
cutoff, he's most likely opening this. Here we go. Here comes the open race. And Noam has ace-jack offsuit again, and I'm pretty sure this will mean 3-bet action one more time.
The sizing might be different. Is the difference because he's on the button and not in the blinds. What do you think is a good sizing here from the button?
He doesn't have to make it big. I mean, Stan is opening to, what is it, 800,000. So, I mean, a raise to 2 million is more than enough, even less probably since he's in
We
position.
have a new question. What do you think of the flat in position?
Flat is probably fine. I mean, there's nothing wrong to be said about flatting, but I mean, I think he can definitely apply more pressure by 3-betting, especially at that stack depth. And I would be okay with 3-betting ace-jack offsuit and then getting 4-bet by a shorter stack that has half of the stack size that I have, because I believe that there's no like 3-betting going on. Now, he's in a tougher position because with the 3-bet, he would have maybe folded out a hand like ace-queen. And now he allows ace-queen to actually pick up the pot with a squeeze.
And he jams it.
Yep.
That gets Stan to snap fold, and Noam also two snap folds. Nothing to think about, but nice strong play by Giuseppe. I kind of like it in one way that I like either a call or a jam there based on the fact that everybody's so shallow. Because if you 3-bet, then you're called and you're out of position. It's like very awkward.
I think this is something that I really love about poker, is that a small detail can change the entire course of events. I mean, if ace-jack had 3-bet, we don't know if ace-queen would have gotten it in. Maybe ace-queen would have folded. Who knows? And it's always interesting.
I think you almost have to fold your ace-queen there in this spot anyway. Not necessarily like before the money or even after the money, but
Yep. Exactly.
The pay jumps are the pay jumps. It's let's go over them once again because they've locked up 41,680 euros. It's going to go up to 54,000, but then 72, 100, 140, and 200,000, 340 for the winner. Each spot, you're earning that much more money. Each spot is literally 25 buy-ins. It's
That's a lot of money. We got Jeremy with the ace-8 offsuit, raising in under the gun,
which is the low jack, though.
Is it the low jack?
Yeah, because
we're 500, right?
Six-handed.
Still quite loose for his stack depth, especially given that he's covered. And Norm could definitely apply another 3-bet here. I would love to see that.
He is the chip leader. He's the one player at the table that can afford to do this. And if he gets 4-bet back on, then fine. If he gets called, he gets to play king-queen in position.
He's got really good blockers. He's got position. He doesn't actually want to allow other people to see a flop. He's the chip leader. I think he can make a lot of chips without showdown at this point and doesn't need to take the showdown away. Making it 2 million would be perfect.
He did something like that.
Yes, here we go.
Or is it a jam? That's 2.1 million, 2.2, 2.2 million.
It's nice.
He was listening to you in the future,
Probably.
or you were listening to him in the past.
In the past, yeah.
Did you run to the table when I wasn't looking?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
I asked him about the hand. What were you thinking? Just 3-betting 2.2.
Did you have any king queens on the table, and what did you do? The standard question we ask everybody on breaks.
Yes.
No, but when we're on break, the
we sound
players are
smarter
playing.
on the microphone when we get back.
We can pretend we know what we're talking about
Yes,
then.
exactly.
Well, to be fair, you do know what you're talking about. I only have to pretend.
Well, I oftentimes also just pretend, but that's my job as a Twitch streamer.
So we're back up with the stack sizes. The blinds will probably be going up fairly soon, but for now it looks like about a 25 or so big blind average. I think it would be nice to have like the average somewhere in there, but maybe
yeah,
we
definitely.
could figure it out and calculate it at
That's
least
fine.
during the break.
If we get the stack sizes shown from time to time, that's enough.
And we have a couple of other 3 Estonians. I was mentioning how great the Estonian crew is, but we have Mattis, Kaidar, and Marco all in the house. I'm giving them a shout out. Lovely group, the Estonians. I'm sorry your man Pape did not make it past 9th, but thank you for coming for the rail. But that's just showing, like the Estonians are the family,
Yes.
they're my second family before even
cool.
the Lithuanian players, even though I play with them.
You know, this
It's hard to say. I mean, I love my Lithuanian players that play locally at the casino on Friday nights, but because of the bigger events are always in Estonia, and I go to every single one of them,
But isn't this what's great about poker, especially live poker? You get to meet and travel with the people that you enjoy hanging out with, play poker with them, meet new people, and then grow the community together and have like a small group or even a bigger group that people coming together at events. I love this. It's like
For
a big
sure.
family meeting then in the end.
That's why I love like the events that I typically work and typically play are the same. So people
Yeah.
say, are you playing? Are you working? Are you commentating? Are you reporting? Are you doing Facebook Lives? Are you helping out with the back end stuff? What are you doing?
Yeah.
Because, are you helping with the marketing? I could do like so many different things, but I just want to be around these kind of
Yes.
events for that very reason.
That's nice.
This is my favorite, being in the booth. And when I have a guest like you, it's even that much better.
Cool. Glad to hear. Yeah, I enjoy commentary as well. Actually did the Sunday Million commentary last night, so I'm probably in the flow.
In German or English?
In English. That was actually in English.
Okay.
Watched one of my community members actually taking second place for 50K, which was
Wow,
nice.
sick.
And we had a really big.
Is that why you
blast.
streamed it? Because one of the guys in the community was
No,
there?
I was actually on the booth. I was replacing another member of our team, Nick Walsh. He was actually sick, so shout outs to Nick. But
What's his screen name? I should know it.
It's OP Nick.
OP
actually.
Nick, that's right. This is when I've covered like the handful of like the Scoop and W Coop main events. You guys all enter, and then
Yeah.
I see the screen. Yours I have known for years, but some of the other guys in that lesser so.
Right. Yeah,
Like
he's not
GJ
that
Reggie.
recent. Yeah,
and,
TJ, exactly.
Yeah,
TJ,
I never actually
Pie-Face
met her, but I'm
Poker.
pretty sure I'd love her if I met her.
They're awesome. I love them all. They're just the best.
And there's the New Zealand guy as well.
Yes, that's Tom.
Tom,
Mhm, exactly. It's Margin Bob on PokerStars.
Yes. And of course, Sam I've met around, but I haven't seen him in ages. And Spraggy I knew before he was a big streamer, so it's like
I love
it's kind of
Spraggy.
funny. Yeah,
Spraggy
he's just a
has the
down-to-earth
best
guy.
humor, and he has the best humor of all of them, I think.
The only
Not to-
one that I don't know now at all, I mean, we've probably spoken once or twice online,
you
is
probably know
Fenton,
Finton, yeah, Finton.
which is
he's
really
awesome
odd.
as well. Yeah.
Just because I'm not coming to EPTs, it's like
Right.
I'll do one if it's like, it's not going to be fun for me, but work-wise, once in a while I'll do one just to mix things up, but it's not like my bread and butter.
Yeah.
Like I feel there are people that are better with those kind of events where this is my home, like this is like what I enjoy, like what I, it's like, it's nice when you can enjoy your work. You don't do what I do unless you
Yes.
actually enjoy it, and I'm sure you can relate to it on your end. You wouldn't be
sure.
streaming 5 days a week if you were hating it.
Yeah,
It would be
for sure.
impossible to
I
do.
mean, I actually had to restrain myself the last couple of years from streaming too much because it got too much. Yeah, and then that can become unhealthy as well. So, yeah, you definitely have to have a good balance, as with everything in life.
So it's funny when everybody always asks me if I'm going to Vegas, and the answer's been no for the last 7 years. I don't want to. That they look at me funny. I'm like, well, I lived outside Vegas for like almost a year before I got into the industry, so it's not like special for me to play.
Yeah.
I don't care about bracelets. I care about having fun while I'm playing poker. If I win a bracelet,
I
of
get
course, I
you.
would be celebrating my ass off. So I shouldn't say I don't care about them.
Yes.
But I will go in 2023. So please,
Yeah, I might
everybody,
as
stop
well.
asking me the question. I may not look this old, but I can play the seniors event in 2023.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice. Well, I feel you totally on that part because I'm not traveling to Vegas. I haven't been traveling the last 3 years, and I don't have the urge anymore. Like I traveled to Vegas, started playing poker 2000. I started traveling to Vegas 2009, and ever since then I've been to Vegas every single year, even more than once per year. And last 3 years I didn't feel that urge anymore. I've seen most of it, and I have a lot of more interesting events to travel to, new stuff and new places to see. And
Yeah, it
that's
makes
what-
sense.
What what gets me going at the moment.
I mean, if you're on a heater or if you're with your friends, you know, but I just see a lot of people that are very not happy, you know, when they're playing or when they're losing. And when I go to events like this, win or lose, you typically see most players
People have a good
in a
time.
good mood. They look at it as a poker holiday.
Exactly.
If they, you know, there's
Exactly.
obviously some guys that travel around
Yeah.
because this is how they can make money, but it's mixed in. But they're also having a good time, and it's mixed in with the people that are
Exactly.
traveling around as a poker holiday. And then, of course, when it's right in your backyard, some of these guys live in Malta. I'm pretty sure. You're gonna like Steven Van Zadelhoff when he took second place, and the last time it was held in 2019. I should give away spoilers to my podcast because I had him on, which is coming out this week. But the one thing I will say is that he would have never played that event if it wasn't in Malta because it's not high enough for him to travel to.
Yeah, yeah.
And you know, he came because it was fun.
Yeah.
And then he wound up winning like his largest live cash.
That is insane. That's what happens mostly when you have fun. Just things happen that are good for you because you're enjoying it. That's how things actually work in life, you know. If you enjoy stuff, good things will happen.
Yes. And I got to know him a little bit more this week. We knew of each other, obviously. We've spoken a little bit, but I've really enjoyed his presence here because he's actually, I consider him an ambassador to the game when he's playing as
For
well.
sure. He's a very nice guy. I sat with him at the table, got the pleasure of meeting him at this event, at the main event, and played with him for quite a while. It was very enjoyable.
But interesting, we should get back to the action here because
Yep.
Jeremy raising the eights, which is standard on the button, he can't really do. But Stan's jam here is a bold move, but once again, it's only an 18 big blind jam, so it does look like big numbers-wise. But now Jeremy's going to have a really hard spot.
Tough spot for
I
Jeremy,
mean, he
for
knows
sure.
he's not really beating much, and he's going to be flipping against a lot.
And you can see from the way he holds his head that he hates his life right now.
Yeah.
He is not happy.
I mean, chip equity-wise and like a cash game situation, I guess that's a call, but in any other spot, it has to be a fold, even without ICM, just because you're very dominated based on
Yep.
how rare Stan has been doing these kind of moves. You know, it's, you know, what are you beating outright? Is he going to do this with sevens, for example? Maybe.
He makes the call.
He made the call, so
Here
what
we
do
go.
I know?
King
Oh
queen
my.
with pocket eights. Coin flip is on.
So we have really a coin flip here. Jeremy with the eights, and you can hear the Dutch crowd yelling for the king right
Yes.
away. They don't care about the queen, but I think they'll be happy with that one too. But we have no horse in this boat. I do like the presence of both of these players. They both conduct themselves with professionality and having fun. King out of the window and a queen.
That is a
So you
king
made both
queen,
groups
so
happy. The one shouting for the king and the one shouting for the queen, both happy. Two pair, but
Just an 8.
who's yelling for the snowman? Where's your rail, Jeremy?
Just an 8 will do it for Jeremy. Or
Or
a
jack.
jack for the chop.
Let's get the karma jack.
I always go for the chop because that's what karma does. Yeah,
Then everybody wins.
exactly.
And a 4 hearts in the river. So the king queen gets there. It holds. Stan wins a 50 million chip pot. And look at that rail celebrating. Jeremy is now in Carol territory. Let's see if he can pull out his inner Carol and make a comeback. He still has some hope. 4.5 big blinds is not nothing. The Dutch rail is fired up. When I came in this morning, I asked why they didn't have their waitress service yet, and then out comes, as I'm saying it, out comes a waitress with a full tray of beers
right.
for them. They're having a good time. Obviously, things are serious for Stan, so there's no beer on his table. I wouldn't blame him for having one, but you know, you don't want to be having 20 beers on the table. Let's just say I've made that mistake before. It's not necessarily the best one to make.
Yeah.
Yeah, players are having fun. And look at this top three now. Noam's still with the lead, but
Jeremy short now with 4 big blinds. So
yeah.
he's the next.
But there's the least amount of pressure, I would say, on Jeremy at this point because he does have those 4 big blinds. Now,
Yes.
Federico needs to wait out Jeremy. So does Josef. And the 3 other players can put pressure on everybody.
Yep.
It's interesting here now. The dynamic just completely changed just because of that one hand.
Absolutely.
We may have lost the stream again.
Stream is down. Let's see.
It looks like we are back. But then I think we cut out when we were talking about how the dynamics completely changed just based off that one hand. As always is the case at a final table, you're always going to have double ups. That's just the nature of poker tournaments.
Yes.
As stacks get shallower, you're going to have a lot more all-in and calls. When stacks are deep, you see players able to build it up without showdowns like we did see earlier with Josef.
Mm-hmm.
And apologies if you're seeing a little bit of a glitchiness with the video. They will likely get that fixed. But for the most part, it's been a very smooth stream, so thank you to the tech guys.
Shout outs to them. It's always cool to have things like that running.
And they actually stream slots as well and some poker on Win TV, so
Okay.
they're fun to watch, even though it's in Estonian.
Uh-huh.
They're just very emotional,
Yeah.
so it's just fun to watch the emotions.
I think I'm definitely going to consider being back for the summer festival because it's a PokerStars event, right?
Yeah, I'll have to talk to you because you have to figure out how to get me through like the back door, the side door. I'm with the Battle of Malta, but
Right.
I know PokerStars has its own crew. I don't have to do commentating, but maybe I just come as a poker tourist. You know, I
Yeah,
could be like a
right,
Steve,
yeah.
the poker tourist, and
'Cause
come
I really
and,
enjoyed my time in Malta. I mean, I really had a great time.
I'm having a great time, but I'm having an even better time right now. It's
That's
it's a
cool.
lot of fun. It was a nice. I mean, I know we talked about you coming in, but then you weren't sure when and for
Yeah.
how long. So
Yeah.
it's expecting half an hour, and I'm glad that it's been. I mean, it's been more than 2 hours for sure.
I don't even. Time has been flying. I haven't checked. Yeah, it's been probably around 2 hours. I will have to grab some dinner pretty soon, so I'll probably leave you very soon. But
That's a good shout. I don't know when their dinner break is, but typically I'm ordering food 20 minutes before the dinner break. So even though it's like a long-ass 75-minute dinner break, when
Yeah,
you're talking all the time or whether
Yes.
you're reporting all the time, you need some time, you know, to yourself as well, or to talk to people that have been messaging you and you haven't been able to get back to. But what a sick flop for Josef here. He did.
Wow.
It is a limp pot, but he's not going to get much love from it. But
yeah,
you
such
know,
a shame there is no action.
yeah,
Maybe Norm is bluffing at it.
he is.
Yes, he is.
So take that back. And I think Josef should just call here with top pair
Yeah,
flush draw. You don't want to scare anybody
because
out.
we know what he has, but yeah, I mean,
I
it's
think
definitely-
anyway, like any turn can kind of not. There's a few turns that could hurt you, but not so many, right? So why not let your opponent bet into
Yeah,
you?
I mean, I definitely agree on that. I just fancy a call here.
And sometimes Noam could be tricky with like just limping aces, for example, but that's not going to happen very often either. I've had some talks with different people, though, about limping aces at different stack depths at final tables. And I'm getting, like, mixed discussion. But now Noam
this
with
is
the
more
flush
interesting
draw.
now. Backdoor flush draw, and Gnome is maybe continuing his bluff because that gives him an incentive.
It's kind of like a semi-bluff now, though.
Yes.
You don't mind taking it down, but you also don't mind seeing another card and the pot being a little bit bloated because you can easily fold. But you know if you hit that flush, you can get a nice big bet in.
Yep. And there we go. Here comes another bullet.
I mean, Josef has top pair, an okay kicker, definitely a good kicker considering it was a limp pot. But he still can't be too thrilled about this bet. But maybe he is. He seems very thrilled because it was a snap call.
Yeah. I love the way he plays this. Just calling. It's good.
It's the pink mask equity. I really need to
Yeah,
get
the
one of
pink
those.
mask equity.
Even
that's
if we don't
right.
have to wear masks anymore, I just
Yeah. Now let's see the river.
King of spades
This
on the
is
river. That could
interesting.
slow down at least what Josef's doing. If Norm is able to just jam here, it's going to be very difficult for Josef to call, even though we know he has the best hand.
For
But can Norm pull
it's a
that
mandatory
away?
bluff now. It's a mandatory bluff, I believe. The king is the perfect card. He can represent queen jack. He can have a king. He can have all the flush draws with a king that are shoving for value. And he might be successful getting Josef on the river to fold a 10. Who knows?
Yeah, but what if Josef had the queen jack the whole time? You think he
Yeah,
is
for
going to
sure.
check raise that flop? Probably. Not check raise, but just raise the
raising
flop.
the
Or
flop.
he's probably going to
Exactly.
raise the flop. So I guess you can cut that a little bit out.
I'd love to see a shove from Norm here. Even though it puts his big stack at risk, but it would be the perfect follow-up.
And Yusuf seems to be the kind of player that gets live reads too. So
Yeah. I mean, it can't be a comfortable spot. Josef was feeling good on the flop in the turn, and that river is just... Oh, wow. We see a check? No. That's the perfect... He's also looking at his chips already, which might give away a tell. Oh, here we go. Here comes the bluff.
But it's only,
Oh,
it's not
that is
enough.
Small bet. Yeah, I think
I mean, it's a lot. It's a third of his stack. Oh, it is a jam. Okay.
It is a jam. Oh, nice. Yes. I love it. I love that play. I think it's perfect. And I think Josef will have a real tough time making that call, even though he was feeling good about his hand. Even though he needs... I mean, he wants to stay in this game. There is a 4 big blind stack. This is post-flop ICM. There's a 4 big blind stack that can still bust, and he'll make a lot more money. His read needs to be super correct now.
Yeah, it's still a rather big pay jump, and then, of course, the ones that come after it.
Love that spot.
I think he's the kind of player that might find a call here, though, based on how I saw him play yesterday. He's thinking things through. He would be the chip leader if he made the call, too, which changes the dynamic once again. This will change the dynamic no matter what, because Gnome is going to put some room in between him and the rest of the field with a 20 million stack. But let's see how this plays out. I'm sure Jeremy wants a call. Jeremy's the one that's sitting on the 4 big blind stack.
Yes, he'd love to see.
I'm glad that he's actually thinking about it, because he's made a lot of snap decisions before. Maybe he can sniff this one out.
I mean, on the flop and on the turn, his calls were mandatory. He had no real decision there. This is the first big decision, and it's for a lot of money.
Why? It's almost like he's asking for a count here, but look at these 2 different stacks. It's obvious you're covered, Yusuf. That could just be like a nervous thing that you want to get your mind on something else for a second and then back to what you were thinking about. Where he's trying to get his opponent to talk, maybe, actually, is probably the more likely thing. But Gnome's having none of it. He's in his solitary arms on the table stance, looking straight ahead, not giving his fellow Israeli the time of the day. Very stoic, very composed Noam is. This is the move of the day, regardless, I have to say. I mean, I know that we had, you know, the King-Queen 3-bet that got there, but this is the move of the day. You know, the way he behaved on the flop is standard, somewhat. I mean, you could check that flop and give up on the hand as well. And then the turn, once you had the flush draw, knowing, as you said, before the river came, that you can jam most, if not all, rivers.
Yep.
I mean, if it's a king of clubs and he did this, it would have been a snap call and not very good for Noam's stack, but...
Wow!
And it does lay it down.
Hand.
Sick move by Noam. Is he going to show it? Show it.
Oh,
they're going to see it anyway, Noam.
His
oh, he showed it!
His emotions.
I think you did show it.
Yes.
That is sick. That is sick, because that's
indeed.
like so tilting to the other player, but it's just showing that they can make moves.
I mean, don't you love situations like these in poker?
And Josef seems like angry.
Yes, of course. I would be super pissed as well. I mean, this is a tough
he shouldn't
spot to
be angry. It was so why, you know, but you shouldn't be angry at Noam.
He should be angry at the situation. Like Noam's play was perfect. I loved it. It was a great play. You gotta give credit where credit is due. I mean, and I actually, you know, to be honest, I think it might actually be the right decision to fold, even though you were ahead, because it's going to make him more money ultimately, maybe.
Yeah. So. I think the right play would have been calling the flop, and then once you had that second flush draw on the turn, you take the jam, you know, bet 2.5. It does look super strong, but on the other hand, even if you're wrong and you're called, you still have some equity at that point, and you're taking control of the situation by jamming the turn. But maybe this is complete results oriented and completely knowing what the 2 players have, and I would need to take a step away from that and look at it from a different angle before saying that's correct.
For us, it's also a lot easier to comment on these hands, but if you're in a situation, everybody that's watching that just said, well, it's such an easy call, you have to call, it was obvious that he was bluffing. Well, be in that situation, try and evaluate the situation with that much pressure on.
But meanwhile, Jeremy, we have 2 short stacks. We have Jeremy and Josef I'm not sure. It looks like it's going to work. It's going to be like some dynamic who can last the longest because it's another 13,000 or so for whichever one of these two players. Obviously, either can double up, but assuming not. Ooh, Giuseppe makes the call. Mr. Rosa. I think the
Wow,
call
I
is
would have
actually
not
okay.
expected that.
But it's okay because of it says 1.8 million, but it's still only 4 big blinds. It's not that bad.
Yeah.
It's fine. Plus, you can eliminate another player from the field. And look at this flop. A jack on the flop to pair up Mr. Rosa's Jack 9.
Jeremy needs a king.
The 7 of spades is
Still
not going to do
no
it because there's
king.
another spade. And
Yes, it doesn't have to be the king of spades. Needs to be the king of hearts or the king of diamonds.
only 2 outs. And the 10 of
That's it.
diamonds and it showers for
And we
Jeremy.
lose another player.
Well played, Jeremy.
GG.
It was unlucky the spot that you were in earlier, but you still go home with a very nice prize. And I don't know if players are taking a break, but you took down the 6th place prize of 41,680 euros. Once again, it is not pounds. Do not try to collect pounds from the cashier, Jeremy, despite what that graphic says. The final 5 players are each guaranteed 54,120 euros. The next pay jump is even bigger. The top 4 are guaranteed 72,000. A podium finish is at least a 6-figure score of 100,000. Then to 140 until the winner, you can see it all yourself, will get 200,340 euros. It's nice days no matter what. Even for Jeremy, the 41,000, 42,000. If you told him a few days ago that you would be taking home 42,000 euros, I'm sure he would
That's
say
a lot of money for sure.
yes.
Yeah, love to see it. Well, Jason, it's been a pleasure. I will take off now because I will go for dinner.
But maybe you can come back if you want as well and see the situation.
I'll see.
If not, it's been
I'll
an
check with my
absolute
buddies.
pleasure.
It's been a huge pleasure. It's been a lot of fun. Time has been flying by. All the people that have been eliminated, maybe it's going a bit slower now. So
Yeah, that's true. As soon
See
as you
about
came
that.
in, it was 3 eliminations, but then it slowed down actually before Jeremy went
right.
out.
So I'll leave you guys with Jason, and thank you so much, Jason, for having me on. It was a pleasure. Thank you, everybody.
And thank you too. And you could check out Felix's Twitch stream where there's strategy, there's poker at stakes that you could probably play as well.
Exactly.
Community games and more. It's
Join
at
the community.
Xflix.
Have some fun with us. I'm Xflix on all channels, mostly active on Twitch and on Instagram. Just follow me around if you like. I'm going to be playing a lot more live this year. the rest of the
That's
year,
nice.
so
Maybe back
I'll
here
see
in Malta
more.
as well,
Yeah.
as you said.
And just come and say hi if you meet me at a live event, please. I would always appreciate that. I love to say and meet new people, say hi and meet new people. So yeah, it's been a pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Bye, Jason.
Take care. And once again, that was Felix Schneiders, a.k.a. Xflix, in the house, in the booth. For now, at least for a short period of time, you are stuck with me, myself, and I alone. It was a pleasure having Felix along with us. And the blinds have gone up to 250,000, 500,000, along with the 500,000 big blind ante. And we see Noam take down a pot right away, continuing to pile up the chips. He is the chip leader now. Noam Garama from Israel. There are 2 Israelis at the table with 5 players remaining. The other is right next to him wearing that Yosbal shirt, Yosef Cohen. And you could see the payouts right here. It all began when Pip went out in 9th place, who had a medium stack but found himself in a cooler situation. The stack depths now, even though the blinds went up, are a little bit deeper than before. Even we have 2 really short stacks in Federico and Yosef, but Stan, Giuseppe, and Noam all with 30 big blinds and higher. So there's still some action yet to be played. I'm looking forward to see how this turns out. And we have Noam here with the King 4 offsuit. That is instantly in the muck. We're going to have a little bit more of hand commentating until we have our next guest. I will try to take a closer look also if there's any chat going on the Facebook stream. We are streaming at the Facebook stream, the YouTube stream, and of course at the Battle of Malta website. Having a good time watching this bunch battle it out for the 200,000 top prize and the coveted trophy. Now it says 5.2 million. That looks like a nice number, but it's still only 10 big blinds. And 9-2 suited Federico. Let's see. As I mentioned to those earlier, Federico, it's not his first rodeo at a final table. Thinking things through. I don't think this is a spot we would see him jam, but he just opts to complete. And a jam would have actually worked there, being that Stan only has 5-3, but let's not be completely results-oriented. But Stan may apply pressure, being that he understands Federico's spot, that there's two players with similar stack depths. Only one of them can earn a lot more than the other just by waiting around. So every chip is valuable for Federico in his stack. And Stan taking his time here with the 5-3 offsuit. Stan is from the Netherlands, Stan Van Dek. He has that massive rail, the fun rail. And we just had Franke drop by to say hi. Shout out to Franke. He's been here all week. You did cash in the high roller, is that right, Franke? Yeah, I did. Franke, cash in the high roller. Was that the highlight of your trip, or was there other highlights on the poker felts? Okay, so some other highlights in the cash games, maybe. Not in the cash games. But you made the bartenders happy here? Okay, so it was a win for somebody then. Okay. But Franke is here. I guess you're here to check out the rail, right? Okay. Ah, very good. Okay. Very good. And I'm not sure if you want to join us for a little while. We can't. Okay, so Franke does not want to join us. He's laughing, but that's basically saying he doesn't like any of you. No, we're not on camera. You can't talk about that. Okay, so we convinced Franke to join us. Welcome to the show, Franke. It's wonderful to have you here.
Thank you.
We are down to just 5 players if you haven't been following along. Unfortunately, our Estonian friend Pip, he was the first player out, but you could see the stack depths. We have 2 Israelis. We have a player from the Netherlands and Stan Van Dek, who has the massive rail as well. Noam Garama right now has the chip lead, but it's bounced around a little bit with the stack depths right now a bit more shallow than normal.
Which is good. I like when they're shallow because then they need to do stuff.
Yes, and there's a couple deep ones though. So it's kind of an interesting dynamic right now with 2 deep ones, 1 medium one, and 2 that are about the 10 big blind range. Federico though just picked up a pot, so he has 13 big blinds, but let's see what he does from the button here. You maybe don't know this because you probably weren't listening in, but Federico was on a final table recently here in Malta, an event that I was covering. So I've got to see him quite a lot and I respect what he does. He does mix it up quite a lot. We have Stan here with the Queen Jack suited. I'm not sure what he is going to do here. Stan 3-bet jammed earlier with the King Queen and got there against the
Jacks.
eights.
Yeah.
Against
eights it was.
Yes.
Yeah. I heard that one. But Stan is good, and I think he will raise up a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, he will definitely be doing something here. I don't mind that he's completing because Noam has him covered, and Noam has proven to also mix things up as well. And you definitely can call you can call a raise, but you can't really call a 3-bet, know, with the Queen Jack suited. So maybe that's what Stan's thinking.
Unless your name is Franke.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if you would have made it all the way this far. And I think even you would have cared about the money jumps here, Franke.
Yeah, they're quite massive, are they not? So they play for what, first place now, how much?
200,000 euros. And
then it's a 60K jump, yeah?
It's quite a big jump. They've already locked up 54,000, and they started the day only locking up about 10. Only 10.
Only 10, yeah. That's a lot. That's a lot of money, and it's a very good day. And I mean, the whole event has been fantastic. And I do love the fact that Noam is racing.
I'm not surprised.
I love Noam.
But I think Stan is going to call, which is maybe why, because maybe if he raised and it's 3-bet, he can't call, but now he can call and see a flop, even out of position. A Queen Jack suited plays well against an any 2 big blind raise, especially since we see what Noam did it with. But Maybe Stan doesn't realize that, but he does. And I think that's why he opted to limp versus raise from the small blind. It would be different from the button.
True that. And what is interesting is that both you and him knows the rule of poker compared with me. So you both did it right. I would have.
I mean, keep in mind that it's only 2 cards. Whenever you see me only play with 2 cards, Frankie. Because Frankie and I have played a bunch of cash games, but they're never with 2 cards.
That's a bad flop.
Yes, not the best flop for Stan, but he did flop a pair, and then he maybe realized his gnome could be doing any 2. He does have some outs even so, and I'm sure he's happy that gnome checked back. He should feel more confident about his hand now. And I don't think
whoever bets out should take it, yeah?
I don't think so. I think Stan can call bets now because it went check. Gnome's range is very wide. He still has some draws as well, so it depends a bit on sizing. It depends a bit on his read of Gnome. But there's some pot control going on here, which is very wise by Stan. There's no point in betting this hand. It's a bluff catcher at this point rather than something you're going to get value at. And went check. And maybe he should have bet because now Noam realized his equity with the 5-2. And now I think it's going to be very hard for Stan to get away as long as Noam keeps it reasonable with his bet. But Stan may also try to sneak in what he thinks is super thin value, but it would be so thin, or he can't really turn his hand into a bluff either. So I think it's just one of those spots. I don't mind the checking on the turn. I don't mind the checking on the flop. I don't mind the passive play at all during this hand.
True,
just based on ICM situations, it didn't turn out to.
Now it turned out more expensive, I think.
Yes, but maybe not because maybe Noam would have made a play at some point as well. Knowing his situation, knowing that there's 2 short sets on the table and he can apply the pressure, which is maybe why Stan was doing this all along with the 2 stacks of around 10 big blinds each. It's not a cash game where anything goes. It's you lose your stack, you can't re-enter at this point. They should let you re-enter, but you have to pay 100,000 to
re-enter.
re-enter.
You should do the next pay jump plus ×2.
I think everybody at the table would agree with that.
I think that's how.
But you only get the starting stack at 25,000.
So what do we have then? He bets.
He has to bet, but he's
he
thinking
did.
of his sizing.
No, didn't he shove in something? No, or he
Not
checked.
yet.
Oh, he checked. Okay.
Yeah, Stan checked them. Noam though is waiting things out.
No, he did.
Oh, he did bet.
I
Okay,
think
it's
he bet
rather
on
big.
the right on the camera. Yeah.
It's rather big, and I like the bet sizing, even though it's not going. Stan is thinking things over. I was about to say it's not going to work out, but it would work out against hands like King X, or maybe even. I don't know. I'm not quite sure, but
I think he will find a fold actually.
yeah.
I think he.
Earlier, he was thinking things over for an ace high hero call, Stan, and he made the
did?
correct fall. He made the correct fold at that point, but
okay.
he did sit in the tank for a few minutes, just going through his options.
But this is a tougher spot actually.
Yeah, because
If it would have been 2.5, 3.5, I think he would call quite fast. But now, if he calls,
the
and
thing is,
loses it-
Noam is doing this even if he has 6-7, right?
Yeah.
So that's why it is a tough spot.
is a
You're
tough
not going to be betting like these small bet sizes if you have 6-7. That's why I kind of like it.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
The more I think about it, the more it's possible that Stan might actually call, even though it's a third of his stack.
And the delay, how long is the delay?
It's a 30-minute delay.
30-minute delay, yeah. And I love the fact when you sit in a room and you hear the back roar of happy players.
Yeah, we
etc.
know something happened, but we don't know
We
what.
don't know what,
But
exactly. We know in half an
we've
hour.
heard people roar when somebody's just stolen the blinds too. So it's varied quite a lot.
But it's a very nice rail. There is a lot of people following the event.
Yes, I mean the rail yesterday was sick. I mean the
crazy.
Stan had like a 30-person rail yesterday, just yesterday.
Wow, he did lay down. Very nice of Stan. He's good.
Yeah,
He is solid.
I think if he bet the turn, he could have taken it down. But then you're maybe not. I don't think that's the right play either. I really like how he's played. And look, this is some stats. We haven't seen these kind of stats yet, but I rather like this graphic. So we have Noam, 23 million, definitely the chip leader. His VPIP is, well in line. Pre-flop raise. I mean, this is just showing solid numbers, actually, all around. He has been, Noam's been around. I've seen him before. I'm trying to picture where. I know I've actually even chatted with him once. Not at this event. But both Noam, Stan, I found out some information about from his friends. He's friends with a lot of the players in the Dutch community. Also, Walter, local here, knew a bit about him. I just didn't know how much I can share publicly without talking to him first. That's not really right.
No.
But we can share that he studied quite a lot of poker, even though it was his biggest live cash just coming back. But we may be frozen for a little bit.
It looks like we're frozen. And the question is, should we talk about Giuseppe, who is about to call, or we talk about the weather in Malta?
I think when we're frozen, nobody can hear us, though. So we could talk about whatever we want, but we're unfrozen, and we could talk about Federico.
But it's a nice. You have Dutch and 2 Israeli and 2 Italians, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's still frozen, so it's hard if you hear us or not. We don't know that. I guess you hear us.
I don't think when it's frozen they hear us.
Yeah, they can hear us.
No, that's the CC caption
Ah.
we would see here if they hear us. But anyway, we can't announce the action, so let's wait a minute anyway and just assume that people maybe can hear us and maybe are enjoying our little funny thing. Oh, but we're back and we have a mystery hand. I love these mystery hands in this massive show, but it's just because of the stacks behind. It's not a 23. And a call by Ace Queen, that's standard. And Yosef is at risk. It's the 2 Israelis once again battling it out. Noam pulled a sick bluff, a 3-barrel bluff against Yosef earlier to get all these chips, but now he's utterly dominated. So maybe Yosef gets his revenge, or maybe there's a bad beat on the way. We shall see. There's no 3 out of the window.
2 spades.
Yeah, the flop doesn't get any better. Now there's only 2 3s in the deck that can hurt Yusuf. And if an ace comes or a spade, that's all out. And Yosef, he has a big rail too. There's like 2 separate Israeli rails, in fact. And Yosef, with the IPC crowd, I believe, doubles up. We don't even care about that 4 Heart River. It could have been anything. It could have been a joker as well. It could have been a picture of Frankie on the river.
Exactly.
And a double up for Yosef back in business. And Noam still has a chip lead, but a little bit of a dent in his stack. And Yosef has been known to celebrate. Yesterday, whenever it happened, to celebrate, but he always comes back and does something like this.
Exactly.
And you have to respect the celebration because there's a lot of emotion involved.
Of course
He has his rail. But you have to be a gentleman as well. It's a sport, I consider poker a sport. As long as you're coming back and understanding that this person is feeling some pain, I don't care about the celebrations.
I agree with you. And you should have some feelings, some vibes. You should show your emotions. I think that's important.
I don't think I've ever seen you display your emotions. Never heard you on the other side of the room,
No,
Franke.
I don't laugh. I don't celebrate. I'm one of the few who laughs as loud when I lose.
Yes. That is true.
That's called fish. All right, but it was really nice to be here listening to you mainly because I didn't have that much to add of value, except that has been an amazing Battle of Malta this year. Spring version. There is a new version in October.
October 4th to 12th. It's been announced now.
Fantastic.
I know I'll be back for that. I mean, I love this. I look forward to the Battle of Malta all year long. I mean, I love the 501k events. I love the recreational cash game events. This is my bread and butter. This is where I feel at home. This is where this is why I do what I do. Whether it's commentating or reporting or organizing or the 10 other jobs that I can do. As long as I can be here, that's all I care about.
I love to hear that, and I will be here too. I think it's amazing organization, an amazing vibe, and amazing players. And it doesn't matter if it's semi-pro pros or recreational Swede or Italian. We all get along quite good, and it's a good mix of nationalities. So kudos to everyone behind this. I move on.
Okay, thank you for joining us, Franke. I appreciate you popping in, and enjoy the rest of your day. Maybe I'll see you tonight when the final table wraps up. I think I'm due actually maybe a drink. It's been a little bit of a long week for me as well. A good week. I love my work, but still, long week. I deserve an adult beverage when I'm off the stream. The coffee I've had. Somehow I've been nursing this coffee.
I'm impressed with you. It's cold.
Yes. It's at room temperature now. But thank you again, Franke.
Thank you.
And sorry again about the image, guys, but it looks like we're being... There's some internet, we are in Malta. Sometimes there could be some, internet issues that aren't the fault of the company that's hired to work it. They're doing a great job.
They
and
are actually, and a nice setup. I really like the setup.
yeah, the graphics are amazing as well.
Beautiful.
And-
Okay, I move on.
Okay, take
love
care,
you.
Franke. Love you too,
Sorry
buddy.
in the sheet. Ciao.
Ciao, ciao. So I'm not sure if I'm live. I'm going to, though, mute myself until I see this stream back up. So if you can hear me, just understand I'm not sure that you can hear me. And I will wait until everything is unfrozen. Oh, it looks like you can hear me, though. I see, once again, I'm coming up in the CC. So I just don't have anyone to talk to, but maybe Cesar wants to come in. Because I'm frozen, Cesar. You want to come in for 5 minutes while we're frozen? We could talk about the Italian poker scene with my bad Italian accent. No, Cesar is busy. Cesar has Hollywood in me. He said, no, Jason, no. I don't want to ruin my name, my image. You know, it's like I'm Cesar. Yeah, no, Cesar is not understanding my humor. But, yeah, I hope that we get our connection back soon, but I think I will take a short break and see what's going on because unless we're back now, I would like to know from the tech team, though, if everything is okay or if we should take a short break. It looks like everything is back in business now. Sorry about that, folks. We have Federico Petruzzelli as the short stack. We have Stan Van Dijk and Yusuf neck and neck with Giuseppe Rosa, the final table chip leader to start the day, all mixed in together. But really, the stacks are all close together, and they're still playing for a lot of money. There's 146,000 euro difference between fifth place and first place. Pay jumps are immense. It's going to be sick to see who wins this 200,000 euros. Of course, players can make a deal, but they would have to then leave a certain amount to play for. If that's the case, we will update you on that. But so far, it's too early for those kind of discussions. And perhaps after you lock in 100K, you're not really thinking about a deal at that point. You're happy to go home no matter what. But yes, things are frozen once again. So I am going to step away from the microphone for a minute or two so I can find out if this is a long-term or short-term situation. Be right back in 2 minutes. Then again, as soon as I say that, we have the action back again. So let's wait this out. Maybe everything is fixed now. We have Stan with the fish hooks. We're certainly going to see an undo the gun open. He's also in the hijack, so if you're thinking from a full ring perspective, jacks aren't open from any position anyway, but from the hijack, that much more so. Even though he's on a pretty lucky number, like 13 million, with the blinds the way they are, it is only 26 big blinds. But I don't think he's shallow enough to shove, so I think it's going to be a raise. I'm not sure the sizing. It is just a min click. And Gnome here with the ace-queen. We could be seeing fireworks straight after we get our connection back solid. Gnome with the ace-queen offsuit. This is a hand he could be 3-betting. It is a hand he could be flatting. I do not believe we will see him laying this down. He is thinking things over once again. He's looking down at the stack of Stan because we see the graphics, but he's probably trying to get a feel for how much Stan has behind. It's much easier here on the screen where we can actually see the numbers. He opts to flat to take the safe route to keep the pot a little bit smaller. And Yusuf with the easy fold with the 6 deuce. Giuseppe as well with the 8-3 suited. I say that, but he's reaching for chips, but he has a stack, so he could call here, actually. But he does fold, and Federico also folding, most likely, with the 6-3 off, and does. So we're heads up in a coin flip situation once again, but at least stacks can get in, so it's going to be some post-flop play. And a hero flop here for Stan, flopping middle set with his jacks. Noam may feel that he has an out with the ace, but he does have a Broadway draw with those tens that you can see up top. So this hand may have some drama yet left in it. Let's see if Stan continues after flopping the goods. It is a very wet board, so I think we will see him continue. Even flopping middle set here, you know, there are these draw hands, not just the queen 10. I mean, it's also the ace queen, but it's the fact that there are two spades on the board. But he should feel that he is ahead at the moment and make players pay their price, and that is exactly what he's doing. It isn't that big of a bet. It doesn't look like about a third of the pot, so fairly standard sizing. And it might be small enough for Noam to either call or even raise. And I'm sure Stan wouldn't mind to see either, even on a draw heavy board out of position. If it's a raise, he can get it in right here, right now. If it's a call, he's going to reevaluate on the turn. If it's a spade on the turn, he's going to have to play a little bit more cautiously, which is why his bet sizing was maybe a little bit low. But there could be other factors that come into play. We can't really get into his mind, and we do know he studies a lot. Now, this queen of diamonds, now it's such a wet board. I mean, you have a set, but wow, there's two flush draws out there, so many straight draws out there. I mean, we know how good Stan is. He's only worried about it. He should only be worried about a 10 if he could see Noam's cards. And it looks like we're getting another guest after this hand. So let's see how it goes. But we should be getting another guest. Someone that seems a little bit fresher than Franke, too. So we should see. But we'll have somebody from the Dutch poker community coming in. So you may want to even hop in this hand, Dahlia. I just gave a spoiler, but Daly De Jong has joined us. She will be getting her headphones on pretty shortly. I'm sure she will be a fanboy or fangirl, I should say, for Stan.
Go, 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 Stan! Hi, Jason.
Hey, welcome, Dalia. It's a pleasure to have you. I've been looking forward to either you or Mateus to join me today, so I'm glad to see that Patricia, where did she drag you out from the street
she
somewhere?
dragged me out of the pool and she was like, come, Jason is looking for you.
Yes,
and then she brought me to the spot here. Thank you, Patricia. See you in a bit.
So to give you an update, Stan 3-bet jammed with King Queen earlier and could have been out on the rail, but he got there against eights. So
I saw it. So
and now he's neck and neck. He in the chip lead with Noam. Noam just had the chip lead, but Stan just hit a set of jacks.
Oh wow!
Got a little bit of value on the flop against Ace Queen, and then it was such a wet board on the turn that Noam sniffed it out and didn't continue after that. And it's very interesting. And now it's Noam's turn with the fish hooks here.
Oh, look, the jacks are hot on this table.
Yes, at least since you've come in, because you were somewhere in the building. And then
and then
jacks.
the jacks came flying around. Yeah, it's nice. Stan and I met during, well, this week, during the Battle of Malta. And every day I was at the same table as Stan. So the first day I was sitting at the sit table, and then the second day I was starting at this table, and then, well, it lasted 10 minutes, and then I didn't saw him anymore, and then on day 3 I saw Stan at the table again.
Very nice. But we may have to hop into this hand because Josef has proven that he can do something here, and I'm kind of curious to see what happens. Noam could be raising wide here. We know he has jacks now. Josef, if it was like ace-5, people seem to love ace-5 a little bit more than ace-4 suited. I'm not surprised he folded there.
Okay.
And maybe we can get back to talking about fun and games and what you've been up to in Malta. But I will interrupt you anytime there's a hand. So we go like this and we hop into the action because there are people that are tuning in.
Because they want to
well.
see and hear.
But I know there's people that are tuning in to hear your lovely voice, your dulcet tones. And unfortunately, not for my sake, I'm happy there's no camera here, but for your sake, there's no, unfortunately, there's no camera on us at the moment. But we can pretend there is and do some waving to the camera.
Let's wave.
But it does fold around. Noam back in the chip lead just by winning that pot. You know, it's meaningless though with him and Sten neck and neck. And Yeah, it's been interesting to watch. The final five is an interesting group with two Israelis. We have two Italians, and we have
One
your
from
hero.
the Netherlands. 12 points to the Netherlands.
Now you can tell me how much I've been butchering his name all day, but I'm assuming it's
Stan
Stan
Van Dijk.
Van Dijk.
Van Dijk.
So they've been okay. So I've been mispronouncing it slightly.
Yeah,
but
I'm a little bit disappointed.
I blame the Dutch rail.
Okay.
Because the Dutch rail must have been trolling me with the pronunciation.
Oh, really? Or they
Yes.
thought you couldn't do it, so they made it easier for you.
I probably can't do it, to be fair, but I could have tried.
Yeah, it's a very popular name, Stan, and his last name as well in Holland. So yeah, let's hope Stan van Dijk wins the trophy for the Dutchies. That would be amazing. But whatever happens, it's already an amazing.
Yeah, it's just amazing that he's already locked up like 54,000 euros.
Wow, that's amazing. I don't know how much he won during live events, but I think it's like one of his
first.
first.
Less than the 9th place prize for sure. He came into the final table already guaranteeing that.
Okay, that's
but
great.
I've heard from some of his friends, one of the guys that lives locally, who's a good friend of mine, Belgian guy, Walter, that he does study quite a lot. The Dutch rail confirmed that for me. I didn't want to bother Stan before he was playing about it, and last night the players were playing very late and tired, and I figured I can get some hidden information about some of the players using my own secret sources.
Secret sources and secret detective Jason in the building.
Yes. I mean, I am a poker reporter as well, and just like to ask a lot of questions. In general, I just like to talk a lot, which is maybe not a good thing all the time.
Well, it is when you're commentating.
I suppose here, because if I wasn't talking at all, when there's nobody in the booth, then what do we do? Because I can't see the chat really at all, because we're not on Twitch this time, and the Facebook chat is like, if I catch it, I catch it. If I don't, I don't. So shout out to all of you guys watching. I do love you, and I'm sorry that I'm not interacting with you as I normally do.
It's
but I hope you've been enjoying it. I mean, I've been entertained just by the action. There's been enough action to carry us along, and we had a couple of good guests. I mean, particularly Eflix was here for a while. Patricia was here early on just to talk about what she's been up to during the week. I promised Patricia I was going to teach her more poker as we go along. You know, on
we just add each other on Instagram as well.
Lovely.
So next time I see her,
you should teach her poker. You're a
I'm
player
gonna.
than me.
I promised her.
her.
I teach her some nice. I'm gonna teach her some tips and tricks, and
that's good.
I hope she will join the ladies event next time.
Yes, that's what I mentioned, and that if she did, that we'd figure out a way to get her in. That it would be like risk-free for her, either with me and some of my friends, or.
And then as well, if you're playing a ladies event, there are a lot of ladies who are playing for the first time. So if you feel a little bit insecure, we will help them out, and just teach them the basics.
That's good.
Yeah, it is. So are there a lot of recreational players on this final table, or regulars?
These guys may or may not be recreational, but they are very composed, and they're making very good decisions. Nice. For example, Noam I've seen around, but I couldn't tell you professional, not professional, but this isn't the first time I've seen him on a final table. Josef I've seen around, but probably not at a final table. But maybe. I need to look him up as well. And then we have Federico Petroselli, who was in a final table recently in Malta as well, an event that I covered. Sten, who I've learned may not be, he's certainly green on the live scene, not anymore, but certainly coming into this event but studies a lot of poker and works in the gaming industry as well.
He works for GG Poker, and he's one of the team members of GG Poker NL. And I never met him, so, this week was the first time I met him, so we're colleagues.
There we go. And shout out to the crew from GG Poker as well, one of the sponsors. I mean, the online, at least Club GG was one of the sponsors, which is a family company of GG Poker, but the online Battle of Malta And while we had to wait for the live one to happened on GG Poker, and the numbers were just rather sick. And it was nice to see that people still came out for the brand, but then they just saw the numbers that were coming. So everything built on everything there. It was good to see the adjustments made when we physically couldn't play full ring poker.
Yeah, it was so amazing to see during lockdown how it exploded online, and yeah, maybe people like it because they rolled into it when there was nothing to do, and maybe you have a lot of new players because of the lockdown.
I've always loved the online poker, but if I can't travel, like I'm married with my kid who I love them so much, and you've seen my Facebook, and I wish they were here actually for a little while. I wish you got to meet them. But if I don't get to do things like this and see my other family and travel a lot, then it's very difficult for me. So I'm so glad live poker is back.
Same. It's amazing.
But let's get back to this hand.
There's action.
It started simple enough. It was a small blind limp into the big blind, but this is a very interesting flop with Josef flopping middle pair and Mr. Rosa here with the nut flush draw.
Yeah.
So I'm curious whether Giuseppe is going to call or raise here. I think with the shorter stack also still in play, we may just see a call, but then it puts you in an awkward spot if you whip the turn. So maybe he'll try to take control of the pot with a raise here, hoping that he's not pushed back, and if he is, he's still, no matter what, would have a lot of equity.
Yeah.
But I like the call because of pot control and for the reasons I described as well, but I could see that going either way.
Okay, another jack.
Jack on the turn, and Josef should feel a little bit more confident, but at the same time, then, like, if he's, Giuseppe could have hands like Jack 4. He could have anything because it was a limp pot, so...
Yeah, his range is so wide, so...
But he could also be thinking that my opponent might have some 4-5s or some flush draws, which is what we see, and I want to try to get him out of the pot now before he can realize that equity. And if he calls, then I have to, might be in a tough spot in the river, but I can reevaluate then. He seems like that kind of player from what we've seen earlier, that he doesn't like to make decisions later if he can make them now.
Good read, because there he goes.
Nice sizing there. Giuseppe, though, is still getting the right odds to call, but not if he's thinking Josef can have some jacks. Like if, in theory he could be drawing dead, but I don't see even Josef lifting in with a Jack 3, Jack 2 kind of hand, but certainly with like a Jack 6 or higher.
He won't fold right now. He calls.
No, he's not folding, and then we'll reevaluate and hopes for that heart. It'll be interesting to see what happens if it's an offsuit ace, though. Really, any card, actually, Giuseppe can rep on the river, but Josef is probably going to have to call most bets if he checks here. Now Josef's actually in a tough spot depending on the river.
It's going to be a tough spot anyway. Oh, there's the heart.
There we go.
Okay.
Giuseppe may be taking the chip lead back depending on what Josef has. I mean, Josef can be thinking, you know what, I was repping the hearts and lead out here.
And maybe he would raise the flush draw. Oh, he's checking.
But he thinks he has showdown value and try to understand that might be one of the things Giuseppe was
flatting there.
Was spotting with. So he may have to call a bet here.
How big would you go here to get some value?
I would go pretty big, actually, because if you're betting small, you're not going to be getting calls that the frequency of calls isn't going to be that much difference between a small bet and a big bet. And of course, you should be scared of Josef slow playing King Jack, knowing that Giuseppe can be an aggressive player. But I think based on how we've seen Josef play, he'd be betting out his full houses, and that's the only thing that's beating Giuseppe right now. So Giuseppe should be betting big.
Okay.
And I think Giuseppe, who's been a very intelligent player, recognizes that, and I think he will be. And there you see, it's like 4.5 million. Right. That's a good sizing. Let's see what it actually is. Of course, it's so much easier when we could see the cards. And
Of
when I'm
course
not
it
drinking
is.
and playing, it's those two factors.
I'm always so scared at paired boards.
4.5. There we go.
Yeah. Wow, Jason, you knew.
It's almost like I was at the table, but
Yeah.
I wasn't at the
I
table.
wasn't. I can confirm that,
I
Jason.
can't see anything. We're in the corner back here. I keep myself in the corner for that reason. I don't like to see what's happening. I don't mind hearing some celebrations because you don't know what that means. Even heads up if you hear celebrations. It could just mean a double up. It could mean somebody won. I tell people not to give me spoilers, so my emotions can be as pure as possible as well. Because I get invested in a tournament,
of
whether I'm
course.
reporting or not. You feel like the
You're
emotions.
bonding, and you know.
And if you don't when you're doing this, you're doing the wrong thing. So I tell that to all reporters. I try to support them, whether they're working for my company that I'm working for or not. I try to tell them if you're not enjoying this, there's so many things you could be doing in life. Don't do it. You know, you do this because you enjoy it, and then the money may or may not come, but you're not doing it for the money. You know, it's
No, and
you're
if
really
someone
not.
not enjoying it like you do, then you will hear it back in their reporting, and it's just not the same energy then.
Yes.
So shout out to you, Jason, because
Shout
I
out to all the
always
reporters out
love.
there.
Yeah, let's do that.
And the commentators. Maybe not all the reporters because some of them can be grumpy. But shout out to even the grumpy ones. I'm
Yeah,
more
of
joking,
course.
but
You're doing a
because they do a
great
good
job.
job too.
Yeah, and it's very long days for you as well.
Yeah, but I took a break on day 2. So day 2 I cut out halfway through and made sure I was well rested on day 3, and I think we did a good job reporting on day 3. I haven't read the blog today. I just have like once in a while the payouts, so I'm not messing up the numbers, but they're in my head now. And I did a nice table for the final
Oh,
table
yeah.
seat draw, which I made bigger and visible to me,
Cool.
which I don't need anymore either, but it's nice to have. I
But-
feel like these are all my friends now, even though none of them know me.
You
They-
get a bond with them. That's
Yeah.
I worked in Dutch TV, and we did a sort of Big Brother program. And I watched these people for 5 months, and they never met me, and I know everything about
I thought you were
them.
going to tell me you were on Big Brother, and I was going to say
No,
something
no,
I
no,
never knew
no,
about
no.
you.
I was doing what we're doing now, just analyzing and just watching them.
But hold on a
Yeah,
second,
we're in
because
the
we have a
hands.
hand now here. Because Josef is making the easy raise here with the ace jack suited from the button. But let's see if anybody wakes up with anything to play back. Federico might defend
Might
here,
defend
even
here,
though
yeah.
it's a small stack. If you look at it, you defend, you hit the board. You basically there's almost as much.
If I don't defend this, I will be spanked by Mateus. I can tell
Oh.
you that.
Okay, maybe too much information. The question is,
I'm an
how do I
open
get in
book.
line for a spanking
For
by Mateus?
spanking by-
Yes.
You don't want this, believe me.
I don't know. You don't know what I want. If it's like a normal spanking, I think
normal
my family
spank.
would be okay with it. But
Okay,
I may have
okay.
to get permission from my wife
Yeah,
to
I
get
will
the
text
spanking
her.
first. Yes.
I will text her if it's okay. So he's thinking about it. Federico. He's playing 4.2 million.
I like a call. I don't mind a fold. I would hate a shove, you know? So it's like I get why you might want to fold, but there's no other small stacks. So losing another big blind's not the end of the world, and then you have 3 million in the pot that you get to see a cheap flop on. And that's exactly why Mateus would spank you if you didn't call there. So I know why he would, and this is the kind of flop where you just
Yeah.
can open jam, but unfortunately for him, it's just going to be Josef going to call with the flush draw,
Yeah.
actually not realizing how far ahead he
Yeah,
is.
there he
That's
goes.
exactly what happens.
Yeah, stop
And,
and go.
It's a good play, but it's just unfortunate for him that Josef had what he has. And we may see Federico
Go.
hit the rail, and he hit the rail around this time in the last tournament I covered too, and I kind of feel for Mr. Petrozelli. And Josef completes his flush draw, so there's no more drama.
He's dead.
No more
Ah.
drama.
GG,
Federico Petrozelli,
Federico.
I feel for you, but you still collected a massive 54K prize. Well done. He's
Federico,
coming around
GG.
giving fist pumps. This is
Yeah.
what we like to see.
Very
Recognizes
good
that he
game.
laddered up quite a bit. It could have been worse. We saw some of the bigger stacks go out before the smaller stacks. So he was able to lock in that 54K. And now
And
the
that's
final
amazing.
4 players are each locked up to 72,000 euros.
What an amount of money. Well done, Federico. Very, very nice run. Congrats.
It's interesting the Israelis are getting it done. There's 2 Israelis left, along with, of course, your hero, Sten, from the Netherlands. And they won the final table chip leader is still in 10. Giuseppe Rosa, you could see him. He's neck and neck
Yeah,
with
it's
Giuseppe.
neck and neck. It's so close. It's crazy how...
I wouldn't be surprised if players are thinking about making a deal because of how close they are, but I think they would wait for things to be slightly more shallower. But
yesterday, the friends of Stan told me whatever happens, he's not making a deal.
No kidding.
Yeah.
That's balls out.
That was yesterday, the last 10 players, and I was like, okay, is he going to make a deal? Because when Matthäus made the final table, they
That's
made
a lot
a deal.
of confidence.
Yeah, and he said, no way, I'm not going to make a deal.
Because you don't often find yourself, no matter how good you are, you don't often find yourself on a final table on an event that has almost 3,000 runners, right? So
yeah, and if you're flipping for like such a big pay jump, I'm a big pussy. I would go for deal, but
it's not that. It's just like the variance level of it. You know, it's but maybe he sold a lot of action, and then the variance is that way. I don't know.
I think they swapped the Dutchies, but I think
maybe that's why the rail's so big.
Yeah,
maybe
They're like, money.
Yeah, they want to make sure they fall to the payout desk.
Yeah. But I don't know how much action he has himself. I think still a lot. But I know some of them swapped with each other, and some of them have swapped with Stan as well.
That's interesting. So is he independently wealthy? Like, what do you know about him? Do you know enough information that we can... maybe you don't even want to share that, but the fact that he said that he probably won't make a deal, or he definitely won't make a deal, you said, that shocks me for any player.
He just
even
goes
Steven
for
made
it.
a deal a few years ago. Steven Van Zadelhoff, I mean, he had him on... not when he had his opponent on the ropes, but when it was evened up, then... You recognized the huge jump between first and second. It was even bigger that year because it was the 1 million event that had more than a 2 million guarantee, much like we're going to see from October 4th to 12th when the Battle of Malta returns. But even so, I know so many professionals that, yes, okay, if they feel they can win, they'll still make a deal, but only under their conditions where it's not pure ICM. But when you certainly respect your opponent's abilities, you want to even out that variance because you're not always in these spots every day, so you want to make the most out of them.
Maybe it's also a Dutch thing. Okay, Steven van Zadelhoff did it, but Matthäus is super stubborn as well. So in the Battle of Malta, he didn't made a deal in Vegas. He was heads up for 100K pay jump. And
I hope if we make it heads up one day, which is never going to happen, not because of him, but because of me, he would maybe think about making a deal.
Maybe.
I'll let him have the trophy. Like, it'll be like one of those old Wilkes EPT stories where I don't care about the trophy. The trophy maybe means more to him than me. I mean, obviously, I'd love to have the trophy. So I should never say I don't care about the trophy, but to me, just the memory is there, right?
Yeah, of
so
course.
I should never say I don't care about the trophy. That's not true, but the trophy never comes into consideration to me when making a deal because you're still then playing for the trophy. I should have phrased it that way because that's really the truth. I do have my my trophies throughout my life in my home, including like my 2 poker trophies, but it's like
nice.
mostly all the online though gimmicks that I got are with my son somewhere. That's a different story. But this is not the flop either player wanted to see, even in a limp pot. Gnome may try to rep that this helped him.
Or he checks back. Yeah.
And the 2 of clubs doesn't really change much. If you weren't repping anything on the Queen 9-10, the 2 is not going to be a card you rep on, although maybe there's some leveling wars going on, but I think this is going to check through again.
Good read again, Jason. Check, check.
You get to know the players, and unfortunately for Sten, and fortunate for Gnome, he gets there on the river, but maybe now Sten fires something out, and depending on the sizing, it might be hard for Mom to call. But I think Sten still has showdown value, and yes, I'm not surprised to see check. And this would be too thin value to get.
So he's going to
he
check.
Maybe get value out of this hand, but I don't think Sten is even calling this ace high here.
Or
There's
he's
really
betting
no
like
point.
1 BB or something, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe if it's really tiny, he may just see what he's doing with that kind of stuff. But this is rather not tiny, I don't think.
No?
Turning his hand into a bluff. No, it is tiny. It is tiny. It was a bunch of the low-value chips, the white ones. The white ones are the 25K chips. The orange ones are the 100K chips.
Okay.
But the graphics were blocking the color, at least for me. So I thought that was a big stack of oranges he put out.
It looked like that, yeah, because of the reflection.
But if he's not calling this bet, he's not going to call the bigger bet for
No.
sure. And Josef here has to be careful. I mean, he got a little bit upset yesterday during day 3. He kept getting up during hand for hand, and twice, at least once, maybe it was twice, he got dealt out of a hand, and he was getting a little feisty with the dealer. But you really need to remain in your seats. If those cards are out and you're not there, you can't blame anybody but yourself that you weren't where you were supposed to be.
I couldn't agree more.
And you don't want to be missing hands at this point.
Ooh.
And when do you go back home from Malta?
We're flying tomorrow morning.
Ooh.
Very early.
So there's going to be no podcast visit this time, but next time we will get
sure.
you.
Yeah.
You had to cancel, and then I definitely couldn't do it before
Mateus
coming
and
on
I had a
today.
big fight, and then we were like, okay, I don't even want to speak to you right now. So a podcast.
I could have done you separately.
Yeah. That would be a good idea.
And then I could have really
for
gotten the
next
dirt
time.
on each one of you. That would have been fun.
It would be nice content and reality, you know.
I probably would have had to cut half of it when you, but I would have learned a lot about both of you.
You know, we had a fight. I gave him a bracelet for Christmas, a very nice one.
Well, hold on. We'll get the story, but we have both players with an ace this hand, so we should take a look. It's Giuseppe Rosa opening up for a min raise, and Stan now, like, the ace-8s before don't seem that strong, but when you're four-handed and a hand like ace-8 is strong, and you are on the button, and he knows Rosa could open wide, but Rosa, even when he had the chip lead, he was playing very in line, preserving his stack versus trying to force the action, and made it to the final four doing that. The worst thing that can happen is you blow up your chip leading stack. So at least he's already made it to the to where he is now, which is good. But we do see a 3-bet. I like this by Stan reading the situation that he is on the button, and if he's 4-bet, he can get out of the way and still have 12 million. I don't think he would call if Rosa jammed, but Rosa would have a sick read to jam and get the better hand to fold.
Yeah.
What he can do is call here, but then he's out of position, and with ace-6,
with
ace-6 never comfortable.
offsuit, no,
Yeah.
I wouldn't feel comfortable out of position.
Well, let's see. We're not the ones at the
No,
table.
that's
Apparently, we're not
so
good enough
true.
to be there. I mean, I didn't play the Battle Malta main event, so I have an excuse.
Yeah, well,
You made day 3,
I
though.
came
We should talk
close,
about that, too.
but still not close enough.
You were
But yeah.
almost the last lady standing, too.
Yeah, there was another
Alessandra
girl.
Kuntra.
Yeah, and she made it with a satellite for 65 euros. She got in.
Yeah, she's a lovely person. She's the wife of one of my friends who I'm going to actually have lunch with in 2 days, Gianluca.
Nice. I didn't know it was his wife, and then she added me on Facebook, and I saw him like, oh, how nice. And she is a lovely girl. I wished she made the final table, but maybe next time.
She was happy, but yeah, she'd be a lot happier if she was there.
But that's the thing. I was saying the whole time, I can't complain because I was running insanely hot on day 2. So whatever happens, I'm happy anyway.
Happy.
Yeah, happy. I made day 2 with 10 bigs, so that I made day 3 is a miracle. You need to be lucky then.
That is very rude of the Dutch Rail for ordering pizza and knowing that you're in the booth, because obviously that was 30 minutes ago in real time, but not knowing that you would be here in 30 minutes time and send the pizza over to the booth for you.
Yeah, I think
not for
they
me. I
will
don't care
leave
about me, but rude to you.
some cold, crunchy...
some crust.
Yeah, some crust.
That has teeth marks all over it.
No thanks, guys. No thanks. Thanks a lot.
I am hungry, but yeah.
Ah, well, maybe Mateus wants to join you next, and then I will get you some food.
But I can't eat when I'm streaming anyway. I don't know if there's a dinner break. They may not take one. I should find out that information.
Maybe you can have a smoothie, then you don't have to eat, but still have something in your belly.
Yeah, that's good. A smoothie sounds good. Yeah, nobody wants to hear me crunching food while I'm commentating. $1.3 million for Yusuf Giuseppe, they're looking like he's going to defend here, or at least was thinking about it. Nope, he's grabbing.
There he
and
goes.
He's putting in. I'm wondering if they're going to introduce a new color or if the 100Ks are the highest now that we're four-handed. The stacks can get pretty big pretty fast once it gets heads up.
Looks super cool.
Yeah, so you want them to keep just
I
the
want
orange
them
and
to keep
yellows,
them.
orange and white ones. I think the defend here is could go either way, but there's a 7 out of the
Ooh
window
la
and a 6 to
la.
go. Life is good for Giuseppe. Is Josef going to continue? He does have to be afraid of some draws, Mr. Rosa, with the diamond draw out there. Obviously, there's a made straight possibility, but he should feel pretty good about his 7-6, at least at this point in time. The problem is you want to protect your hand a little bit, and because of ICM, you want to probably be not letting your opponents realize any equity.
So
But
will he go for a race?
what would Mateo say here in order for you not to get a spanking?
Ooh, this is a tough one, but I think he would like me to rate here. But maybe a flat would be okay as well. So
It
he
is
would
an interesting board,
continue bluffing, but this is a board where, I'm
Because
always
it-
scared when I
yeah.
see 5, 6, 7 with a flush draw.
What I like about a raise is that because Josef opened up with the raise, there's a lot of hands. I mean, we see the ace-3, but it very well could have been ace-8 or a pair of eights, and you're getting, your equity.
Yeah.
You really, or even if it's something like tens, then you're getting a call in your head, but then you're going to get some of those hands to fold out that potentially are drawing. Probably not eights, but, a hand like ace-8, yes. Potentially.
Potentially,
depending on the sizing. I don't know. Because
So-
you don't really want to be spewing chips at this point.
He's
I
going
like this.
for a race.
And he's going to, and this is probably for value, actually, based on the sizing. So maybe he's not afraid of the wet board. I'd look at this board and I'm just like, this is way too wet for me. Yeah, we
Matthias.
got
Oh, we
Matthias
can
in the
ask
house.
Matthias.
Yeah, so
if I
Matthias,
would
what
be
would you do
spanked.
in this spot in order not to have Delia spanked?
If I was Giuseppe.
It was a limp pot, small blind, big blind, and Josef bet out 1 million. It's 2 big blinds into the 5-7-6. Stacks are fairly even. If you're the 6-7, you raise it, but do you raise it high?
You want to call, probably. I'm not sure. How deep are they? Either stacks.
Mm-hmm.
Is there somebody shorter?
No, there's no short stacks.
I want to call this.
You just would have called and then reevaluated on the turn.
Yeah, because the board is so dynamic that a lot of runouts are really not good for you. And to get it in on this board, if you start erasing this board, you put third bet in there. So basically, flipping with the
Gotcha. So Mateus likes a flat, reevaluating, so partly to keep the pot where it is.
I would be spanked because I would go for
I think we
the
both get a
race.
spanking. Can I get a spanking
Yeah.
too? I mean, I want a spanking, so it's a different situation than you.
So there he goes.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Don't say it because Jason is hungry. Now you're gonna make him jealous.
But in real time, there's a dinner break in 10 minutes?
No, we have a dinner with friends. They are having a
Ah.
holiday in Malta.
Oh,
And we haven't
okay.
seen them all week because I was running deep and I didn't have time for dinner.
Such problems you have. Oh, I've been running deep, so I didn't have time.
Yeah, I'm so
Come
sorry. Oh no, I'm not. Yeah, so now this is our last day here, so we have to eat with them tonight.
But maybe for the, I want to see what's going on with the tech guys. It would be an interesting dynamic if you two did it for 10 minutes.
Okay.
Mateus and Delia, if you're up for it, why not?
Yeah, let's do it. And let's
Just for
see
10
if
minutes
we can
and make sure, maybe
make
see
sure
if
we're
there's
not fighting in
Yeah, there
these
should be
10
no
minutes.
spankings.
No spankings. Hey, Matthias is joining me. Welcome, Mr. Molhuizen.
Thank you, Ms. de Jong. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. I have to tell you, we are having a delay of 30 minutes. You were, you were railing there, so don't
Correct.
spoiler us.
Oh, don't spoil it. There's a big pot coming.
Don't spoiler us. So let's pretend you weren't there. Yeah.
What are,
Who do you think?
what are we playing? PLO?
Pilo, we're playing short deck Short deck.
Short deck. You know how to play short deck? Yeah, I don't think you even know the rules, do you?
No, I don't know.
No.
I just know open face Chinese poker. That's my GTO game, and I know some Hold'em.
You know some Hold'em. So we got we got an Israeli dude on the final table. We got the Italian.
2 Italians.
Oh yeah, he made a very big. He got hero called yesterday with 10 left.
Or 2 Israelis and 1
Giuseppe.
Italian and Stan, obviously.
Yeah, and we got a Dutchie, Stan van Dijk.
Okay, Jason is gonna be back after his short break.
Yeah.
So for now,
Is he walking into a strip club right now? Am I seeing that correctly?
don't tell them.
Okay, I'm sorry
Let
about
him have some fun. But yeah, he will be back. So we are covering you for some minutes.
So there is a race with the Queen Jack offsuit, and Noam is calling the big blind. How deep are they? They are deep, around 30 bigs deep. And we're seeing a flop. This might get interesting. There will be a bet, a small bet and a call. Giuseppe would elect to check back, I think.
What would you do here?
It really depends on the other stacks as well, to be honest.
They're all, I think Stan is the shortest one here, but I think it's like neck on neck, like 14 million, 15 million.
I think a small bet is fine to get value of 8x and worse Queen X. So both options are fine. Oh, does he raise? Are you kidding me? I think he's at 1.6.
Yeah,
That's
he's raising. He's
very,
raising.
very creative. Very creative.
You like this creativity?
The King of Diamonds is not really well. No, I don't really like it. I think the call is just better here.
Maybe he thinks that he has a read on Giuseppe. I just see them playing now for 30 minutes. So
oh wow, there he goes. Is it big chips?
Yeah. The orange ones are the big ones.
Oh, he just calls.
Oh, he just calls.
That makes
I thought,
sense.
whoa, what is happening, Jason?
Yeah,
Come back.
I have no idea. I haven't seen the whole final table, so I don't know how much the chips are worth. I'm missing the.
I think the orange
Blackgate.
ones are 100k, yeah, and the white ones are 25.
Okay.
And I know that because I had some of the white ones.
Really? Cheeky bastard.
Of course.
I had 0.
Yeah, but you didn't make day 3,
That's
and I did. We have a
correct.
deuce on the turn.
This is what I mean. You basically want to check raise here with, let's say, the Jack of Spades as Noam, because on a spade turn you can at least barrel through. Now, what are you going to do on a 7 of Spades or a blank deuce? It's basically a check raise once and give up. I think the hand works good enough as a call. So I would, if you want to check raise something, also you want to basically check raise. You prefer to check raise 8-7, because if you turn a king, there's a very low frequency where you lose 2 pair over 2 pair or versus a straight. So there are a lot of bad things that happen with this hand. So that's why I don't really enjoy
Raising there.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, good to know. I learned something again today.
Yeah, me too. Not to piss you off, right?
Huh? Yeah, that's.
I learn that every
you
day.
learn that every day for 6 years. You know, I'm a mirror. If you're nice to me, I'm nice to you. If you treat me bad, I will be a psycho bitch.
Yeah, so it gets that checked. Giuseppe would not love a river bet there, because the Jack of Spades is definitely not a card you want to call with as a hero.
So now he takes
is it a break?
lead. I think it's a break.
I heard that you're a very good singer. Maybe you can sing during the break for the people.
Oh, sorry. I think you're
No?
you're yeah, you're not right.
You're not right.
Patricia is a very good singer.
Is she? What does she sing?
Some of the people here thought she was my twin sister, so maybe you're confused.
Maybe I
But
am.
I'm not the good singer. I think we have to ask Patricia to come back.
All right.
I'm the worst.
Yeah, well, yeah, maybe. I'm a bit worse though.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
both are.
I can rap though.
Yeah. So Jason is
Strong.
gonna be back after this break. Is this gonna be a
Color up.
just chip race?
Yeah, basically a chip race, same thing. Yeah, they're gonna color up the chips, which I think is really good because it speeds up the game.
That's true,
all
but
these
this
big towers.
looks so cool, you know.
Yeah, but you look at them; they have too much. Basically, they have just too much,
You
and
can
it slows
never
the
have
game
too
down.
much. You can never have too much. Maybe you can tell them your sick story about your chip race and
Oh no,
what went wrong.
that's a very long story.
Well, we have
We don't have
some,
we don't have the
we
time
have
today.
some minutes for Jason.
I'll tell Jason next time because you already know the story anyway. That's a good story.
Well, do a short version.
Even a short version.
Well, I will tell it then.
Okay, I'll tell it.
Okay, okay.
Yes, that's what you get when you get a couple and stream guys commentating. So basically what happened, I was in the 1K Phoenician in Vegas, and we were like 18 players left on day 2. There's 250k on top, and they do a color up during the hands, not like this. So they raise the chip during the hands, and the average is 2.4 million, and I have 3.4 million chips, and I have to do a chip race, and I count my chips. I was very tired because this is like 3 in the morning on day 2, so I played like, I don't know, 20 plus hours in 2 days, or 30 hours or something, and I count my chips. I fold 3 hands, and I said, I think I have 4.4 million. What's going on? So I'm contemplating. I mean, what do you do, right? So I asked a lot of people, probably people say it's the responsibility of the casino to give to check it. So you can just play with 1 million more chips, and if the chips get a bit divided over the table, nobody would notice, right? And it's like, I think it's like 10k equity because the first prize was 250k. But I got a stolen bag as well, like a couple weeks before. Lost my laptop. Well, not lost. They
Lost some cash.
Yeah, they took my cash, my laptop, everything. I was so pissed off for weeks. I was like, if I decide to do this, I'm not any inch better than the guy who stole my bag. So I said, well, fuck it, I'm just gonna give the money back, obviously. So I gave it back, and the whole table was very happy, obviously, that I gave 1 million chips back. And then what happened was, one guy who just triple barreled on me said, well, you just made a good fall, I'll tell you that. So that made me happy.
Oh, and it's hard to make you happy. I know this.
So then I opened the button, like after giving the chips back, and small blind rejams like 25 bigs, and I have jacks, and I call it off, and he has ace queen, and we lose a flip, and I go actually from virtually 4.4 million to 1.4 million. So I'm like, yeah, well.
And you were
guys,
saying karma doesn't exist.
Karma doesn't exist. I wasn't until now, obviously, because you feel like there is no karma then, even though I don't really believe in karma, because it means you're doing something good to get better of it. So I have 1.4 million, and eventually I do win the tournament. So I was.
Karma does exist.
So maybe the whole story is karma does exist. So that was probably the short version, which was quite long, I guess.
But it's good. We have to fill some time.
Yeah. Can you text Freddie maybe, and I'll.
Oh yeah, we are having a dinner with friends,
yeah.
But now Jason left the building to the strip club, and we are just.
Nobody has seen Jason. Maybe he left with Elvis.
Well, he's just working like non-stop. Let this guy just
have some food.
Have some food or.
Yeah, no worries. So that's one of the stories. I have some more stories, but this is a good feel story.
This is a some feel up stuff.
Normally you bust in 10th and you're fucked.
So, do you know some of these guys who are still playing? Do you know if Stan made?
I met Stan basically like 2-3 weeks ago, and
just like me, right?
Now getting to this final table is amazing for him. I think it might be life-changing money if he wins it. So I know he won 2 big flips, which is obviously worth so much money at this point. But good for him, and
maybe you can give him. Maybe a tip if you're so young and
I'm not going to tip him. Well, €5 or what? You want
okay, maybe you can give him some advice. Maybe you can give him some.
Guys have 100k. You want to tip him $5? Oh, no, go ahead.
Yeah, maybe you can give him some advice because when you were his age, you won a big tournament as well.
Yes,
and
buy a supercar.
And you were always like, okay,
no.
If I.
Can you text Freddie?
Just stop doing this. This commentating with your boyfriend, I can't recommend it.
Can you text Freddie? Thank you.
I will, but I'm the only girl that give him some advice.
Yeah, I will.
Because you were like when you won, you weren't You wish you did something else with the money.
No, I mean, just invest your money smartly, or take a part out and use it somewhere else. I don't know, but I went quite. I went the other way, which is an interesting way to go as well, because you only live once. Yeah? But definitely don't start playing tournaments you can't beat anymore. So don't start playing now 5Ks or something if you don't think you can beat it. You can sell a lot of action and do it, but yeah, that's basically it.
Would you make a deal if you were Stan? Because I know his friends asked him if he was gonna make a deal. This was yesterday when we were with 10 players left, and he was like, "No way, I will play. I will play for the trophy. I'm not making a deal." You were like this back then, and maybe still.
Yeah, I'm quite a YOLO guy here. Yeah. I don't make deals quite easily, and if I feel I have an edge on this table, I will not make a deal quite fast. Unless, pretend there are now 4 left, and I get, I don't know the price space. I know it's 200k for first. Let's say if we were at 5 left, and then I get guaranteed second place. That's a deal you have to take, and I had a deal like that on the W Cube, so that's a deal I will take if it's a really good deal, and I was chip leading, so that makes it easier to negotiate, obviously.
Yeah.
But in general, if I feel I'm better than the players, I don't deal very quickly. And even though that's tricky, because I would recommend people to deal. I'm just more of a, like I say, a guy.
Gambler.
No, YOLO. I just go low. But for example, that 1K in the Phoenician in Vegas as well. It's 150k for number 2 and a 250k for number 1.
Yeah, it's 100k.
And I felt I was a way better player than my opponent. But eventually I get queens versus ace king, and if I lose that, he has 70% of all chips. So I'm basically flipping for 100k. So it is dangerous, guys. So don't necessarily don't do this at home.
At your own responsibility.
Yes, correct.
Well, I would go for a deal. I think.
Yeah. And if you guys think that's fun, then go for it.
And when you made your first final table, the Unibet Open,
yes,
Malta,
yes,
the guy, you were heads up, and you were with Tobias, another Dutch guy.
Yeah, so basically I have I have 8k in my account. I made with poker 8k. This is like 2010-ish, 11-ish, and we get to freeway, and there's a Finnish dude who's chip leading, and he wants like 115k, and we both no, he didn't want to deal, and he busts like 15 minutes later, and we're heads up, and the guy wants more money than I would wanted to give him, and the first prize was 117k.
Oh, really? We just filling it up.
So I basically said, oh, fuck it, let's play for it. Because I was like 21 years old. If I win a 75k or 170k, it wouldn't change my life. It was so much money for me. I had 8k in my account. So I went YOLO, and I got lucky enough to win it. But what did Jason say?
He said, you don't have to talk when it's break.
Oh, great. Awesome. For the people who are still around, we appreciate it. And we are going on a break now.
Yeah, we are going to dinner. Bye, guys. Have fun with Jason.
Yeah, bye-bye.
And everything will resume in 3 minutes.
Yeah.
me, please. More blind, me blind.
If Stan is there, there's not going to be a deal.
That will be the last time I offer. That will be the last time that I offer it. Do ICM and play until the end for the profit. Last time I offer. I don't care about the money, believe me. I don't care. It's not money for me, but it's now.
So welcome back, everyone. It is Jason. I hope you enjoyed your time with the poker power couple, Delia de Jong and Matthias Mühlhausen. I enjoyed listening in on them a little bit. I figured you would enjoy it too. They went off to dinner, so I am back. Blinds are up to 300,000, 600,000. And those of you wondering, even though with the top heavy payouts, whether they would be a deal, we heard from Delia that Sten was not going to be making a deal no matter what. And we just overheard during the break with the table volume up that Yusuf also says, I don't care about the money. Those were his exact words. So I don't think we're going to be seeing a deal as long as those two are in play. I cannot speak for the other two players, but right now they're playing for a lot of money. And right away we have Sten here with the Queen 8 suited, more than nice to open on the button. He's sitting on about 25 big blinds right now. And indeed, he does open for a min-raise, and Yusuf likely to do something with these mini pocket pair here. Likely just going to defend his blind, and it looks like that's what he's going to do. And does indeed call. So it's a flip situation, but it's going to be hard for Yusuf unless he hits a 3. To do much with this hand, no matter the flop. And Sten couldn't be any happier. He flops top pair. Of course, it's a draw-heavy board, but very likely, well, I was going to say very likely, but this isn't the likely situation I was expecting. We have Yusuf just leading out here. Interesting move. Now let's see what Sten does here. He doesn't have the best kicker in the world. Yusuf can be defending with better queens at times and not 3-betting them. But he could be doing this with spades. He could be doing this with 5-6. And in this case, he did it with an underpair to the entire board. And Sten opting to call, which makes a lot of sense. And as long as there's no 3 on the board, he will remain ahead of the hand. And we could see one of the 3s is dead, so it's only the 3 of hearts. And now with 2 pair, he is going to be going nowhere. Maybe he has some slight concern about that 5-6 that we were just talking about, but I don't think he has anything to worry about at right this moment. And let's see if Yusuf tries to rep that he has that 5-6 or a good queen. It does look like he is leading out again for 4.5 million. Wow. And if Sten didn't hit that 2 pair, maybe he'd be thinking something different, but he should still think he's good. I mean, he doesn't beat every hand. He doesn't beat the 5-6. He's behind sets. But he's behind other 2 pairs that would be doing this. And in this case, Yusuf is just repping that he has more than his 3s. So he's ahead of hands like that as well. There's just way too much he's ahead of, not that much he's behind of. And he seems to be very adept at reading situations. So I don't expect him to be going anywhere at this point in time. I don't really expect any player to be going anywhere. But he goes all in, and that should end the action, and that should give him a substantial chip lead. You could see that it says 24 million in the pot. That's not what Yusuf would get if he called, then he hits a 3 on the river. But we're not going to see that happen anyway. And Sten will have a 24 million stack back up to 40 big blinds. I think this is just a little bit of posturing. There's really no way he can call. He's making it look like he's stronger than he is. Maybe he thinks he's stronger than he is, too. That's often possible that players misread their hands, but I don't think that's the case here. Does eventually make the fold, and the Dutch rail erupts once again after another big hand by Sten. Sten Van Dyke with another big hand, grows his pot, adds a little bit of a gap between him and the rest of the field. Meanwhile, Josef now is in a little bit of a trouble territory with the 11, well, really 12 big blind stack. And here's a look at the counts. Giuseppe Rosa has 21 million. Noam with the 13 million. So there was a lead change there. I did miss the last 5 minutes of action before the break, leaving you in the lovely hands of Mateos and Delia. And let's look at these payouts once again. I mean, every time I look at them, my jaw drops. They're already guaranteed 72,000 euros. It only goes up from there. Podium finish is at least 100,000. Second, 140. And, of course, a top prize of 200,340 euros. Sten with the Jack 9. It says under the gun, which it is, but it's also the cutoff, so we might see him reach for some chips. It looks like he's staring down at least one of the players right now. He's not looking at his cards or the board or his chips. I think he could be raising here, but let's see. Nope, he folds, saving for a better spot. Gnome on the button with the King 3 offsuit, also into the muck. And Josef with the identical hand, just different suits from the small blind. Will either complete or raise. I don't just see him open folding here. Opts to complete. And what is... Ooh, bold move by Giuseppe. Jamming that 5-3 offsuit, recognizing some weakness in his opponent. He would have been in a bit of trouble with the call, but he knew that. Maybe some read there. Very nice play, though. Here's a little information about Giuseppe. He was the chip leader to start the day. Has one of the lower VPIPs on the table, but he's been hanging in there quite nicely. Josef also, you know, it changes around based on his chip count. Now he's down to 11 big blinds. Almost in jam full territory, but he could also still opt to raise some pots as well. We will see how it transpires. Giuseppe in the small blind with the ace-7. I think we shall see. We see a completion there. We knew some chips were going in there. Sten with a pretty hand from the big blind. He would likely have called a raise. He may opt to raise it himself now from the big blind. You could see the equities are even pretty close, even though his opponent has an ace. Sten has been an uber solid player. He is reaching for chips to raise. The 2 million. And let's see what Giuseppe Rosa does now. For now, he's putting the cards back in the box, just maybe double checking he's not misreading his hand. And looks like he will indeed call. Not the flop that really hit either player, but Sten can rep that he has a king in his hand pretty easily. And I won't be surprised if we see a bet here. Sten looking pretty deep in thought. Looks like almost 2 million. Let's see though. Maybe 1.9. 1.6 million, so a little bit less. And it's going to be hard for Giuseppe, even though he has the best hand. It's going to be hard for him to continue along in this hand. We know he's ahead. But there's no way for Giuseppe to know that he's ahead, but maybe he thinks he is, because he is reaching for chips. Counting it out, and makes the call. Interesting. So he is ahead, but he's in an awkward spot out of position against facing some aggression. And if he was behind, there's not much he can really improve against. 5 of hearts, though. That may slow down Sten, it may not. Or maybe Giuseppe decides maybe he had something in mind, is going to try to take it down here. Does check again. Can Sten sniff this out? Because I think another bet would work here. He's looking down at his chips. That very often means he's about to grab some. But yet has not made a move yet, so maybe he's just looking down and thinking. Does look deep in thought. Does check back. So that's good news for Giuseppe. And the 4 of spades on the river. The Italian stallion over here thinking about his options. He's been around the same stack since he entered the final table as the chip leader, not losing any but not winning much either, which allowed him to get into the final 4. Does check, and now if Sten opts to bet here, is Giuseppe going to be sticky with his ace high? I guess in theory Sten also has some showdown value to check back, just not in this case, but yeah, he checks back. And Giuseppe Rosa back with the chip lead, up to 26 million in chips with the ace high. And something is happening here. It looks like the chips are just being organized for him to save some time, which is always nice when you get that kind of service at the final table, especially when you have chips already all over the place. The mountain of chips keeps on growing. And while the stacks at one point, not so long ago, were all evened up, there's now this gap again where it's Josef who's in most jeopardy with 11 big blinds, Giuseppe with the 43 big blinds, and the other two players in between, and Sten and Norm. I'm curious if we will see any fireworks go off soon. I think something has to give. I mean, they have an hour at this blind level, so it may not be this blind level, but if it's still four-handed at the next blind level, there should be fireworks. But very often during four-handed play, you'll see some interesting setups. And Rosa raising it up. For a min-click, min-raise. And Noam likely to do something with the 10-7 suited. He's not likely to fold it, that's for sure. The most likely option is for him to call. And that's exactly what he does. And every pot, even the small ones, are all adding up at this point. And very interesting flop because Giuseppe flops top pair, Noam with middle pair. So I think if Giuseppe bets here, it's going to put Noam in not the best of spots because he did get a piece of this board. He also had a backdoor flush draw, but now we won't know because it went check-check. And maybe Noam now thinks he's actually good with his pair of tens. But does check again. It looks like reaching for about half the pot here is Giuseppe. A little more than half the pot with a bet of 1.8 million. And maybe Noam can get away from this, maybe sniff it out. It is two pair for Giuseppe, so he waited till he improved on the turn. Noam is drawing only to a 10 for trips to win. And if he calls here and a 7 comes, it could be showers for him, but he does call, folks, so let's see what the river brings. If it's a 10 or a 7, it changes everything about this hand. The 7 only because then you could expect a lot of chips to get in. The 10 because Noam would take, would have the best hand that would be going nowhere. Oh no! I have not seen anything at the feature table. I mentioned the 7, but I've been keeping myself in the corner. Oh my. I don't know if Noam's going to be able to get away from this. I don't think he can get away with it, no matter what the bet size is here. The 7 is sneaky, sneaky. And how many 2 pairs does Giuseppe have, or better than 2 pairs? We see that he has a better 2 pair. But after the check on the flop, it's a sneaky 2 pair. He's thinking over how much he will be betting. I don't think this is ever getting checked back. If it gets checked back, it's such a save for Noam, because he's not going to be able to fold here. He jams it. Oh no! We could be down to 3 players. I don't think that Noam is going to fold here. Can he sniff it out? This is such a tough spot. He does make the call, and it showers for Noam out in 4th place. That is such a cooler for you, Noam. 4th place for 72,000 euros, and we are down to just 3 players. Giuseppe now with a nice chip lead after winning that pot. He was the start of the day chip leader, but it's bounced around between a few players. And now look at all those chips he has in 3-handed play. But Noam's a good spirit. He's everybody's very sportsmanlike at this table. Hugs and handshakes around. And Giuseppe has more than half the chips in play, maybe about 60% of the chips in play during 3-handed play. Of course, anything can happen. Anything does happen in poker tournaments. No lead is safe. If Sten finds a double, those 2 stacks switch around, and even Yusuf is not out of the picture yet with his 11 big blind stack. The final 3 players, by the way, are each guaranteed 100,000 euros, and that was for a 550 euro buy-in, 555 euro buy-in. Some of the players actually got in cheaper than that through live and online satellites, but let's just say if these players bought in directly, that is quite a return on investment. And it doesn't look like there's any deal discussion being made. There is some organization of chips being helped out by Nino here, the tournament director. But the payout jumps are immense. Second place will get 140,000 euros, and the winner will get 60,000 euros more with a 200,340 euro top prize. It's always nice to stay hydrated at the final table and stand there with the water bottle. So now with 3-handed play under the gun is also the button. When Giuseppe had the chip lead early on at the final table, he wasn't getting out of line, and he's not going to start now with the king deuce. And Yusuf probably can't be too upset with that walk. Every chip counts when you're this short. I'm sure he wouldn't mind laddering up somehow for a 40,000 euro pay jump with his short stack. We saw it earlier at the final table when Carol, who came in with just crumbs in his stack, managed to ladder up from 9th to 7th place. The same theory applies now to Yusuf, but with during 3-handed play, where I'm sure he would be happy to at least get the heads-up play. But he's going to have to hope for a cooler of a hand between the 2 bigger stacks or for him to double up himself. Deuce is on the button for Sten. Opting to fold there, but Yusuf will likely jam his king-10 suited. Indeed he does, and it's going to get through again. So back-to-back small pots for Yusuf, all of a sudden up to 13 big blinds. It makes a bit of a difference since now he doesn't necessarily have to jam hands on the button if he doesn't want to. And now we're a fairly international table. We were all along, but we have one player from 3 different countries. We have Yusuf over there in the screen from Israel, Sten from the Netherlands, and Giuseppe from Italy. All locked up 100,000 euros already and counting. It's more than double that for the eventual winner. And still no deal talk. There may not be a deal made because we overheard from Dahlia that Sten's plan to start the day was not to make a deal no matter what. That can also obviously change when you see all this money in front of you. But he may also feel he has an edge on the players and that we don't know each player's financial situation. They've already locked in 100,000. I can't blame them either way. Maybe he's also played a lot of short-handed games. But interesting raise size by Giuseppe here. It's a 4x raise size to 2.4 million. We haven't seen that yet from any player, but we're also three-handed play, and it is a raise from the small blind out of position. So somewhat okay. Gets the job done anyway. Oh, we see Adam Thomason there in the background, also with GG Poker, and enjoying a beer on the rail. Nice to see him. Good friend of mine. Looks like he's chatting a little bit with the Dutch crew, but I can't tell. No, maybe he's chatting with a dealer, Marcello. It's hard to see who the other person is on the screen there, but I think it's actually Marcello, one of the final table dealers and a fantastic person, and he was also the dealer coordinator here. So imagine you're at the Battle of the Malta. You have 200 plus dealers, tables everywhere. I can't see how he's still awake or on his feet. Here from early in the morning to late at night. But now he's smiling and enjoying. He loves this stuff. He loves dealing at the feature table and that final table. Is one of the best dealers I've ever seen. The Battle of Malta is lucky to have him here. And Sten with the nines. We know he's doing something here. It's a 30 big blind stack for him. Too much to shove. But then again, let's see what he does here. We're going to see a lot more time taken by some of the players with the big pay jumps. You want to make sure that whatever decision you make is the one you want to make. I wouldn't have been surprised if Yusuf, if he shoved here actually, because it was Yusuf in the big blind. So his effective shove would not have been 30 big blinds. So nines versus ace-5. Yusuf at risk and behind. We could be heads up, just like that. A 5 out of the window, but he needs now an ace or a 5. Of course, there's some outs for chop pots as well, but Sten's still well ahead with his nines. The 10 of diamonds on the turn doesn't change anything. Yusuf still needs an ace or a 5 to survive. Otherwise, he will collect the third place prize. And a 10 on the river. You can hear that Dutch crowd cheer. Well played, though, Yusuf. You made it all the way to third place. Nothing to be sad about at all. 100,000 euros for your podium finish. But we are now heads up, and stacks are now a little bit closer to even. Sten's a rail, though, is very excited, as Sten is as well. And let's get ready for an exciting heads-up battle. That happened rather fast. We went from 4 to 2 just like that. And I don't think we're going to see a deal made. I mean, I don't know about Giuseppe Rosa, but based on what we heard earlier, but now I'm getting word that they may be talking about a deal because it looks like we're on the break clock, which might be that they're getting set up for heads-up play. It might be a deal, but we'll update you in about 10 minutes. I'll find out for you. But tune back in. We're going to see, either way, a legendary heads-up match between Sten and Giuseppe. We'll see who wins the 200,000 euros and the trophy. And even if a deal's made, they've locked up quite a lot of money. Be back in 10 minutes. So welcome back, everyone. This is Jason Glatzer. Sorry about that, folks, but welcome back. This is Jason Glatzer. I was just being fed a little bit of information, so I had to mute the mic. I found out two big things. One, the blind levels are going to stay at 60 minutes of length. You might be used to blinds at some events being trimmed once it's heads-up play. That will not be the case at the Battle of Malta, so we could see quite a lot of heads-up action. And the other thing that was confirmed, and it's no surprise, a deal was asked, but Sten immediately shot it down. There is no deal being made. Sten came into the day saying that he didn't want to make a deal to his rail, no matter how things turned out, and nothing changed during the short break while they were setting up for heads-up play. And now we could see that fantastic trophy on the table. It's hard to really make it out in the light, but when you see it up close, it's really an amazing trophy. Already Giuseppe waking up with a nice hand. He has about a 3-2 chip advantage starting heads-up play. And stacks aren't that shallow, so I'm looking forward to watching how this goes down. And Giuseppe opens to 1.4, and Sten has nothing to defend with, and first pot to Mr. Rosa. It's like Rosa should have home field advantage, being how many Italian players are here and how close in proximity Malta is to Italy. But I think really it's Sten with the home field advantage at this point, because he just has such a sick rail. The rail is just building and building for him. It's quite impressive. It's always nice to have that support behind you. And he certainly has the confidence if he doesn't want to make a deal at any point during this tournament. So it is anyone's game. It would be anyone's game whether they made a deal or not. Sten with the 10-9 suited. Opening to 1.3 million. What's Giuseppe going to do? Is he going to 3-bet his ace-10? It's a nice hand to 3-bet with. Sten should be opening wide. He could also opt to call. We know he's not folding unless he misread his cards. First he's going to put his mask on, though. It might be a tell thing because he's not wearing the mask over the nose, so it might just be that he's trying to hide his facial features around his mouth. Yeah. Taking his time. Does just call. Playing it safe. Keeping the pot size not too big at the moment. Giuseppe flopping the goods here. Obviously, if he had the ace-2, it would be even better, but he should not be scared at this point. It would be a cooler if Sten had a hand like ace-king, ace-queen, or ace-jack. But Sten going to rep that he has something. He doesn't really have anything he can draw to either. You could see he has less than 1% chance, and I'm not even sure how that would come about. I guess if the board filled up with 2s, they would chop the pot, so that's why he has less than 1% if there were quad 2s with the ace on the board. But the best he could do is chop, and if it goes to showdown. And Giuseppe check calls a bet of 850,000. Let's see if anything changes on the 5 of diamonds turn. Another check by Giuseppe Rosa and Sten van Dijk. He is thinking about whether he's going to fire another barrel. Maybe thinking about what he's going to do on some rivers. Or maybe just doing a timing tell. He is reaching for some chips, though. $2.2 million, about half the pot. And once again, Giuseppe likely won't be going anywhere, but he may take his time. He may be thinking about raising at this point. But he's probably better off calling, but we can say that seeing the cards. We know if he raises, that's the end of the hand. And calls once again. So the pot beginning to build up. Once again, blinds are 300,000, 600,000, so it's still just 15 big blinds. But when you look at the stacks and the pot's 9.3 million, that's a quite nice amount for either player. And this will likely, I mean, that's a scary river for Giuseppe, because if Sten has any threes, if he was betting just the club brush draw, it's actually a better river for Sten, because if he bets big here, it's going to be hard for Giuseppe to potentially call. He'll at least have to think it over. Sten maybe going over some of the action in his head, maybe thinking about whether he can get away with a bet or giving up on the hand. So he would still have more than 30 big blinds if he gives up on the hand. Does indeed check back. First heads up pot of any substance going over to Giuseppe, and now has more than a 2-to-1 chip advantage over Sten. A momentum building pot. $74 big blinds to 33 big blinds. Both players aren't shallow at all. I mean, we had some shallow play when we were about five-handed, and then we had those two quick eliminations, and all of a sudden the heads-up action is deep. So we could be here for quite some time, especially with 1 hour blinds. And already locked up 140,000, so they're playing for a little more than a 60,000 difference, and of course the honor of being the 2022 Battle of Malta Main Event Spring Edition champion, and a chance to be the defending champion when the Battle of Malta returns on October 4th to 12th, 2022, here at Casino Malta. Ooh, this could be a little bit of a setup hand here. Threes against jacks, heads up. So it looks like it was, yeah, a limp by Giuseppe, and now a raise by Sten with the fish hooks to 2.1 million. This could be trouble for Giuseppe if he decides to get a little bit out of line here. But it looks like he's opting to call, which isn't too out of line. And being in position, if there's some high cards on the board, maybe something can go Giuseppe's way. Obviously, if he hits a 3, he improves the trips. It's not the worst flop for Sten, but not the best. You would have liked to have seen 3 cards under that jack. It's not typically the kind of flop, especially since you're blocking some of the spades. You're blocking the jack-queen, that you're going to get that much value out of if you bet. So I'm not surprised to see the check. And Mr. Rosa checking behind to see the 9 of clubs turn. And maybe now we will see a bet by Sten. He could get some thin value off those 9Xs. It's also a very wet board. He could check and reevaluate on the river. He does opt to check. Now, is Giuseppe going to take a stab at this? Does not. If we bet there, maybe bet big on the river, maybe he could have stole it away with his 3s. But it's only because we could see the cards. But after going check, 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 maybe Sten will try now. He wouldn't get anywhere because Giuseppe is basically just playing the board now with his 3s. Maybe we see a thin value like bet. And yes, I believe he said 2.5, but we'll say it's 3.5. So going a little big on the sizing. Maybe recognizing that he can get some value out of some ace highs on this kind of board. Giuseppe, though, would really literally just be playing the board, so he'd be calling for a chop to a rather big bet. Does make the correct laydown and still has about double the stack of Sten. A little bit of information here about Sten. He's had a VPIP of 25%, pre-flop raise of 20%, some solid numbers. That means very often when he's voluntarily putting money in the pot, it's coming through a pre-flop raise. Meanwhile, Giuseppe is getting involved a little bit more also from out of position hands where he's just calling raises. That's also more than acceptable, especially if some of this is weighted to short-handed play. But neither player is showing figures completely out of whack. Sten with the 10-6 offsuit. Is he going to just start playing some hands? I think he's announced a raise on the button. Raising it up to 1.3 million. And Giuseppe with a pretty king 9. This is, once again, when your head's up, these kind of hands do look very pretty. It looks like he will be defending, indeed. Getting a nice look at some of the players on the Dutch rail. So all clubs on the flop. Giuseppe with top pair, Sten with a flush draw, some backdoors. He was the pre-flop aggressor. Giuseppe did check. Sten thinking it through. Wearing the GG poker patch. He does work for GG Netherlands. It looks like he will be betting. Not a big bet, 900,000. I don't expect Giuseppe to go anywhere. It's a question of whether he raises or calls. does just make the call. Ace of spades, not the card either player wanted to see, but Sten would have more aces considering he opened than Giuseppe the defender. And Giuseppe does check again. Sten looks incredibly focused. He has all day long. But now they've been playing for about 6 hours, but combine that with long day 1, day 2, day 3. He may have played more than one opening fight as well. It's very easy to lose focus when it matters most. But he is looking very composed, very well rested, and unlike his real, very sober as well. Then, double barreling now. Does have a bit of equity. It's not just the flush draw. Queen would give him a straight. The 10 and 6, though, are not live. So it's any club and any queen. But maybe it takes it down here. I don't see Giuseppe going away quite yet, though. Of course, if Sten flopped the flush, Giuseppe would be drawing dead. But Giuseppe, at the moment, is ahead on the hand. He may just not realize that. Ooh, coming in with a raise. No, that's just a call, sorry. Because then that would have put Sten in a very awkward position. But it is just a call. And a club on the river, the 5 of clubs. Sten all of a sudden gets the check mark. He gets there. Stacks will likely be close to evened up. But maybe it's Giuseppe now going to rep that he has the club. But does check, does still have some very thin showdown value. But would likely have to fold to any bet of any size. I mean, obviously, if it's just one big blind, he's going to call it. But he shouldn't be ahead of anything here. Otherwise, it would just be a ridiculous play. Let's say Sten had 10 of hearts, 6 of spades, and bet a bit here. That would be pretty sick that he barreled all 3 streets. But maybe he's trying to figure out a way to get value, or maybe he will check back even, thinking it's possible that his opponent has a queen or ace of clubs, and he indeed checks back. Wins a nice pot up to 29 million. So Giuseppe had the advantage early on and heads up play a 2-to-1 advantage, and now Sten almost evens up the stacks after hitting that flush. And the Dutch rail erupts with pleasure. And once again, players are pretty deep. It's more than a 50 big blind average, heads up. Hour-long blinds. This could go for a while, folks. Either way this turns out, all the players at the final table should be proud of their performance. But Sten and Giuseppe, no matter what, have locked up 140,000 euros, as you can see here on the big board. 200,000, 340 top prize. That means they're still playing a 60,000 heads-up match. And you can see the trophy lying there. That will go to the winner as well. I'm sure the winner won't mind having to pay extra luggage fee to get that bad boy home after winning 200,000 euros. Giuseppe limping to start off the hand here with 8-5 suited from the button. And Sten with the Jack-10 may opt to raise. He may opt to call. He does raise to 2.1 million. And Giuseppe making the call. So already 4.8 million in the pot. Perhaps we'll be calling a little bit later now that he sees what he was up against the prior hand. Ace out of the window, 4-10. Sten pairs up his 10. Also has a backdoor flush draw. Giuseppe with not very much at all. Does have some backdoors. Backdoor flush draw, backdoor wheel draw. But not much else besides that. And you can see his equity is quite low. It's a 91-9 favorite for Sten. And let's see how Sten chooses to approach this hand out of position. He opts to check here. And Giuseppe now staring down his opponent quite a lot here. Does check back. And the backdoor wheel draw is now a front door wheel draw. It's a gut shot wheel draw. But that's the only card that can help Giuseppe is a 3. And Sten checking once again. I don't think we're going to see Giuseppe bet here just because he hasn't been betting on these kind of hands. But as I say that, we haven't seen him play too much heads-up play quite yet and is reaching for some chips, so. About 2 million, but we'll get an exact number shortly. A little more. No, exactly 2 million. And that will likely not scare Sten off. And a quick call there by Sten. And another 10 on the river. Now Sten is going to go absolutely nowhere. If he was concerned about his opponent's holdings before, he should be less concerned about it now. Improving the trips on the river. 8.8 million in the pot, so Sten is likely to take the chip lead after this hand. Giuseppe was a 2. He had double the chips, more than double the chips of Sten at one point during heads-up play. But Sten is about to take his first heads-up chip lead. It's just a matter of how much. If Sten finds a bet here, I mean if Sten checks and Giuseppe finds a bet here. But it's a 6.4 million bet, so I don't see Giuseppe going, he would have to jam here and even that wouldn't work. So a small chip lead here for Sten. We have our first chip lead change during heads-up play. Remember, there was no deal made because Sten said no deal. He told his rail that he was not going to make a deal no matter what before the final table even began, and he's sticking with his guns, showing all the confidence in the world, and now has a small heads-up chip lead. Here's a quick look at the stacks and, of course, the previous payouts, with Yusuf being our most recent elimination in third place for 100,000 euros. And some statistical information, which is going to change quite a bit during heads-up play, because typically you're playing a lot more hands. Sten with Queen 8 on the button. Raising it up to 1.3, and Giuseppe quickly defending with his King 4. It does not look like we're going to get too many folds pre-flop during heads-up action from either player, at least as of yet. A king out of the window. Two kings, though, on the flop. So Giuseppe now with trips, and Sten may think that his 8 is good, too, with two pair. Giuseppe, though, isn't going to go anywhere with his trips. And yes, indeed, but it's a little more than a min bet by Sten. The graphics are being updated here. It's about the same, though. Instead of 800, it's 850. Giuseppe disguising the strength of his hand, just calling. It looks like there's going to be another lead change, though, no matter how much more money goes into the pot. There's no way, really, for Sten to win this hand. He can't win it no matter what the river is, and I don't see Giuseppe folding no matter what the river is, even if it's an ace. But it doesn't look like Sten is putting more money in, but maybe he will if Giuseppe bets. But he checks again his trips, hoping that Sten will bluff into him. Maybe afraid that he's not getting too many worse hands to call, but he would in this case. I don't know about the Queen 8. You know, we'd have to see what Sten would have done. But if Sten had an ace in his hand, for example, I don't think he would have been folding to a bet here. But it does go check, check. Sten with the showdown value. Giuseppe pulls down the pot. Retakes the lead. So it's our second lead change during heads-up play. But effectively, the stacks are even. We got Marcello back dealing. Fantastic job by Marcello. He was the dealer coordinator for the Battle of Malta. Not just the main event, but for the whole festival. So we're talking hundreds of dealers. He kept everything organized. And now he's doing what he loves best. He is dealing at the feature table. He's probably dealt at least 10 or 15 of them that I've commentated alone, but you often see him at the feature table dealing. He's one of the best dealers in Europe. And we see Nuno over there too, keeping a close eye on the heads-up action, but it looks like it's because there's a deck change in this case, but he's always in the neighborhood. Working very long hours. The entire floor was working very long hours, and the dealers as well. A big shout out to everybody, both the floor and the dealers, and all the staff. Telly and Diane as well. This event cannot happen without the hard work done by all of them. And it looks like the new deck is being shuffled. And we're back in action. We've yet to see anybody fold pre-flop and heads-up play. Will this be the first time? Giuseppe, though, obviously with the position being on the small blind button, opts to limp, so Sten opting to check behind with his two suited rag cards. And both players had a piece of this flop. Giuseppe's piece is a little bit better, connecting with his 5, Sten connecting with his 4. Sten checks. Perhaps we see Giuseppe fire out a bet here. He's been a little bit passive during a heads-up play thus far, but does put out a min bet. And Sten is going to do something, and he does just call. He was either going to call or raise. The call is the safer option. Thinking maybe he might be ahead. If not, he can improve. Queen of Spades does not help either player. Let's see if Giuseppe fires out again. It isn't that big of a pot. There's only 3 million on the pot. But it's funny how poker works. Yesterday, 3 million would have seemed like a massive pot. But even earlier today, 3 million didn't seem like all that much. And certainly now during heads-up play, it doesn't. But Giuseppe betting again. I like this. If he checks here, he might be opening up some bluffs for Sten. And he does have a bluff catcher, but it's... it'll be interesting to see what Sten thinks about this bet here, though. I will do my best to interview Sten at some point in the near future, because I have never seen him around. But he obviously is well integrated into the Dutch poker community and has been playing fantastic poker all day long and all festival long. Want to learn more about this Dutch superstar, whether he wins or comes runner-up. It was a valiant effort for both players. Blind still at 300,000, 600,000. If we make it to a blind level increase, they will increase next to 400,000, 800,000. Okay, so we are at 400,000, 800,000 now. The graphics have just been updated. So already 2 million in the pot before anything happens, along with the big blind ante. Min bet here by Sten. I don't think Giuseppe is going to fold here, but we'll see what else he might have in mind. He does just call. It's the kind of hand that could flop well. Queen out of the window, another queen to go along with it, and the 5. So not a flop that improves either player. Giuseppe first to act. He's been mixing it up a little bit more during heads-up play, but he does check here. And a bet here by Sten should work, but maybe he's opting to check, and he does. Three of diamond pairs up Sten's 3. Does give Giuseppe, though, still a lot of outs. I mean, the 7 of diamonds is live for the flush draw, though he might not realize it. And the 7 and 8 are still live as well. But it looks like he's ready to bet. About 40% of the pot, I believe, but we'll get the official amount shortly. 1.7 million, so slightly more than 40%. And decision time for Sten. Does he think his queens over 3s are good? 3 diamonds on the board. He basically just has a bluff catcher. Does call. And if he's able to manage to take down this pot, he's going to take the chip lead for the second time during heads-up play. Let's see if Giuseppe has another bet in him. Because now it's going to be harder for Sten to call. Unless he stiffs us out, but I think Giuseppe may give up on the hand. Let's see what he decides to do. He's reaching for some chips. He maybe realizes that that's the only way he has a chance to win the hand. And then we can see how sticky Sten is with the 3 if that's the case. Let's see how big this was. Rather big bet here, so betting more than the pot, Giuseppe. Can he push Sten off the best hand? That it's awfully hard to call here unless he could sniff out that Giuseppe's making a move. But based on how Giuseppe's been playing up until heads-up play, he wasn't getting out of line at all with any big bluffs. He was just conserving his stack. Made it all the way to heads-up play. This is the first big move that we've seen by him at the final table, in fact. And if this gets through, we've seen the chip lead go to each player twice. So Sten took it back twice, and now Giuseppe, if the bet gets through, goes back twice. But if Sten can find a call here, he has a nearly 2-to-1 advantage over his opponent. Deep in thought. It is quite a momentum-changing pot. And basically it would bring the stacks back to where they were at the start of the play. And well done, Giuseppe. You got Sten to lay down the best hand. You now have a 3-to-2 chip advantage. That was exactly where we were to start things off. It's been an interesting back and forth battle thus far between these two. Sten down to 32 big blinds, Giuseppe at 48. That's still quite a lot for heads-up action. Instead, looking like he's still having a good time, probably thanks to his massive rail, despite just losing that pot. He would have had to have a really good read to make a call there, just based on Giuseppe's previous play. It's the first time, at least at the final table, we've seen him make a fairly big move without having some piece of the board or some decent hand. But it just shows that every poker player can have multiple tools in their arsenal. This might be the first time we see a walk. 9 deuce is pretty ugly. He is in position if he wants to rep or something else. I have a feeling we'll see this one go straight into the muck. Indeed it does. We just witnessed our first walk in Sten, only with the 8-4 suited, more than happy. Marcello still dealing. One of my favorite people traveling around the poker circuit. You'll see him in Italy, but at a lot of the other international events. I see him quite a bit in Estonia working for Teresa, who's the tournament director for all the big events there. We got to know each other very well over the years. He's a down-to-earth, really super guy. Got to meet my family the other day when they were in Malta too. Sten with a nice hand on the button, the king-9 suited. Let's see if he limps or raises. We know he's not folding this. Raising it up to 1.6, so a min raise. And Giuseppe with the ace-6. I'm sure after seeing the ace, he would have liked to have a better card than the 6, but he's not going anywhere. Not with any ace. He shouldn't be going anywhere anyway, facing a min-raise to most of his range. Obviously not a hand like 9 deuce or 7 deuce offsuit or 3 deuce. But ace-6 is not anywhere near the bottom of his calling range. It's just a matter of he's calling or 3-betting, but I think he will just call. But I do not know how he wants to approach it quite yet. It looks like it is a raise, but I don't know for how much yet. 5 billion something though, it looks like. 5.8 million. Putting the pressure on Sten with his ace. Sten is in position, does have a nice hand, but Giuseppe hasn't been 3-betting either, so probably all this information is going through his head before he decides what to do here. Gets rid of it. No shame in that. And another pot for Giuseppe, this time without even seeing a flop. It looks like he has some momentum his way, if you believe in such a thing in poker. Momentum can be a psychological thing, but it just takes one hand for all that to change. a look at the payouts and the chip counts again. Josef, the last player out, snagging a cool €100,000 for being the first player out on the podium. Pep was the first player out the final table in an unfortunate spot, but collected €10,000. You could just see how the payout jumps are so significant at the final table. This is typically the case at a lot of major events. So it's not that we're being that top heavy here. It's just that the prize pool was rather large. 1.244 million, in fact, and it was only a 500,000 guarantee. I say only just because of how many people showed up. 500,000 is massive in itself for a guarantee. Giuseppe getting a small one through. Getting close to back to that 2-1 chip advantage he had earlier, a few hands into heads-up play. But everything is going his way. The last few hands, small pot after small pot, they all begin to add up. Eight-six offsuit for Sten on the button. Looks like he's raising it up, I think, to 1.6, which has been his standard go-to lately. And Giuseppe not going to go anywhere with the queen nine. Is he going to three-better call is what we're going to be waiting for. I'm impressed with the different gears by Giuseppe since heads-up play. He preserved his stack as the chip leader entering the final table. But during heads-up play, he's taken it up a notch. There's no ICM anymore when it's heads-up, remember that. Does flop top pair Giuseppe, but it was Sten that started the action. Has some backdoors, but that's about it for Sten. But expect him to continue on a lot of these kind of boards. It just won't work out that well for him in this particular spot. About a third of the pot, 1.3 million. And Giuseppe making the call with his top pair. And now has top two after that nine of hearts turn, but that also helps Sten with his backdoors. Now he has an open-ended straight draw. Unfortunately, though, if it's like the 10, that's kind of a scary, even though you hit the straight, but he shouldn't be too scared about Jack Kings randomly calling there. Checks again. Let's see if Sten is going to find another bet, or if he's going to see if the river improves the situation. Those have 8 outs on the river. And probably if he hits those 8 outs, he could get paid for them, being that Giuseppe does have top 2, especially if it's that sneaky 5. But even if it's a 10, I don't see Giuseppe going anywhere. He's certainly not going to go anywhere now. It's a question of whether he calls or raises. The pot is building up nicely thanks to this 5.2 million bet. At least appearing to be deep in thought, but if he is deep in thought, he's thinking about whether he's going to call or raise. But he may not want to give away how strong he actually is. He may want some of the draws that he could be afraid of, like Jack 10s that may be involved here. 8 10, 6 8s like Sten actually has. Don't get to realize their equity because you just bet them off the pot. Or you may decide to let Sten try to bluff into you. Players think about different things. It's different when you're sitting at the table and you can get some reads, etc. But Giuseppe just jamming it in and Sten folding his hand, and Giuseppe now up to 50 million, so he has more than a 3-to-1 chip advantage now over Sten. Sten down to under 20 big blinds, still has plenty of room to get something going. Chatting with his rail a little bit. 18 big blinds, probably more like 19 when we're factoring in the correct rounding. And Giuseppe with 50 million in chips. That's a tournament high, folks. He has 50 of the 65 million chips in play. He was the final table chip leader to start the day. Noam had the chip lead for a little while. Sten had the chip lead for a little while. And Sten's rail still having fun, rooting him on for a potential comeback. If he does double up here, he wouldn't be that far behind, but he can't take the chip lead with a single double up. But if we circle back to the last Battle of Malta in 2019, those of you that were watching that, Steven van Zadelhoff, he really had Sergei Lisi down to the ropes. He had his opponent down to 6 big blinds, had, let's say, 85, 90% of the chips in play. And Lisi doubled up 4 times on coin flips to even up the stacks. The Viking and Lisi made an even chop deal, leaving 30K to play for. And then it was still a battle after that. I mean, 30,000 is nothing to laugh at. They're playing for 60 here without the deal. And the Viking had to settle for the second place trophy. They did get a trophy for second place. And Sergei Lisi, who was unable to make it from Russia for obvious reasons, wound up winning the title. So we could still see some excitement yet, despite the momentum early on going to Giuseppe. We did see already the lead change go back and forth twice. I won't be surprised if it happens again. And we have Giuseppe here with the 10s. Premium hand, premium spot. Let's see if he limps or if he raises. I expect to see a raise here. But he does just limp it in, and Sten opting not to jack up the pot with the king 6 suited. Not the worst hand to be seeing during heads-up play either. And this is not the worst flop in the world either for 10s, with all 3 cards under the 10. I don't think he's going to get much action out of his opponent. I think this is just going to go bet fold, but maybe Sten wants to do something different. He is getting lower and lower on chips, but he needs to find the spot, and this one probably isn't it, especially when it was limp to begin with. So Giuseppe has a lot of those cards, and if he doesn't have them, that makes it even more likely. Disguising those 10s. He could have won a little bit more if he raised pre-flop. Hindsight is 20/20 though, because we know that Sten would have stayed in the hand with that king 6 suited based on how he's played. So here's a look at the counts again. 51 million to Giuseppe, 13 to Sten. Sten in need of a double up, or at least to be able to steal away a few pots in a row to rebuild his stack. We've seen plenty of bigger comebacks on this, though. That's the beauty about heads-up poker. It ain't over till it's over. Seven 4 suited for Sten. Keeping his composure. All day long, he's looked like a very composed player. limping it in, and this is a pretty hand for Giuseppe, but he's checking it back, queen jack suited, waiting to see what he can do post flop. A flush draw here for Sten. Giuseppe still would have the best hand if this was the end of the hand, but you could see the equity is actually in Sten's favor because also his 7 and 4 are still live as well. But it's more or less a coin flip situation if it makes it beyond the flop. Sten is going to bet his flush draw after the action checked over to him. Giuseppe has a backdoor flush draw. His queen and jack are still live as well, but he may not realize that also has a potential backdoor straight draw. May want to see a turn at a min bet, but I won't blame him if he folds here either. But we've seen things that he hasn't seen, like Sten betting with random any two at times and other types of situations. Sten has really been mixing it up. Very difficult to predict, which is probably what he's going after. So interesting spot here. Giuseppe raising it up to 2.7 million. Basically telling him I have the king, or I have even something better. And now Sten has a decision to make. He's down to just 12 million in chips, and he has to call about 2 million, which would put his stack in a much bigger danger zone. But he goes all in. And Giuseppe folds, so well played by Sten. Up to 18 million. That may be the spot he needed. Got some chips back. And up to 22 big blinds for Sten, so kind of out of that danger zone, but still needs a double up to get something going. But a double up would give him the chip lead because it would be 18 million into his stack, up to 36, and 18 out of Giuseppe's stack down to 29. So one double up and things change around. And with blinds continuing to increase, anything can happen. Another look at the payouts. Both of these players locked up a whopping 140,000 euros. And remember, the buy-in was 555 euros. There were also satellites running for 10% of that, both online and live, with even the option of getting in cheaper through some online promotions through feeders and whatnot. Giuseppe limping it in and Sten waking up with the pocket rockets. He's going to be happy to see this. Is he going to slow play his rockets? Is he going to raise it sitting on 20 big blinds behind? No slow play by Sten. I think he said 2.4, but let's see. 2.4 million, and Giuseppe, though, getting out of the way. So Sten not getting any value from his rockets, just taking down the blinds and the ante. So on to the next. I should have been counting the number of heads-up hands like I did yesterday. I counted the number of final table bubble hands yesterday, and it was 27, which is quite a lot. It was very interesting to watch, though, that final table bubble yesterday. You can read the report about that on the Battle of Malta website. Head to the live reporting section. Click on day 3. If you missed of any today's action, you can also catch up on it by clicking on day 4. Juhani is blocking that one today. So a limp pot. Sten ahead going into the flop with his queen deuce suited against Giuseppe's 10-4 off. Not really a flop for either player. Both players with some backdoors, both players with their 2 cards live, but Sten's still ahead with his queen high. A check. And Giuseppe pulling ahead with this 4, but it's a dangerous 4 considering if his opponent Sten had a 7, he'd be basically drawing dead at this point. So there's no reason for him to turn his hand to a bluff, but I believe he can call a bet if Sten opts to try to take down this small pot. Every pot, though, even a small one, is important with the blinds as high as they are, but it goes check. And another 4 in the river may make him feel a little bit more comfortable, although not only was the straight draw completed early, so was a flush draw. Giuseppe more than happy to just check back his trips. Sten not trying to steal it away either. I'm pretty sure that wouldn't have worked out too well for him. And despite Sten being down in this heads-up battle right now, he's still having fun. His rail is even having fun. Everybody on the rail seems to be on his on Team Sten, although Giuseppe may have some people on his rail just being a little bit more on the quiet side or sitting down in the plethora of seats that are surrounding the feature table. It's a very nice setup they have today because there's no side events. All there is in this massive room is the stage with this final table. Plenty of room for people to sit. So people not only can watch the action here, but they can watch it in live time as well. Just without the hole cards, obviously, then, but they can see showdowns and things like that, with there being a camera for them as well. Giuseppe raising it up to 2 million, so 2.5x from the button. We'll see if Sten defends. Sten back down to 20 big blinds. It is a hand that can flop well. It is a hand that you typically see players calling with in heads-up play, and Sten is one of them. And Sten can't be too upset with this flop. Top pair, also a gut shot straight draw as well. Giuseppe, though, with 2 overcards. Let's see if Sten opts to donk bet. He is reaching for some chips. Betting 1.6, so a third of the pot. And Giuseppe's been mixing it up, so I can't predict what he's going to do here. Two overcards, I guess a backdoor to the 9-10 for the nut straight, but does fold. Didn't read the situation, I believe, well, and send back up to 20 million. So a bit of small ball going on. This may go on for a bit longer, a bit of back and forth action. But since Giuseppe has regained the lead for the 3rd time during heads-up play, he's kind of maintained more than a 2-to-1 advantage consistently. But if they make it to the next blind level, then everything can change even faster. Marcello's back as the feature table dealer. Welcome back, Marcello. Getting his headset in order. It's a bit tricky being the dealer at a feature table because you got to communicate information over to the people tracking the bets. That's why he's wearing that headset. You have to remind the players that are a little bit less experienced to keep their cards over the box. There's some more rules that you have to enforce. And it can be a little bit nervous under the lights and camera, but Marcello is a consummate pro. He's been doing this for many, many years. Used to being under the limelight. And to be fair to the dealers, props to you guys. You haven't made a mistake all day. Same with the person tracking the bets. That's been pretty solid as well. So Marilis, very good job to you as well. The whole team at the Win TV HD Poker Stream crew, Hamar, Wow, Matt, set things up in record time. Any technical issues weren't on their end. That was related to the internet that sometimes can act up in Malta, but since that was just really during a very short period of time, it's run very, very smooth. I love the new graphics. I love every time that I do commentating, there's something new. But these graphics are so smooth. But back to this hand, because we have top pair for both players, this could be it. I mean, Sten has top pair, but the kicker is not very good. Giuseppe also with top pair. And it is a limp pot. That could be the only saving grace. But Giuseppe checking. It is a min bet. Let's see if Giuseppe raises here. He did raise once earlier and then fold to a jam. So this could be trouble for Sten. He could also get lucky. There could be a 6 on the turn of the river. He does have some backdoors to the straight. Neither player with the flush draw, but Giuseppe opting to call. That may keep Sten alive if no 6 or backdoors come. The king of spades eliminates some of those backdoors, but now it could go to a chop if an 8 or a 5 hits the board. So it opens up outs to a chop, but he needs a 6 to win this hand, and it may slow it down that neither player has top pair. But that could have easily gotten in on the flop as well, with both players opting to play it slow. But Sten putting the pedal to the metal here with a bet of 2.5 million after it was checked over to him by Giuseppe. Does Giuseppe think he is good here? I don't think he's going anywhere. He's staring down Sten, but I haven't seen Sten giving away any tells, but maybe he's getting a different look at what's happening. And does just call. 9 million in the pot, though. And if more money goes in on the river, even if it's not showers for Sten. Oh, I don't see how this is not ending right here, right now. I mean, both players with trips, both players have to think that they're good, have to think that they really have to think that they're good. And Giuseppe just hiding, disguising his hand, hoping that Sten bets into him again. Can Sten stiffen this out? I mean, if he can check back here, that's such a read, but I just don't see how that's possible. He needs chips. This is a good spot to get chips. I know there's 9 million in the pot, but he needs more than that. And this is an awfully good spot normally for him to get it with the trips. But he does have those kicker issues. He doesn't know that he has those kicker issues. He might think that he's good. He should think he's good. No draws completed. Nothing really to be afraid of. And does bet 7 million, leaving 8.6 behind. Oh my. Now can Giuseppe end it here, or is it going to go another hand? With his opponent on the ropes with 11 big blinds, if it does go another hand. But I think we're going to see a race here. I don't see how Giuseppe doesn't think his hand was good. He got what he wanted. He isn't checking for pot control in that situation. And he does jam, and Sten is going to have to call. This could be it. This should be it. And it's a cooler spot for Sten, who played well all day long, had the biggest rail at the final table. Giuseppe entered the final table with the chip lead, but I just don't see how he can get away here. And if he does, he got some kind of read from somewhere. This is such a sick spot. I mean, obviously he's losing to some full houses and other jacks, like in this case. And unless he just thinks that Giuseppe can't be doing this later, but there's already so much in the pot, I just don't see how he can get away from this spot. It's such a cooler. His rail even looks a little bit nervous. For the first time, the rail is silent today. They sense something happening. Maybe they're getting ready for some cheering. I see Cohn back there, Cohn Mistake, a recent winner of the Sunday Millions back there, the PokerStars Sunday Millions. The man with the black shirt. Quite a nice guy as well. I know he wants Sten to win, but if Sten calls here, it is all over. Let's see what he decides to do. And you can't blame him if he calls and Giuseppe wins. And Giuseppe has played solid today as well. I know the Italians that are here in attendance will be happy with that. The Dutch people in attendance will be happy if they're watching if they see a fold. But even if he folds, he has his work cut out for him with 10 big blinds, 11 big blinds or so. And you can't blame him for thinking here, because Giuseppe played pretty much a solid game up until heads up play, meaning that he wasn't really getting out of line. Not that, you know, as a chip leader, very often you see players do get out of line. He was preserving his stack, and then during heads up play, he makes the call. Good game, Sten, and it is over. Congratulations to Giuseppe Rosa, the latest Battle of Malta champion, winning 200,000 plus euros. Everybody cheering. The two players hugging. Even the Dutch crowd is cheering for Giuseppe. I'm sure the Italians are loving this as well. Well played by the entire final table. Giuseppe Rosa, incredible run. We'll see if he can defend his title when the Battle of Malta returns October 4th to 12th. I want to give some thank yous, though, to everybody here. So let's start off with the crew here at Win TV and HD Poker Stream. Hamar, Matt, Laurel, of course the camera people, of course Marilise that was doing the tracking, to Marcello that we see here now organizing things at the feature table. He did a fantastic job with the dealer coordinations. A special thanks to all the dealers, all the floor, to the media, which I guess is thanking myself, but I'm more thanking the other media, the Italian guys, Jack and Cesar, along with their team, to Juhani, who has been blogging all final table long and all week long at the battleofmalta.com. A special thank you to Main Event Travel, who brought us out here as well, to Matthew and Mark. Everything ran smooth, and no small thanks to you. And, of course, we have to thank Diane and Telly and the entire team at Casino Malta. Thank you for having us at another fantastic event. Everything went super smooth. And last but not least, we have to thank every single player that came here for attendance. It seemed like almost everybody was having fun. I certainly did, and I didn't play even a single hand. Thank you, everybody. Until the next time, this is Jason Glatzer, and have a good night.